tap out. Don't make me black out. I'm the black diamond, still shining that night. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light. I'm the black sheep, I do it solo. I'm making moves, get it jumping like a pogo. Look like I'm rocking in designer when I hobo. I'm dragging all my competition, no Komodo. I'm making moves, I'm a jiff in every photo they flick. I'm a king, they should name me, but I'm holding the stick. I'm a dog, I'ma bite him, cause I know he a lick. It's on the line, I'ma crash, cause I know he a brick. Okay, the time ticking, in slow-mo, I'm John Wicken. I'm John Legend, not ordinary, I'm different. I blow the dough, it's never stretching, I flip it. They close the door, I'm never knocking, I kick it when I black out. Started in the bedroom, now we packed out. Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my money, I don't know how to act now. I'm gon' stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in the cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me black out. I'm the black diamond. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light. Need a Brinks truck to pick up the bag. Shutty drink up, I pick up the tab. Need my cheesecake like I'm making a pan. I'm making demands cause I stay in demand. I be like, give me that. I stack my paper up and now they want to piggyback. It's summertime, I feel like Will, I got my jiggy back. Flights to Cali, when they land, they be like Biggie's back. Don't make me black out, all I see is black. Ain't no squares up in my circle, we get rid of that. I'm a dog, I heard him purr, that boy a kitty cat. All that woofing that you doing, I put you in a pack. Don't make me black out.
All my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scan the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this done.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. Yeah. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hey, hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't. Yeah, yeah. Hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive.
alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure and smash in the face.
Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
That's why, yes sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys all capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, got testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I just watch my tone. If I was you, I just watch my throne. Like they them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes that oppose, I would slay them. See, I knock it out the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shift, got a roll.
Yeah, we'll knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going long gone. turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing out. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. You'll be going, long, gone.
This one is fastened inside, all in the dirt when we slide. October moon bring the tide, light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Right, whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball, we clearing the bitches up, brawl. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Right, big man, a boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they odors. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk, look up, preacher. I knock it out to the
yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. You'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing out. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. You'll be going, long gone.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move.
run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I'll never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
They said I couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend.
Legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend.
A legend. Come on. I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend.
should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let them know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let them know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to fall so I could fly. Had to fail so I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful. Powerful.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
I'm taking off like a rocket here.
do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Of all my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, every day I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta get it 100%, nobody gon' harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won, it's done.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
Really? It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI!
And welcome to Vancouver, Canada for the 2025 League of Legends mid-season Invitational. Whether you're with us in the arena or watching around the world, I hope you are ready for the next 2 weeks that we're going to have ahead of us and the bangers League of Legends game that we're going to have. We see the players, we see Broken Blade signing the glass here. He is ready, Top Father is ready, and I hope you guys are as well. I'm Laure, and I will be your host for today with Raz and Emily. Welcome home, guys.
It's amazing to be here in Vancouver, back home in Canada, the first international event in Canada, first event that I've been able to be a part of in Canada. And I just saw a lot of Canadians coming out here, first event for them here, so it's amazing to be here.
Yeah, I wasn't able to be here for LCS finals,
Yes.
but I did go to LCS finals in Toronto, and that was super fun too. They decided not to send me.
That's crazy. We need to beat them up.
But I have a lot of good sports memories in Vancouver.
That's true.
I see you guys
probably-
followed the theme here, well dressed. I really appreciate the outfits. I
you.
want to test, though, your knowledge of Canada, what you know about the host country and the host region. We're going to be here
Well, you,
for
Ref.
the next 2 weeks, so let's test our
I can't lose this. I cannot lose this.
Canadian.
It's not happening. Like, Emily, you may be an honorary French-Canadian, but like No, you're not winning this.
I don't know. I keep on hearing that she's more Canadian than you.
That's a lie. Who's telling you these things?
You have said this.
Not more than me.
Many people are.
Okay, go for it.
Let's test this right now. Okay, we have a couple questions for you guys to test your knowledge. The first one is, it's an easy one.
Okay.
What is the official national summer sports in Canada? Is it ice hockey? Is it lacrosse? Is it football? Or is it
I already did mine first. I already did mine first. No, I did mine first.
I know the answer.
It's lacrosse.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it's
It is
lacrosse.
lacrosse. It is lacrosse.
Hell
indeed.
yeah.
I let you have that.
Nice. Not to be mistaken with ice hockey, which is the official winter sport.
Yes.
here
Exactly.
in Canada. Second question. Okay, it's gonna ramp it up here.
Okay.
Who does not call Canada their home? MCOY Jojofyun, FlyQuest Masu, G2 Dylan Falco, or Emily Rand? That is, it's a nasty
I'm from
question for you.
Boston, Massachusetts.
That's a lie. Stop lying immediately. Just because you're saying that you're not
I
Canadian.
legitimately am from Boston, Massachusetts.
I don't believe her. I don't think anyone here believes you.
You're
so.
adopted. I think they can claim
Apparently.
you. Yeah.
In fact, you can take this.
Yeah, give her the flag. Give her the flag.
This is yours. This is yours.
This is massive.
It is
Do
a
you
lot.
want to make your case as a fellow Canadian? Emily.
I mean, I'm from Boston.
Oh my God.
I'm surprised I'm not getting booed right
She's
now.
not even trying.
Don't let her get away with it.
Okay, the next one is, I think this one is going to be funny. If your friend passes you a toque.
A toque. It's a toque.
It's a toque?
Yes.
What
And
did
I
they
know
give
what
you?
it is.
Okay, do you want to go first or should I give
I
the
can't-
answers
No,
first?
I already buzzed in. No,
That's
Raz
awful.
buzzed
I
in
want the
mid-question
chat.
before. It's
I
a
want
hat.
the chat to be able to
Okay,
relate.
They
keep
call it a
delivering the
bee in the
question.
US.
Is it
Let
a
her-
delicious local pastry? Is it a hat to stay warm? Or a precisely aimed skill shot? Or a witty insult?
It's a hat.
Yep.
It's
That's all
a
it
hat.
is.
Yeah.
It's a hat. Got
It's
it.
a hat.
We have one last question for you guys. This one is going to be a bit tricky.
I get half marks.
Canadian league hits different than what you're used to in Europe. Usually a different lingo, different expressions. So how do you call your jungler to get you a gank? Do you promise
Who came up with these?
un petit bec if the dive works out?
No.
Do you tempt with a tune on comms?
No.
Do you promise that you'll have a clutch follow-up? Or pose for a petit serré?
This is not fair. I'm from Alberta.
Well, there you go.
Oh God, you
The
try.
producers are. Oh, I see the answer.
Producers
I mean, I
tricking
wouldn't
us
do
here,
any
yeah.
of these things to
Yeah.
play.
Any
I'm
of
not
them.
gonna kiss my jungler, and I'm not gonna sing them a song.
Which one is kissing your jungler?
The first one.
The first one?
If,
Petit bec?
if it was a
Yeah.
successful gank, I'm
like a
kissing them.
beat.
Un petit bec is like
Yeah,
a peck on the
yeah,
cheek?
yeah.
Yes.
Got it. We learned something. Any other Quebecois words that you can teach us?
So yeah, I did live near the French-Canadian border for a while, and all of the ones I know are inappropriate.
All right, not broadcast
Not
ready.
appropriate
Not
for
broadcast ready.
Understandable.
We have a lot of things that we want to talk about here, of course, for MSI. And we're so happy to be here with you in Canada to crown our next MSI champion. MSI kicks off with a few changes in the format in 2025. So let's send it over to the Kingston native himself, Azel, with what we can expect over the next 2 weeks.
Now pop in to Camille. Last shot like we've been dreaming of.
MSI returns this year in Vancouver, Canada, with a few format updates aimed at keeping the excitement high. This year, 10 teams will compete for the title, battling through an exclusively best-of-5 format with full fearless draft in every match. Who will find the strength from within to overcome every challenge and take home victory? Those who best take advantage of MSI 2025's updated format will be the ones to rise to the top. Let's dive in and see what they're up against. 10 teams in total will be sent to Vancouver, with the top 2 seeds from the LEC, LCP, LPL, LCK, as well as the top seed from the LTA North and LTA South competing. The play-in stage will feature the second seed from LEC, LCP, LPL, and the representative from the LTA South. These 4 teams will face off in a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with seeding defined by regional standings coming out of First Stand 2025. The 2 teams that reach 2 wins will move on to the bracket stage, alongside the first seed of each region and the second seed of the LCK, which receives a bye to the bracket stage since HLE won First Stand, representing the LCK. In the bracket stage, the now 8 qualifying teams will play another best-of-5 double elimination bracket, with matchups determined by a draw. Teams will be split into 4 tiers, with those tiers spread out across the bracket. Tier 1 will face off against Tier 4, and Tier 2 will compete against Tier 3. Just like last year, teams from the same region will not be drawn into the same side of the bracket. And to the victor go the spoils. Just like last year, the winning team will secure an automatic spot at Worlds 2025, adding a slot to its region's count, while the second place region, after the winning team's region, earns an additional slot at Worlds as well. That's everything you need to know about MSI 2025. Tune in from June 27th through July 12th to watch these competitors ignite the fire within on lolesports.com. Make sure you also log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch awards in your region. We'll see you all in Vancouver.
Thank you, Ezel, International Glory, and a seat at Worlds is on the line here for our teams. And if you guys at home want to play along with PKMs powered by AWS, head over to lolesports.com or the league client to lock in your picks. You have a few minutes more to do it, so get onto this.
I forgot to do my pick'ems.
I just realized that I forgot to do mine as well.
Oh no.
But watching this video and actually looking at the format and everything, I'm so excited for the format this year. Best of 5s only, fearless draft, banger head.
It's crazy. You're right. Like, it's 19 best of 5s throughout this tournament. The most best of 5s we've had in a Tier 1 international event. It's ridiculous. And you add in Fearless on top of that. And of course, like, we've changed the format since like the years before to 2023 coming into now. It's like the most competitive League of Legends international that we've had. And it's so fun to be able to watch it.
And we have so many teams that qualified here, especially like I'm looking at Anyone's Legend, I'm looking at Gen G specifically, that are just so creative in a lot of the drafts. FlyQuest is another one where like sometimes even in the first or second games, you'll already see some really, really interesting picks. So I love the way that some of these teams have been approaching Fearless Draft, including actually 2 of the teams that we're about to see. In particular, I think Furia has had some banger drafts this year.
Yeah, actually, a second seed from LECG2 Esports is going to take on Furia, the first seed from LTA South in our first best of 5 of MSI. Anything we can be looking forward to when it comes to this matchup, right? We saw a lot of respects from both teams on social media. These are 2 teams that, 2 regions that respect each other a lot, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they're going to throw on the Rift.
Yes, especially with how much passion the Brazilian fans have generally, especially when they've gone up against like G2 or European teams in the past. Like G2 have had a great track record, of course, going up against Brazilian teams, but it doesn't really stop them from having that inbuilt passion that they can do it again. The confidence that I hear from the Furia side is always there, like just from the players, from top down, Gigo to Tatu, like to Tuts, like it's there. And for a lot of those players, it's their first international because like Tatu's 19, same with Ayu. Like this is the youngest team at this event and in the LTA as a whole. But for Gigo and Jojo, they've been at an international stage along with ranked candidates, so they have some experience in that lineup.
Yeah, and I'm super curious in particular to see Ayu, just because he's been on so many people's radar coming up in the Furia system. Everyone kind of knows him as that kid who made it to rank 1 in EU solo queue when they were boot camping after he'd role swapped over to ADC, started as a support. And one fun thing that I learned from MSI Esports, which is a Brazilian news outlet, is that I forgot they were both featured, Hansama and Ayu, in the Gods music video together in the same frame. So now they're going up against each other, which is just really fun.
It's about meeting your heroes in the bot lane, but on the top lane as well here with BB and Gigo on the top lane. He had some strong words about facing BB. What was that about?
So like after the series that qualified them beating Pain, like he was talking about how Broken Blade for him was an inspiration for a reason, because like when Broken Blade goes to internationals, guess what? He is matching the top players. For Gigo, he's looking at like Zeus or Bin and saying that seems unreachable, but Broken Blade is reachable for him, and he's seen Broken Blade through hard work, determination, all these things, be able to do that in international stages of the past. So just like for him, that's a player that he's been looking forward to facing.
And you have two players that have a lot in common, not so much on the picks they play, but on the wackiness and wildness that they bring on the top lane here. What do we have?
Yeah, these two are really, really fun. They're both willing to lock in, especially in Fearless. They've kind of been unleashed, right? Even some of their common picks, like the Camille is one that I definitely point out that both of these top laners are going to be fighting for. But then we have the BB classics, like the Warwick, the Yasuo,
Fiora for Gigo.
The Fiora, the Azir top that he played earlier this split. So these are two top laners that are absolutely not afraid to lock in some really, really interesting picks if the draft allows it. And these two teams have approached it in terms of trying to, I think, facilitate their top, especially Furia. I think that's kind of their primary win conditioning going up against G2.
And we even heard from ThinkCard earlier through an interview with like NAMN, just talking about how Gigo is a player that if he sees he's a playmaker, he'll go for it. The same has always been the case historically with Broken Blade, so these guys are going to decide this series in my mind.
And when you talk about G2, I don't think you cannot talk about Caps. It has been a revamped version of G2 this year, not the same success they found domestically, but you cannot count out Caps when it comes to international experience and what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Caps is just, he's had technically a down split. I've seen some mistakes from him that are really uncharacteristic, in my opinion, of Caps and the kind of caliber of player he is. But as we see his accolades, this is someone who routinely always shows up for G2 on an international stage.
And I remember the storyline coming into last MSI, the same kind of doubt that was there for G2 as a team, and then when it came to boot camping and being ready for their international event, they were able to do that. So especially Caps, during the split, I felt like in laning phase was still a demon, and I remember when he went up against Faker, last time in MSI, the solo kills were there. So he is a very confident player, he'll make it, he'll get it done.
A lot of yapping from us, but I want to know what the fans think actually. So let's see how they have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for G2 Esports with over 85% of the vote. Of course, we're going to be tracking your accuracies throughout the tournament, so vote every day at MasterCard GG on X to lock in your predictions. 85%? I expected less, actually, given how passionate the Brazilian fans can be with their teams.
Look, I'm a delusional fan for my sports team. I would still, if you ask me a question who will win, I'll be like, okay, my team won't win though. Like the Raptors, I love them, but I don't think they'll. But in this case, I still feel like 40% is a lot for them to come in for and vote from Furia's side.
Yeah, I mean,
we have ours.
I think these are our predictions.
Yeah.
G2.
Yeah, 3-0.
Yeah,
exactly.
Same.
I want to see a lot of fun. I want to see both teams have fun on the Rift, and I want them to throw everything they have in our opening game of MSI in 2025. It is time to ignite the fire within Vancouver. I hope you are ready. The 2025 mid-season Invitational starts now.
MSI là nơi những cái mạnh cơ hội bị gục ngã. Và cũng là nơi Underdog có thể trỗi dậy bất kỳ lúc nào.
我觉得入围赛最重要的是调整自己的队伍的状态吧。
BLG cannot rest on their laurels. The competition is very hard right now. It's not going to be an easy tournament.
我觉得今年参加MSI赛和以前完全不一样吧，因为也是我第一次打入围赛。去年决赛是跟G打的嘛，就比较可惜错过了第4盘的胜利。但其实当时我和他们打的时候，还是感觉非常有机会的。
This is Beitran's first international tournament, but he could be just what the team needs for them to come away with another title.
去年的结果不太尽如人意，但我也相信亚军不是我的终点。
Mình đã từng nghĩ đến việc sẽ dừng lại, Nhưng khát vọng thi đấu vẫn còn. Và ngọn lửa đam mê vẫn đang cháy. Mọi người nghĩ BLG và G2 sẽ chiến thắng. Nhưng GAM luôn làm họ bất ngờ.
This can be done as they all engage, so Levi Bolt, it's submarine time again! They nuke the backline of Thematic, they don't know what hit them. Levi's Nocturne does it better!
Lần này sẽ khác.
Eu sempre quis estar no Internacional e é a primeira vez em 5 anos que eu consegui me classificar.
Fúria quebra barreiras, supera todos os limites. Pro seu ano, pra sua história ser realizada.
Esse momento é o nosso. A gente vai mostrar isso.
Last time we were at MSI, it was the first time we've been an LPL team in a very long time. Actually getting the win in the best of 5 was quite a different feeling. We still have a long way to go. I'm just excited to showcase our preparation.
A target to try and focus on, but Cream's already down to 50%. The master shot, too good from Cap. It's been placed. Massive damage to come out here, and this might just be it.
Every near miss, every setback fuels the fire within.
Apenas assistam. Esse momento é nosso.
BLG, họ như những gã khổng lồ thật sự. Nhưng mà mọi người nhớ tên mình chứ?
虽然我们从入围赛打起，总会在总决赛最后一天相见。
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Vancouver, please welcome to the stage, hailing from the LEC, G2 Esports, and their opponents in this best of 5, the representatives from the LTA South, Furia! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MSI 2025 here in beautiful Vancouver, Canada. I am Captain Flowers here on the cast for the first time with my good friend and colleague, Chronicler from the LCK, to bring you this first best of 5 between G2 and Furia, the LEC and the LTA South. Chronicler, are you ready for some International League of Legends?
Oh, you know I am! Can't wait to see whether today we are going to see an upset that we will never forget, or as the fans were expecting, 85% of the fan vote going the way of G2 very clearly. The favorites coming here today, and I can't believe it's you and me for the first time. I've been casting, obviously you've been casting way longer. I've been casting for almost 5 years now. Never happened, not in any capacity.
It's crazy that it hasn't happened yet, but I'm so glad it's happening here today. I'm so glad we are back again on the international stage, and hopefully we get a banger to kick things off here. You already mentioned it, the fans have a lot of faith in G2. I think a lot of viewers familiar with the team are gonna have a lot of faith in G2. They are a very storied organization, and for Furia, this is gonna be the first time we're really seeing them on the international stage.
And that always comes with, I think, very different responses from players. Some players really thrive in that, right? They feel that absence of pressure. They're able to play without any reservation and really able to pop off and kind of catch their opponents off guard. But I think that's where, for Fury, the opportunities will lie, right? Trying to get that explosive early game going. These players are within their region mechanically renowned. But the real problem, as so many teams and organizations have learned over the years, actually taking down G2 is much easier said than done.
It is a very difficult task indeed, and honestly, it's the story. When you look back throughout the history of international competition in League of Legends esports, when you think about emerging regions or tier 2 regions, as Brazil used to be in that category, and them going up against their bigger opponents from what were the major regions before, places like the LEC, the challenge was always, can you find that creative angle to be able to punch up successfully? And we're about to find out if that angle will present itself here as we make our way into the draft. It'll be Furia on the blue side for game one. G2 electing to go to red. Remember that G2 get the side selection because of their seeding from first stand. Karmine Corp got second place in that tournament. That gives G2 the edge here. So they're opting for the red side.
Playing on patch 25.13. Have seen some minor changes in this, but some bigger ones on point 12, but nothing to the extent of the shifts that we have seen before, right? Everyone can remember the Morgana Rumble MSI.
Yeah, that was
a memorable one.
That was a bit of a traumatic one for me personally.
Yeah, as an Nosuke fan, I wasn't the biggest fan. As we do see the TF, that's been one of the picks that people have really been talking about.
Yeah,
benefiting both from the buffs, and we already saw him kind of pop off towards the tail end of a lot of playoffs. And as you highlight, G2 going towards the red side. One of the things I do love about Furia is their willingness to fully commit to a draft. I think both their Sejuani and their Yasuo drafts are kind of the standout when you think of this, right? Being very happy to just go all the way. And on the red side, you do have a lot more opportunity to respond to those solo lanes, get favorable matchup, and make it harder for a player like Gigo to pop off too hard.
Yeah, we've got the Yone, the Pantheon, the Twisted Fate banned out by Furia. Over on the G2 side, double AD carry bans, looking at IU, looking at the mechanical prowess there of the Brazilian AD carry, but also the Jax ban towards Gigo like you're talking about. And hey, Talia's up and open, Talia's locked in. I am entirely unsurprised.
Yeah, this goes unchanged. Talia still absolute top-notch. And Vi Ahri, one of those jungle mid combos that at any point in the last 4 years you could have picked up, it would have been too surprising.
And the Vi Ahri also being a good denial. Vi also a great pairing with the Talia to be able to set up the combo for the seismic shove. So you get your duo, you deny them a good duo. Feels like a really good response there for the first two picks of G2. Let's see how Furia wants to respond to this one, taking their time, running down the clock on the second pick, sitting on this Shenjiao hover for a while, and they will go ahead and lock that one in. Another skirmisher that can scrap a lot early and deal with that Vi.
A lot more dueling power than the Vi, but obviously doesn't have the same level of backline access. We already saw a lot of attention being paid by G2 towards IO in the draft. Now top lane wouldn't surprise me, and okay, well, the Aatrox just coming out straight up. Has of course been played a decent amount, but that is a big show of confidence here towards Gigo as it comes through.
Yeah, throughout the spring split for Gigo, this was tied for his most picked champion alongside the Rumble there with 4 picks. Gigo is a player who is unafraid to pick whatever he thinks is going to work best for the game. It doesn't necessarily have to fit the state of the global metagame. So we'll see what Broken Blade is ready to pick into this, as the Kai'Sa is going to be locked instead, securing the AD carry for G2 before the second round of the bans come in. And look at this Chronicler. G2 is already right back to the AD carry game, continuing to hit that pool.
Yeah, I don't think IU is going to be having the best of time.
Probably not.
The Kai'Sa, one of the downsides that you can run into it, obviously, is that the laning phase is relatively weak, but you already have an extremely strong dive core, and now we're also banning away things like the Xayah. Wouldn't be surprised if something like an Ezreal ban also comes through. That's the other AD carry they often go towards when it comes to a ton of innate safety. And the possibilities for IU are getting smaller and smaller, because for a lot of AD carries, just playing into this, if you don't get huge laning leads, is going to be tough. There's also the opportunity for G2 to go for a support counter pick, which can skew some of Kai'Sa's weaker matchups, where I think really her struggles often are in lane, is going to get taken off the board.
Not a final AD carry ban for G2 though, but a very effective peel champion in the Alistar. Like you already said, you've got a dive comp. You've got one of the few AD carries that can dive along with it. This is looking like a real torpedo coming out from G2 Esports in the first half of the draft. So being able to shut down Furia's ability to stop that dive, I like what I'm seeing. Now, do Furia want to ban one more top laner? Yes, they do. They will keep the Gwen away from Broken Blade.
And looking at this, the Renata to me kind of stands out as something that G2 probably wants to be very careful of. The Nico is still open. That's been one of the most popular counter picks we've seen into the Renata, and obviously when it comes to the laning phase, can really make life hard for her. But if you are already fully committed to playing this type of dive style composition, I do think Renata can really ruin your day. as this is something that was banned so many times against the Broken Blade, and it looks like those banned were warranted as the Warwick comes out.
I love this, man. Gigo is someone who is known to play his types of champions, and Broken Blade is exactly the same. He will throw down the Warwick to deal with this Aatrox. The fact that you can use the Warwick Q to buffer through some of those sweet spots on the Aatrox Qs is such a powerful outplay tool, but it's Neela locked in for IU. You want to try to dive onto an AD carry. How about an AD carry with a dodge mechanism?
Not only that, but Neela loves it when the entire team tries to jump into her, right? She can get so much value from the ultimate. I'm kind of loving this. And the Rakan, I think, is also a good pick away. There is still the Poppy open, so I do think that's kind of a smash hit, especially into the Neela as well. Even something like the Zinzo can really struggle with that. Poppy, to me, is also one of those picks that just all has value. But I love this. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier with the ability and the willingness to just go for these type of picks. So the Neela, we have seen every now and then, right? It is a very niche champion. As you highlighted, she's very short range. Technically not melee, but let's be real.
It's a lot closer to melee than a normal AD carry.
It really is. And the ability to serve as both counter dive as well as such a good ability to absorb a huge amount of burst initially with the healing that comes through from her ultimate, plus the fact, and this is something that I wonder how well IU and Jojo are going to be able to use that, the experience, right? In case you're not familiar with Neela, because obviously isn't a very popular champion by any means, if she's able to last hit, gets full value for both her and her lane partner in terms of experience. So building early level leads can snowball very quickly, right? We've seen in any region, in any point of League of Legends, the level 2 power spike be kind of a, even though we feel like at this point we should all know, I still see teams get caught off guard by it so often, and Neela makes that whole situation even more complicated.
I'm really looking forward to this. Anyone that's watched some LTA South so far this split knows that IU is a very mechanically gifted player. He is someone who's got the hands to be able to pilot whatever he needs to pilot to get the team to a good spot. And with those EXP advantages naturally built into the champion that you're talking about, I want to see, can the LTA South bot lane build themselves up an advantage that could then be a win condition in this matchup that the community is predicting to be 85% favored for G2 Esports?
As we get into game, can't wait to see what we're going to have ourselves here today. Flowers, as looking at the rune setups, not seeing anything too out of the ordinary just yet. The other thing, as we talked a lot about the TF, that is definitely going to be a token board this tournament, is that unsealed spellbook that we see here on Jojo. A rune that got buffed a couple of patches ago. We already saw so many supports go to it in the playoffs, and no different here.
Right, you lose some of that early trading power that you might have with something like a Guardian or similar, but as the game goes forward, you have so many more options. You have so many more ways to just catch your opponents. If they're not on top of it, always keeping track of what you're doing. There's plenty of opportunities to manage to throw a curveball at them, as we see Hansama and Labrov make their way into the bottom lane, looking for early positioning here in the side brush, but IU is going to see Hansama there.
New Broken Blade here. As you already highlighted, there is the ability for Broken Blade to deny some of the CC that comes through from Guigo. But I also think it's important to note how Aatrox works in a lot of matchups. He basically functions like kind of a soft poke champion, right? You're really just looking to get Q1 sweet spots. Eventually you hit enough CDR, but you don't want to go up against this lethal tempo Warwick because it might look like he's low. This Broken Blade is walking it off, but the sustain for a Warwick, as we're going to see now, I fear for Gigo, is something that's tough to deal with.
Yeah, Broken Blade on that Warwick. The champion is so deceptive in the way that it works, right? It doesn't seem like he should be able to win a lot of the fights that he does, but if the player knows his limits on the champion, if the pilot is adept at the character, it's a serious problem to deal with, and we know that Broken Blade has the skill on this pick to make it work, as Gigo is just trying to stay back and farm. Broken Blade takes a turret shot. Not going to be too happy about that one, but still winning out an EXP, health bars around the same level. Broken Blade just wants to get this wave crashed in, looked for an extra Q there for a quick trade. Gigo with a nice little punish with a Q2 of his own, and Broken Blade's going to get the full crash.
Yeah. Also do note, we have seen iterations of this Warwick where you play with Barrier, which is true. Like you can
the solo
straight up,
queue style.
You can straight up 1v2 or 1v2, right? If the enemy jungler shows up, very important there. That ward also highlighted. We see the ping. They did see it go down, but Broken Blade wasn't really in a position to get ganked because he did get his crash. It was just backing off. But there was also the knowledge on G2. I think also Jojo showed up a little bit late towards lane. Looking at bot lane, though, we already see a very early back forced out, and I was talking about the relative lack of laning strength of a Kai'Sa, but if you get an early lead, and also the Poppy obviously does really shift that matchup, because what you're going to do as Rakan into the Poppy, your early burst is something that needs to be respected. We see early lead already being built there, and no experience actually going over, because again, you do need to last hit on the Nila to get full value of that passive.
Okay, Tatu just going to clear out that topside Scuttle Crab. You can see the bottom one was already secured there by Skewmon from G2. As looks like we might see Tatu try to make something happen up here, but he is going to walk over that ward in the Pixel Brush that was placed down by Broken Blade. So Broken Blade knows, hey, just play it nice and slow here. Allow this wave to continue pushing up. Don't go too crazy here onto Gigo. Tatu already taking his back as Broken Blade. Just again, trying to constantly be as aggressive as you can, using those Qs on cooldown with the Warwick. Nice slam into the wall there from Labrov on this Poppy. Steadfast presence in the back end of things just to try to make it so if Jojo jumps in and then tries to battle dance back out, he will be interrupted. And I do want to keep an eye on how effective Labrov is with these steadfast presences this game. It's very powerful against Rakan. It also has pretty great effect against Xin Zhao, Nila, and Aatrox as well. Just super, super good pick, I think, here on the R5 for G2. Broken
it really
Blade.
is, and it also takes it out.
Broken Blade had to flash away. Gigo nearly got him there on the solo kill. That was death's door for the dog.
Yeah, we talk about wanting to be low on Warwick. Not that low. That was 20 HP. That was a little dangerous. Fortunately, in this case, he does have the teleport available, so that won't be too heavy of a payment. But losing the Summoner does mean that it might provide an opportunity to get this Aatrox out of the lane. He is going to use it immediately, I imagine, to try and maybe get an opportunity to play elsewhere on the map, because I don't think Broken Blade in time would have been able to really get the shove. Obviously, Warwick early on doesn't have the greatest wave clear. Does rely on his items to really get that going. You do need to be careful, though, in this longer lane. I know he just went back. Broken Blade... He's still going. The Lethal Tempo stacking.
Yeah, Broken Blade's looking to keep this one going on there. Wants to find the fear. Gigo flashes away from it so he doesn't get hit by the CC, but Gigo's going to need the Qs to come back up yet again. Q2 hits! First blood solo kill for Gigo in the top lane. Broken Blade is down, but now G2's looking for a counter punch here in the bottom side instead. Ayu's going to be in some danger. Slam back into the wall from Labrov, but now dashes away to try to escape. Flash from Han Sama, and G2 evens up the score.
Really big that they get the kill there onto Ayu, because they needed to make an immediate cross map. An unforced error there as Gigo just straight up solo bolus. The counter pick Warwick. BB maybe overestimating his sustain. Could also be that he thought he was going to hit level 6. I didn't see what it, but looking at the XP timer, there's no shot, right? Because even now he's not really that close to 6. As this is a Xin Zhao here. And look for the steal.
Tatu throughout the wind becomes lightning, but didn't find a target with it. Now jumping in after Labrov. Jojo's ready to show up. We will at least get a smite fight over this. As there it is, TY for Leash. Furia secures themselves the first Drake after G2 started it up in their faces.
They go to 13. Got the Drake. Doesn't matter. As there we saw, G2, again, understandably, that you want to try and get Drake as well. You just got a successful playoff towards the bot side. As we take a look here, and... if you have barrier, I can see this work, right? Like, and it's something that we often go towards. Even then, I think it is really risky, but you have so much build and sustain on the passive on your W. But even without that level up, like, this wasn't particularly close. And you see, BB as well knows this was... it didn't even feel like it was a necessity, right? There's situations where I feel like if your wave state is really rough, or you need to... but the wave state was fine.
We might just have another problem here, Chronicler, as right back in he goes. Gigo's trying to make this one into another solo kill! Gigo is making Broken Blade look foolish in this 1v1.
Yeah, the first one, it happens, right? Sometimes you just overestimate how much sustain you have. That one, though, that can't happen. You can't just be giving leads like this as Gigo on the Aatrox, full of confidence, understandably, has the ultimate available. And if Broken Blade goes for this plays approximately a couple of seconds later, maybe it's fine. The timing there again, Grigo able to simultaneously stack his Conqueror, walk away from the fear, and then here he still gets the damage off. And the Executioners means that Broken Blade doesn't heal that much. Skumon sees this like, if I go into that Aatrox when it's clear my work is I'm going to get blown up. Like, there's no shot that you win that. There's just not enough damage. And the miscommunication there, the timing from Broken Blade not quite on point, but then we look at the gold graph, and we do need to talk about the bot lane situation.
Yeah.
Because that one is looking a lot better for G2, and it's why they're still sitting on a gold lead.
Exactly. Hansama and Labrov have built themselves an impressive lead down here in the bottom lane. Caps now having to use that Spirit Rush to get away from Jojo, who did go for the grand entrance after him. Caps only needed the single charge, but forcing the ulti out. Still going to be a win there in the mid lane. At the same time, it looks like Furia is now going to collect all 3 grubs, no contest. So both of the first neutral objectives go over to the side of Furia and Tatu. They are still down in that gold like you talked about. Hansama is still up almost 4 full waves of farm in that Kai'Sa versus Nilah matchup down in the bottom lane. And back to what you were talking about earlier, all those lesser last hits for IU are an even bigger problem because of the nature of Nilah and her passive.
The funniest thing though, despite everything, if you look at IU, he's still ahead in experience. Even and that kind of.
But imagine where he could be.
I know it could be so much better. And that's kind of puts into perspective the value of the Nilah. Nilah to me is also one of the picks where her first spike feels okay, but particularly when you get to that traditional breakpoint for AD carries, you know, the free item spike when you get all your crit online, but she becomes so tanky because with the amount of healing that is in her kit, as you get later into the game, there's obviously going to be more of a 5v5 situation, and actually shutting her down becomes really hard. That said, Hans has set up literally every single member of his team as Labrov. Should be fine here, but they're going to chase for a little bit longer, it looks like.
Yeah, slightly more at least. Jojo goes in further than everyone else. This might have been a bit of a miscalculation here from Jojo. Nobody else on Furia following up on that play, so Jojo just getting a little bit too excited, maybe a bit ahead of himself. Loses half his health bar for it, luckily not forcing out any sums though.
Yeah, not the end of the world. We do see, I think we saw some hesitation there where they're like, is this a trap?
Yeah.
Like, are we being baited in? It wasn't, but obviously Furia doesn't know that as Gigo on his way. The timing could be here for Skumon to save his top laner.
Yeah, this would be a big one there for Skumon. Immediately Broken Blade trying to jump in with a counter ulti as Gigo has gone too far, but it's a beautiful shutdown from Skumon. He's ready to chase him down with a high ulti. Toots tries to escape with a seismic shove defensively, but Caps is on the hunt. He clears the unraveled earth. Another charge of the Spirit Rush is ready to go, and Toots is trapped as the feat of warfare is claimed by G2.
Oh, the blast cone. They didn't quite get him to safety the way he was hoping for, and that is a big, big win here for G2 as they get really 2 uncontested kills. There's no cross map available. That is also a shutdown, I'm pretty sure, going over there from Gigo, and that dive towards topside felt like maybe a little bit too telegraphed. Skumon in the correct position.
Yeah.
And even a Talia wall can't get you away from Vi. Unfortunately.
Let's see, doesn't look like we're gonna get a whole lot more here, but I do want to give props to Skumon playing in his first international event, being able to have the game sense, have the knowledge, have the presence to stop what would have been another disaster up there in the top lane. If Skumon's not in the right spot, all of a sudden Broken Blade is even further behind.
Skumon.
Toots now could be in a bit of a rough spot himself. Skumon, ulti not quite ready to go again on the Vi just yet, so Toots can get plenty of distance in time as Furia is going to start up the next Drake themselves, but they got to be careful. Hans and Labrov might be able to stop him, but instead Hans is going to get caught out, has to use Killer Instinct defensively, and now Skumon is coming in for the counter attack. Furia have overplayed their hand yet again. Labrov is ready to flash forward and try to make something happen when it becomes lightning firing right back. Tatu down to 50 HP. He's got to continue his retreat. Nobody dead on either side. But G2 has the full health jungler and control over the Drake pit.
Really big win for G2 because they get a bunch of sums with that as well. As we do see, Tatu had to use his flash. He also used there for Jojo. And they get the dragon. And the first dragon plus the first couple of grubs went over, well, the only couple of grubs now, obviously, went over to Furia, but not going to be continuing that objective stacking. And this is kind of what I think unfortunately happens often, right? Like the early laning, it looked great, but when it comes to these movements on the map, this play just a little bit too telegraphed. And now you see that TP coming in as well. They were ready. They knew this was coming, right? The wave crash was obviously being prepared, as there, unfortunately, doesn't quite make it out. As that's one of the longest fights I've seen.
Yeah, that was cross-country vialty. And then you mentioned the blast cone.
Kara, with Caps only having a single charge on his ult, I think he would have gotten out, especially with the Talia passive. If he just gets to the turret, I think he might have been fine. Caps still did have flash, so maybe he dies nonetheless. But that's definitely going to sting. And now, gold lead being further built upon there for G2.
Yep, 30 seconds left until the turret plates fall. The Drakes are 1-1, so it's not like Fury is starting towards a Drake stacking win condition, really. Yeah. They got 3 grubs, that's going to feel nice, but grubs are always more of a down payment objective, right? You still need to be able to get plates, you still need to be able to get turrets with them to really get great value, and if G2 is commanding a solid gold lead, it's that much harder to make that happen. Broken Blade obviously has been the one struggling the most in the early game here for G2, but on the Warwick now, just continuing to try to farm up, make sure that he stays relevant for when it gets time for those bigger fights so that they can deal with Furia in a team fight scenario.
Let's see the ward getting spotted there.
Oh boy. Broken Blade defensive ulti, trying to walk away. Skewmond flashing out of the way there of the seismic shove and unraveled earth. Remember, you can't use the vault breaker over it or the rocks are going to interrupt you. Uses the flash instead since it's a blink and manages to get to safety. But that first turret is going to fall and it'll be Furia taking it. There is the payday on the grubs right there for Toots and Furia.
Will be answered by a turret towards the bot lane. I do think, although it looks like Hans instead going to go for the base, which makes sense because Herald is spawning in about 15 seconds. So minions are going to crash here. TP not quite available for Gigo just yet, and Skewmond does get found here.
Yeah, Skewmond
TP
trying to get out of this one. Fury is ready to commit to it. Toots is coming in. We're going to need to see a seismic shove, but Lebrov and Caps playing protection, stopping this from working out. Broken Blade thinking about joining up with the fight if he needs to, but instead goes back to shove out one more wave. Does have the Tiamat now on the Warwick for the extra wave push capability. Charm onto Tatu, followed up by Lebrov. Furia now in full defense mode. G2 doesn't get any kills, but they get significant damage onto 3 separate health bars for control over the Rift Herald.
And that should be the call from Furia to just not contest this, right? The health bar's already battered. Gigo has the opportunity to take a turret towards the bottom side of the map, but the value of this Poppy, I think we're only going to see more and more of as this game continues. The ability to turn fights into a moment's notice, get yourself a numbers advantage as the Herald goes through, is traded. So right now, Furia ahead. Once the Herald comes down, I imagine towards the mid lane often used there just to ensure that you get as much map control as possible.
Yeah, nicely done by Gigo to take that turret down there in bottom lane. And Chronicler, we now have a battle for the boots. Feats of Warfare were claimed by G2. The first turret was claimed by Furia. Both teams now sitting on 2 neutral objectives. If Skewmond gets caught out a little bit here, Exhaust will be committed on that one. They're going to put the quickness into it as well. Skewmond nearly dead, but not quite. And it'll be Gigo taking the 3rd kill of the game for Furia. All 3 kills on this top lane Aatrox. This is the man, this is the raid boss for the Brazilian team.
And the composition for G2 is obviously extremely short range. That is the type of situations where as an Aatrox, if you are fed, if your team buys enough space for you, you can really pop off. The downside for Furia, there isn't an objective right now to get. Also, they did invest a decent amount of cooldowns, but they should be available in about 50 seconds when that dragon spawns. Looking at the Cloud Drake, obviously, big fan, the movement speed always very valuable. Looking at some of the ultimates, there's some characters where like, yeah, you know, Talia, Warwick, your captain plays, but on Aatrox now, on Ahri, or on Akaisa, and Rakan obviously is another one. Even the Nila, it kind of goes hard.
And I mean, even if we're not considering the ultimate boost, just the basic movement speed boost that you get from the Soul is always... movement speed and range are the two strongest stats in League of Legends,
Just
right?
walk.
Like, yeah, just walk faster than the guy can dash. You don't have a problem. As Gigo might have a problem here. It's a three-man play coming in from the side of G2. Labrov and Skewmon ready to join up for this one. But the early flash from Gigo to get himself out of the range of danger guarantees that G2's collapse will not result in a kill. They've still overloaded this bottom lane. They're still looking to force down the Tier 1 turret, and they should be able to get away with it. But now Furia pushing the Tier 1 over in mid at the same time. Broken Blade might get cut off. Tag with the wind becomes lightning. Toots trying to get away alongside Ayu, but Toots is going to be your target as Hans Sama looks for a little bit more damage. Apotheosis from Ayu. A lot of damage back into Skewmon. Tatu's going in. Ayu's got the kill into Skewmon, and now Broken Blade's in the middle of everybody. A double kill back over to Nila. G2 have lost 2. Labrov trying to retreat now. Caps caught out. Shot down. Triple kill. Ayu.
Guys, that's a Nila. Just jump into her like that. It's a delayed engage. It's kind of staggered from G2 as Ayu might straight up die.
Yeah,
Ayu should be fine.
Okay, he's good. He had the minion.
Fine.
He had the minion. It was calculated.
Oh my God,
he's
the
good.
mode game on point as well.
Yeah. He's got this, and at the same time, Furia has now earned themselves control over the bottom side river. Yes, they barely miss out on the Tier 1 turret mid lane. 1 minion auto attack will kill that later on. The Dragon is going to go over to Tatu. Hans Sama in a bad spot here, has enough distance to escape the Infernal Chains. But what about the Rakan? What about the Grand Entrance? What about Hans Sama's exit? Furia 7-3, 2,000 gold ahead.
And G2, these traps from Furia, they keep falling for it as we take another look here. The big thing, again, with Nila is that if you don't 100-0 her, it's so hard to actually get value. And instead, it looks like they're going on Toots, but this is a Talia, right? Actually getting on top of her is kind of hard, and they just don't have the damage with just the 2. They're kind of caught off guard, I think, by the amount of people that are ready. Gigo even comes in from the back there. And a lot of the previous... Oh, Labrov.
I don't think we have time to talk about previous plays, my friend. We're already into the next, and Labrov is already going back to Fountain.
And on the previous kills, even the solo kills, I don't think those were necessarily of too much value, because they're just kills. It's a little bit of money. But as we saw, the gold lead didn't meaningfully change. But now, the Drake went over, right? Mid lane turret has fallen for G2. They are rapidly losing control of this game. And... if we start to see an Otacon setup here, that is a possibility for G2 to find an angle back. I've seen so many teams not respect the fact that Otacon turns everyone on your team into a paperback. So I do hope that Fury is careful with that. The B1 to Leah, though, for me, is the biggest pickup as all.
Jojo stepping in there to intercept the charm from Caps, guarantee that Ayu does not get caught out. Caps did spin the Spirit Rush on that. We'll see if Furia can find a chance to use that window to punish, but G2 is instead going to give them another problem to think about, summoning up the Rift Herald from earlier here in the mid lane. The Tier 1 turret will die just to the charge alone, so they'll claim that one. Rift Herald will not be able to get the charge off onto the Tier 2 turret, or at least should not be able to get that. Toots will guarantee it here. But we're getting to the point of the game, Chronicler, where now I think it will be the real test for Furia. I do want to give them credit. I do want to commend them for what has been a very impressive first 20 minutes of the game, building this nearly 3,000 gold lead, taking the feeds, taking the lead in terms of objectives. But now we're at that mid-game point where traditionally we've seen teams from Brazil struggle to be able to control the objectives, play the macro game, and convert leads to wins.
It's the actual closeout, right? Like, again, I think they're in a really good position right now. I also think when talking about the scaling, it's a pretty interesting conversation, because to me, there are drafts where Nila feels like unless you get like a 5-man ultimate, the value is not always quite as high as when they go on Labrov, but not going to find anyone just yet. But when it comes to, again, a full short-range comp on the enemy team, as those wards actually paying off as Broken Blade.
Here we go again. Infernal Chains hit, and that forces out the flash. So BB's going to live on this one, but that's all he'll do. Now that Warwick, much less effective.
And there's no ultimate on the Aatrox. Labrov has a little bit of vision, so is checking. The Poppy, for me, is one of the reasons why I think Fury still need to be very respectful. You might be feeling confident, but at any moment's notice, you can suddenly be 2 members down. Oh, Tadu?
Yeah, let's see here. Tatu, broken blade, defensive ulti over the wall, gets himself away to safety, but now he's not ready to join up here in this fight. Caps is up in the top lane looking to take down that turret instead, as the Otacon is down to half HP. Furia's got 5 men down here. Ayu's the one tanking up that Otacon though, and you gotta be careful. If Ayu gets debuffed, you're gonna have a problem. Lebrov wants to find the Keeper's Verdict, but he doesn't find anything. Tatu jumping right back in, is immediately the quickness back into Lebrov. The Poppy in some danger. Guigo ready to follow up. Lebrov not going anywhere except a black and white screen as Otacon is claimed by Furia. Gigo even now right back up into the top side. Caps wanted to get the tier 2 turret, and yes, he will, but can he get away at the same time? A flash for a flash as Caps has a blast cone to get himself away to safety. Caps will find some global gold for his team, but the Otacon goes to Furia.
And Broken Blade didn't have ult. The Poppy ult was too obvious. I think he got one flash, but it didn't get any of the members, which really is what you're looking for. And then your only member with a substantial gold lead, who also had his death cap finished, wasn't even there, right? And I think that makes sense. G2 doesn't really want the fight. They just want to try and look for a steal on the Otacon.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can have Caps TP in, but the moment that the Poppy ult doesn't hit, that's just kind of it. There isn't really a way that you can fight with the lead that Furia have available right now, and these leads are just being stacked upon each other. There is still, for G2, when it comes to the item finishes, not too much of a deficit. But this Drake fight, this might be a breaking point. If Soul Point is picked up, could be really big, because I think having Soul Point means that your macro decisions down like it's so much easier, because at any point, you just give up a dragon or 2 and make a play towards an inhib, make a play towards the Baron. But I talk about simplifying decision making. I feel like Furia don't need the simplification, because thus far, that for Drake just being given over here.
I've been very impressed with the game so far from Furia, and now moving on to Soul Point. This just shows how critical it was earlier that G2 did manage to secure that second Drake for themselves. Yeah. Imagine if this is a 24-minute Cloud Soul for Furia instead. All of a sudden, if you're G2, you're saying, all right, let's look ahead to the second game, right?
No, that's yeah, I'm looking at the champions of Furia. That's not okay.
Right.
So that might happen in 5 minutes.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Now G2, they're on the back foot. They've got to be ready for this. The gold lead is still not going to suffocate them, but they haven't seemed super coordinated so far. It seemed like not everybody's quite on the same page.
That's the biggest thing. The sync up and the buy-in on Furia is, I think, their biggest advantage that they've had so far. It feels like everyone is just always ready to throw down with everyone whenever a call is made. And with G2, we've seen some staggered engages, we've seen some missed timings, I think, in particular, looking at that topside play from BB, right? And then Skewmon coming in, timing not quite there. Looking at the mid lane play where they're trying to find what looks like a punish, end up falling for the trap instead. And now the Baron is up. The one thing that G2, outside of the Poppy, does have is the ability to take out any member if it is a soul member. And I think that that is going to be one of their biggest abilities. And I think we're starting to see them set up for that as well. Is trying to just find a side lane catch. Their single target CC and damage, absolutely outrageous, but there is a defensive ward there.
Oh, this could be a huge... This is the most fed member of Furia, and he is now getting caught out. If Gigo dies before the fight starts, G2 might have just found the pick to turn the game on its head. The shutdown over to Skewmon, but it will be traded back 1-for-1.
Ayu.
Now Ayu's ready to show up, but he's isolated. Ayu's over on the other side of the fight. He's all alone. He has to flash over the wall to join up with the rest of the team. Caps is already down. Tatu's got the kill on the Caps, and Toots is not done chasing. Broken Blade and Han Sama are on the run. Toots flashes over the wall, and BB tries to bite back, but the dog's been declawed, and Broken Blade is down again. Right when it looks like G2 found their moment, Furia found G2.
That's Nash! Straight up, and G2, they look for the side lane pick, but taking out his Aatrox takes so much longer than I think they bargained for, and it's again the response from Furia. The immediate rest of the teammate arriving in a moment's notice. And even though the Aatrox goes down, it doesn't matter. They don't actually get the damage to take down that Neil. And then on the other end of the fight, obviously, G2, having blown everything, trying to kill this Aatrox, he is 6 levels up on Lebrov, right? Like, actually taking him down with the heal that comes through from the Aatrox, with the heal from his ultimate, it just takes too long. It takes too many cooldowns. And then Dis to Leah value has just been kind of insane to me. The amount of picks that we've seen that just are followed up on by that seismic shove, it's amazing. Tato on the Zinza also, every time he goes in, someone on G2 dies. His decision-making has been so good. Now with the Baron.
Here we go again, man. Broken Blade with another defensive ulti here with the Warwick. Gigo is behind enemy lines. Now getting jumped on by Skumon. But Gigo is not down. Yes. The healing from the Aatrox baits in Hansama. And Furia is furious in the face of G2 Esports. The inhibitor turret in mid lane. Broken as the inhibitor is about to follow. Gigo is back in the base, but he's got his teleport. He's joining back up with the rest of Furia. It's a 5-man push with a Baron against 3 G2 defenders. Furia has made their way onto the Nexus turrets. The first is already down. G2 are out of sorts. They cannot defend. Caps has to flash away from the apotheosis just to survive, but the rest of G2 cannot do the same. Furia win the first game of MSI 2025.
And the crowd goes wild.
Understandably.
As they should, Captain. Because if you come in from the future like, oh, they take a game, you could see it, you know, maybe deeper into Fearless. A draft that you don't quite see coming, but slamming the Nila straight up into a full-on dive composition ended up being a stroke of genius. Add to that the performance of Gigo individually and the way the team played around him. What an opening here.
What an incredible first game from Furia. That was exactly what LTA South fans wanted to see. I feel like that's what international fans wanted to see with the parity between regions. That was a show. Let's go ahead and toss it back over to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, guy. I am speechless after this game. What a statement game from Furia. It is the first time the organization goes to international. First time for all these players as well. Yeah.
I'm so happy for them because you see, like, the thing I was most afraid of is like, okay, I can definitely see Furia, like, beating G2, but the way it has to happen is that they cannot play scared because I still think G2 have better map play. They did not play scared. They immediately attacked, really punished G2's mistakes. Amazing.
You can see ThinkCard right in front of you, the coach for the team. Whenever he is on the mic, he's talking about like how fearless this team is and how good their scrim records are. And he's like, how do people not believe in us? And if you just see how this game started, you can instantly see how good Furia started off as.
Yeah, and I think it definitely starts, I'm so glad we highlighted the top lane going into this, because it starts in that top lane, right? With Gigo getting the better of Broken Blade.
On his own!
Right off the bat. He immediately gets his flash at 4:30, follows up with first blood coming out, and then just becomes this raid boss for his team.
You're right, the flash, he gets tethered into Q3, he flashes obviously the fear from Warwick. He plays this out so well. A lot of the times when you're going Warwick into somebody, they don't know the matchup as well as the Warwick does. It felt like Gigo knew this much better than Broken Blade in this instance. Of course, the second time around, no flash, tries to get his wave in. He had Vi, of course, doing objectives. So like that was really detrimental to the team, obviously, and Gigo used that as a great confidence for the rest of the game.
Seeing them so calm and collected backstage here, getting ready for the second game. I'm worried as an LEC fan. I'm so excited as a League of Legends fan, honestly. And something that is really special about this game and about this victory is the fact that we are used to underdog teams actually performing well and surprising the expected team to win in the early game, but they kept the ball rolling. It was their game to win. G2 had no chance here, and as we know, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, IU, we hyped him up. He was able to stomp G2 with an easy triple kill.
Yeah, and I think the confidence coming out of IU, he has a 75% win rate on this Nila. He's 3-1. This set him up for success beautifully, ends up getting the triple kill off of this, and Furia kind of never looked back, even when G2 did have more turrets down on the map.
Exactly, and even in this play, it was a numbers game in favor of Furia. The fact that Tatu and Jojo cut off the rest of the team, that Caps and Lebrov couldn't get there to the fight, the TP from Gigo making it basically a 5v3, so when Warwick comes by, he's already out, like can't play that fight. So it feels like Furia is being able to play the fights both from a mechanical standpoint very well, from a strategic standpoint even better.
Yeah, and that is the big difference maker for me, is like, okay, when I was going into this matchup, I was like, where do I think G2 have the advantage? Again, it was in neutral objective setups, and it was in how they play the map. The great thing that Furia did here was, their map play was pretty good, but then additionally, the way they set up these team fights, the way they used this composition to isolate G2 members, or when a G2 member did come in, the ability to absolutely stuff them, that dragon fight rounds was insane.
Yeah. And you know the Audicon start, Emily, we've watched a lot of...
we've watched a lot of bad Audicons.
A lot of bad Audicons. That one made me a little scared, a little bit. But they played it out so well. The fact that Tatu flashed out of the Poppy ulti and then held his Q3, the knock-up, just to be able to re-engage. They are so ready for any situation with a lead. I did not expect this level from Furia.
I mean, that's the thing. I thought G2 might come back in the game, but every time, every fight, every timing, it was like a unit, a Furia unit on them, ready to strike back. I applaud the synergy from this team. Look at this play. You feel like G2 is going to be able to make the best of it, but you have the whole team running at them and just making the best out of this one.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is they seem so comfortable and confident team fighting together, as we see IU coming in off the back, then flashing over the wall to join the rest of his team. I really, really loved the way they played with this composition to set up fights.
And whenever we see a team from either Brazil, or we're going to be seeing, of course, GAM later on today, we talk about how talented they are within their own region. We don't expect them to be able to immediately translate that on the international stage. That is happening for them in day one, or at least in game one. And just being able to hear the fans from Brazil, from Furia saying, Dia de Furia, like, it's the day of Furia, like, this is going to be their day. It kind of feels like it, but it's a 5-game series.
Yeah.
So they can come back, G2 can be able to, like, basically be ready for game 2 and come back quickly.
They started the tournament in the best way possible. They have the fans behind them because most of the fans were cheering for them during this game. Do we call this first game, I don't want to say luck, but what do we make actually of this first game when it comes to G2 and what Furia is going to be able to do for the rest of the series? Because again, it is fearless. G2 might have international experience, but this was Furia's game.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think it was luck. I think Furia did play this out really, really well. Yeah. Going into G2's next game, I think what they're going to want to do is really pay attention to their draft. Again, I thought the Ahri was actually good for Caps, but again, get him on something where he can be a difference maker, because I do feel like so much of this G2 team really relies on his playmaking.
Yeah.
And then again, Furia's approach to this was to really make it volatile early, and I love that from them, so G2 need to be prepared for that.
I agree, and I think when you think about Tatu during the playoffs, his most played pick was his Xin Zhao.
Yep.
When you think about like the best play and pick for Tuts, it is the Taliyah. So they got their most comfortable pick out of the way, so it should be better for G2. And now I'm thinking about like that one haymaker you can throw in game 1. For me, that was the Nila. And so I am more interested in if they can go the long run from the draft perspective, to have more things in the tank. That's going to be my question for Furia for the rest of the series.
Is there any advice, you would be think hard right now, any advice you would give your player to keep the momentum going and grab this second game?
I keep playing with confidence. Like that's the big thing to me, right? Is whenever we have some of these mismatches and we're like, okay, you know, this team is going in as an underdog, you need to play with confidence, you need to play their game, and that's exactly what Furia did.
Adrenaline can come in hot, especially on an international stage like this, so like be able to, yes, feed off that confidence, but remind them the good things that they were doing strategically. That good things, don't forget about it. The adrenaline is running too high, so being the sober second thought in the room is a good thing.
Slow and steady. They have this so far in the first game, Furia, with the upset, with the surprise victory against G2 Esports. Let's see if they can keep this one going for game 2. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet.
I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
To face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Got my money up, don't know how to act now. I'm gonna stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in the cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me black out. I'm the black diamond, still shining at night. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light. I'm the black sheep, I do it solo. I'm making moves, get it jumping like a pogo. Look like I'm rocking in designer when I hobo. I'm dragging all my competition, no Komodo. I'm making moves, I'm a jiff in every photo they flick. I'm a king, they should name me, but I'm holding the stick. I'm a dog, I'ma bite him, cause I know he a lick. It's on the line, I'ma crash, cause I know he a brick. Okay, the time ticking, in slow-mo, I'm John Wicken. I'm John Legend, not ordinary, I'm different. I blow the dough, it's never stretching, I flip it. They close the door, I'm never knocking, I kick it when I black out. Started in the bedroom, now we packed out. Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my money up, don't know how to act now. I'm gonna stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in the cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me black out. I'm the black diamond. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light. Need a Brinks truck to pick up the bag. Shutty drink up, I pick up the tab. Need my cheesecake like I'm making a pan. I'm making demands cause I stay in demand. I be like, give me that. I stamp my paper up and now they want to piggyback. It's summertime, I feel like Will, I got my jiggy back. Flights to Cali when they land, they be like Biggie's back. Don't make me black out. All I see is black. Ain't no squares up in my circle, we get rid of that. I'm a dog, I heard him purr, that boy a kitty cat. All that woofing that you doing, I put you in a pack. Don't make me black out.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Vancouver, Canada, here for MSI 2025. We are one game into our first best of 5, and that game did not go the way that 85% of fans expected it to go, Chronicler.
It certainly didn't. And as I highlighted, I think neither of us were ready to believe when the first couple of kills came through, because we still saw the gold lead for G2. Yeah, I think there was still this sense of, all right, around the objectives, around the team fight, around the macro on the map, they'll be able to pull it together. That moment never came. And a lot of that was due to the ability of Furia to consistently, across the map, set up these traps. The Aatrox, the Nila, these attempted engages that just weren't quick, I think, coordinated enough so that the sustain comes through, the reinforcements come in, and the play gets turned.
And even as recently as at the end of Split 1, when the LTA North and South teams had the head-to-head for conference play, one thing that we saw from a lot of the LTA South teams was they could get early advantages, but then when the mid-game came around, they wouldn't be able to convert those into wins. But that was not the case here in game number 1. Furia was playing as a unit. They were punishing G2 when they tried to make any sort of a move, and they honestly ended that game very swiftly and effectively.
Now, I have had my fair share of best of fives where game 1 looks like a blowout, but remember, I've seen teams then swiftly follow this up with recalibration into a swift freeze. We saw this at the first and finals, right? Remember, back then, K-Corp able to get a very, very big win in that game number 1, and then Home One Life tightened it up. Was able to pull the series back for G2. I do think we need to see that in this game number 2. I think that the downside of being such a heavy favorite in the fan sentiment, many people, me included, were expecting this to be a swift 3-0. If you go down 0-2, the amount of mental resilience needed is tenfold of what it would be if this turns out to be a 1-1. You know, you pull back and everything is fine.
Right. Let's go ahead and jump into our second draft here, as it's Jace, Misfortune, and Yasuo banned by G2. Here on blue side, they've elected to go swap sides this time around. On the other side, Twisted Fate, Azir, and Pantheon banned out by Furia. So one thing that's worth pointing out, Varus and Misfortune were both banned out by G2 in round 1 of the previous draft. This time around, since G2's on blue side and they have that first pick, they'll keep the Misfortune banned, but they'll take the Varus for themselves. Furia, in response, they're going to grab the Rise for one of their solo lanes. Can be a flex for either one. And Wukong in the jungle. This is a champion that immobile AD carries do not like to deal with.
No, I do love the Yasuo ban. That one should be a no-brainer, right? Given IU's performance of the champion, the Wukong also would have paired really well with that. I'm a little worried about the Maokai. I think that Maokai is a pick that still, especially as you get deeper into Fearless, does have a decent amount of power. I'm worried about it being picked up this early, because I do think that Wukong still will get a ton of room to play.
Okay.
And the Alistar comes through pretty early on here. We'll be able to secure that this time around. And the Poppy didn't have the impact that we were looking for, right? I think we only had a couple of ultimates, and they were mostly used just for CC, so you get the knockup, but you don't actually create a numbers advantage, and you do kind of need to find at least a couple of those to really make sure you get the value out of the pick.
And we do see the Ezreal locked in here for Furia. I like this pick a lot against Maokai because of the fact that if he uses Twisted Advance at the wrong moment, you can use Arcane Shift to take him into a very bad position.
Oh, yeah.
Turn his engage into your counter engage with just a single button press. As we're into the second half of the bans, Tristana banned out by Furia with the Karma removed by G2.
I was kind of thinking about that. Ezreal Karma, obviously a bot lane that goes way back. Alistar, his biggest weakness is his laning phase. Obviously his level 1 is often talked about, but I think outside of that, you're really not expecting too much out of him when it comes to just trying to leverage. So it does also mean that I think the Varus does lose some of what makes it so strong, right? If you pair it with Renata, the laning phase, the 2v2, is so oppressive. It's not quite going to be the case here, as the way does get taken off the board, something that outranges the Rise and is generally able to punish it quite well. As I like the Rumble ban, I do think Rumble, especially after the
for these fights, for Furia to still call their shots and make their plays where they want them, when they want them.
It always feels a little rough to pick Rel into Alistar, right? The reason why we saw Alistar really rise to prominence again is because he is really good into Rel. You get to counteract, interrupt a lot of that. There's also angles for you to get rid of the Wukong, keep your backline safe. As the Jax does come out, Gragas is still open. There's an immobile carry on the enemy team as the Corki comes through. Now, I think in theory the Corki makes sense, right? We've seen this pick be really good when he gets to actually have an oppressive laning phase, when he really gets to punish. But I do think the pick right now hasn't really been that convincing recently, as the Cassante comes through here for Gigo.
And there's also no major magic damage for the side of G2. There is splashes of magic damage. Maokai can often go for, like, you know, might in after that. Varus does some magic, Jax does some magic, but there's no real big mage threat like in the presence of the Rise on Furia's comp. So this last pick, Cassante for Gigo, a character that loves to be able to just say, sure, I'll build a Jax show and then nothing but armor, is fantastic, I feel like.
And we did, of course, see a ton of Maokai back when I think he was both a little stronger and during the double AD carry meta, which this obviously kind of goes back towards. But let's be real, Flowers, game one, the draft wasn't really the issue. Like, obviously, I think playing a dive comp like that into a Neela can always feel a little rough, but that's not really what the game boiled down to. It was just a level of cohesion that was shown by Fury that was miles ahead of what G2 were able to do, able to set up a ton of traps. And this is going to have to be a very important game. If G2 want to regain control in this series, they need to catch this game, because if that man right there has anything to say about it, think hard. I mean, I don't have to tell you about this, Flowers.
No, I'm very, very American when it comes to the my love for the NA versus EU rivalry. But we do also have to look at the G2 bottom lane, I think, when you're talking about G2 needing to win this game. Because when we go back and look at the laning phase, or just like the very early mid-game of game number one, it was Hans and Labrov who had that individual advantage in their own lane, right? It was like almost a 4-wave lead over IU. That's really impressive in terms of what they were able to build just in what was mostly isolated. So if they can manage to turn that into a win condition, that might be the key.
I'm also willing to bet that Broken Blade isn't going to get himself solo killed this time around. Did take a lot of risks in the last game, which introduced an additional level of volatility. But for me, the biggest contributor, again, and I'm going to keep going back to this, I need to see more cohesion, because it felt like no two members of G2 were ever on the same page. Because this wasn't just, you know, often we talk about like mid-jungle, jungle support, but I feel like all of the members just felt like they were on very different pages, and clearly not going to be able to get away with that.
Looks like we might have a bit of a delay on stage here for some kind of technical issue. Hopefully they'll be able to get that one resolved here as soon as possible, get us into the game. I also think talking about, you know, taking risks for Broken Blade there in the top lane, it's the nature of the champion. The only way Warwick is good is you have to play on the edge. You have to allow him to bait opponents in, use that low life bar to really give yourself an opportunity you wouldn't otherwise have. So now that you're playing Jax, it's a much more standard type of character, and you don't have to really skirt the edges as much.
You really don't. Jax will always get good value. It's just a very versatile character. Let's move on to team fights. Do you think that after all the changes that we've had to Cassante, he actually has a very solid matchup early on, right? I think Cassante, in mind of many, is still that tank that's okay in lane, but really is about afterwards. I do think you can get way more done. That is some wonderful cosplay there.
That's some powerful cosplay, ears and hair there. I like that. I respect that. But yeah, Cassante, I mean, I think for a lot of people, the number one thing that comes to mind when you think Cassante is still the showmaker pasta.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is a character that if he gets out of control is truly all out of control. And that's what we've seen Gigo do in game number one. And we'll see if he can repeat that success here in game number two. Let's check it out as we're on to the Rift now. Furia this time from the red side. G2 over on blue. Caps on the Corki, taking a look at Keystone, Summoner spells, all the normal stuff. It's Grasp for both of our top laners for the early trading power. Sometimes you'll see Jax go for something, you know, more like the Conqueror if he thinks that the laning phase is just going to be free. But again, going up against the Cassante, especially after game number one, you want to make sure that you're having a solid laning phase. Jojo, once again, going to be running Summoner Spellbook here in the support role.
This time, we do see Hans going for the Comet, which I do think is very warranted. There's not a lot of auto-attacking that you will be able to get to do.
Not against Wukong Rel.
Yeah, or Ryze, or Cassante.
Pretty much any of these characters.
Yeah, I think trying to stay away is the right call. And it also makes sense given his lane partner. I think the lethality Varus is just way more self-sufficient, right? He can just stay in lane, he can just wave clear. And there are lane partners where Varus can be a real bully. I think in this case, you just pick him to try, and he will still have a decent amount of laning power, but it's not really what it's about, as we do see. In they go again, but this time Hans will be fine. Top laning is down, and I also taking a big hit there early on.
Yeah, both early piercing arrows, the one on the way to lane and the one as IU walks out of the brush, both connect, so
100% hit rate.
About an extra early health potion of damage there. Feels good for Hans, Sama, and Labrov.
Unfortunately, Alistair isn't the champion.
No, I mean, he interrupted the crash down there, so that's honestly about the best level 1 Alistar performance you can get.
Yeah, he doesn't really offer a lot, as we can see, which is why the level 2 was found there by IU and Jojo. Caps eventually Ryze, obviously, in any matchup reaches the point where he just gets to clear waves in seconds, but doesn't have his skills nor the AP available for now.
Yeah, as Furia gets the wave crashed up, down here in the bottom lane. It is interesting because there's some history between Furia coach ThinkCard and G2. The last time a team coached by him was against this organization was the fabled Energy versus G2 best of 3 from Worlds a couple years back, which was just a huge moment for NA fans everywhere. Now ThinkCard coaching a team in the LTA South, trying to do it again here, not just in a best of 3, but in a best of 5, that much harder. And we'll see if he can accomplish that same magic here with Furia. They've already got a great start towards it.
Yeah, that was with genius midfielder Palafox, right?
Yes, correct. His opponent sped him in a scrimmage. He's very powerful.
Thus far, though, again, my expectation for G2 is that they are going to really pull back on a lot of the risks that they took in game number 1, and instead are going to rely on their macro sense, their ability to pick fights later on in the game. And I do think that that should also mean that this early laning phase is not going to be nearly as interesting. Wukong just desperately wants to farm till 6, but because the wave bounce came through on bot, Labrov already gets to roam up. It looks like they're still going to go for the contest there, and Jojo and Ayu get a good amount of damage down. As, Gigo!
Oh, if he would have hit that third in Tofo strike with that shockwave, could have been a bit of a problem there for Broken Blade. Okay, nothing too crazy then. Let's take a look at where our junglers are. As you can see, Tatu invading enemy jungle here on the potential opportunity for a chance to go after Caps, but Caps playing towards that other side.
As, Skewmon.
Skewmon might just be able to turn this one around. Gigo in some trouble this time around. Top lane's not looking the same as game 1, and it's first blood over the Broken Blade.
Good bait set up by Broken Blade there. Able to flash away out of the W. Still gets his stun off on the back end as well. And then Skewmon shows up just in time. And meanwhile, not a fan of this mid lane gank. Tatu, you are a pre-6 Wukong. You just unfortunately don't do that much. A Corki, one of the reasons why he can't play so aggressive is because of the build-in safety that he has with Valkyrie. Caps didn't even need to flash. Hans and Labrov did use their sum, so I imagine we missed a scuffle in the bot lane. So yeah, that's how we got to play Corki. Just got to jump right on top of him. But no cleanse, no heal does mean that at level 6 we could possibly see some volatility introduced if Tatu can get towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, the difference in this game in game number 1 is, yes, we still have the first blood happening up there in the top side, but remember that in game number 1, G2 got a kill back immediately in bottom lane right after. This time around, there was no such counterplay again, like you're saying, because the gank wasn't towards bottom. It's not like they were able to find anything effective in mid, so Furia now finds themselves slightly behind. Gigo, obviously not hurting a whole lot. You can still see he has a massive farm advantage, but a big part of that is the large wave about to crash into the turret of Broken Blade, so not hurting as much as could otherwise be from that death up there in the top side. Skewmon's Maokai off to a good start here. You can see does have the red smite, does have the faded ashes in inventory, so we will get the Leandri's Maokai build for the extra splash of AP damage for this AD heavy team. As Broken Blade jumps in for a fast trade there. Counter-strike for the stun. Gigo buffers through it there with the Pathmaker, but Broken Blade hitting level 6 just in time. Forces Gigo back. BB doesn't get as much damage out of that ult as he would have liked to, I think. And Gigo now with a mana advantage hits level 6 in a decently soon time frame himself. Should get it after a couple more minions.
Still no ultimate available here for Tatu. It's close, but this is 3 people in the lane. Skewmon's also there.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3v3, and immediately Labrov gets targeted. Exhaust down to Han Sama as Skewmon finds the counter engage onto Tatu, who has to flash out of the Wukong. Skewmon getting the better of Tatu matchup this game.
No one ends up dying, but it's still, I think G2 pretty happy with that. And it's again, these ganks to come through. There it is, there's no ult for Broken Blade.
Yeah, Gigo's going all out. Pathmaker to try to buffer through the counter-strike. Broken Blade getting away. Gigo tries to flash forward for the Intofo strike. Toots is coming up to try to cut off Broken Blade's escape route. Realm Warp gets him in range. Toots is there. He binds him up in the Rune Prison. The last auto attack gets it done. And Toots evens up the score.
We'll see if the cancel can be found on this Cassante. Not going to be the case. No punish available. As I imagine, Toots just going to run towards top, catch that wave, swap for now. In this game, still a precarious balance as maybe we get another one of those feats fight, right? Last time we went all the way to the final
one. The boots. It's
fun.
It's one of my favorite things because everybody really wants the shoes, especially with the buffs.
Like 3 minions lost there.
Yeah.
Although Varus obviously does have a good amount of range, so see how much Hans is able to pick up. It's not too bad.
Yeah, okay. So only like 2 minions. It's fine. IU and JoJo rotated over to the mid lane now as Labrov is just going to be the support for his other AD carry for the time being. Both of our top laners now set up in that bottom side of the map. You can see Caps currently leading in terms of XP globally among everybody here, but it is both mid laners significantly far out ahead of everyone else as Tatu finally level 6 now on the Wukong. We'll see how much of a difference that makes, how much more he can get done, as now once more, it's Broken Blade going in, trying to use the ulti, but Gigo doing a good job getting himself away from it, outplaying the opportunity from Broken Blade there, and Broken Blade just using this ulti on cooldown, trying to trade with his opponent.
Yeah, and that first ulti towards top side, right? I think that was an attempt at trying to force a flash out of, because I don't think there was really a kill opportunity there. There is on the cross map though, good amount of pressure, but oh, Tatu, instead of going for Dragon, it looks like he's trying to go for the counter punch. There is, I think, a counter-strike available, so we'll see if BB can outplay this.
Yeah, this is pretty dangerous. Jack's very effective at defending against these types of situations. Gigo is about to die to the turret, he barely gets away. Tatu needs a little bit more distance to close into Broken Blade, and he finds it finally there with that last Q. So Furia gets their man, Gigo barely survives. That's a 2-1 game now for the side of Furia, but it does come at the cost of G2 Esports claiming all 3 grubs on the other side of the map. Now Skewmond through the CC. Kasante's tanky, but he's only got 50 health.
They did get obviously they knew that the grubs were being taken, so maybe underestimating the sweep. But the bot side, we also saw what was maybe a little bit, I thought that they maybe were going to look for a top side play. The skew looked like there really was a window. And G2, gold lead remains advantage, but G2 on obviously picked up.
Tatu getting my favorite experience as a jungler. Your laner is just not quite in range there to catch the waves, so unfortunately you have to do that job yourself. A little bit of extra econ.
Especially as Wukong.
Oh yeah.
The kill going to Wukong I think is also actually a big deal. We see that still Gigo is in a great position when it comes to gold advantage, thanks to the CSing and the plates. So he did get the plate, so I guess that maybe he would call worth on that one, as the Dragon is going to come over here.
Is plus 125 gold on your Kasante worth more than plus 300 on the enemy Maokai?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's the question, right?
Yeah, no, I really think so, especially given the fact that Hans, who, even if he does go for an on-hit build, I don't think it's going to have the best of time into Kasante, but it does obviously mean that until you reach really late game, I do think that ever since the change they did to lethality Varus, once you reach like 4 or 5 items, you do actually have a deceptive amount, even against tanks, but it is a lot of Qs, right? And you still need to also make sure that in that time you don't get engaged on, and then we look at the enemy team and there's Wukong, there's Rel, and there's Rai. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, we've got the first 2 fully completed items for both sides coming online now. As you can see, the Rod of Ages has been completed for Tutz's Rai. He's going to start stacking that one now, so it'll be done right around the 21-minute mark there with those stacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Skewmond, who's been a part of both kills so far. It's Skewmond who's getting his first item fully completed with that Leandries. Now I'm expecting him to go more towards tank. Just rely on everybody else on the team. I think between Corki, Varus, and Jax, you have plenty of damage.
This is also, right there, is one of the big advantages that Varus has, right? Particularly with lethality. You can always play pretty far up, because they need to respect, because you are still strong in the all-in. And they don't really know where the members are as a flank on JoJo here. He's in deep trouble.
Yeah, JoJo's about to have a bad time. He tries to flash away, so at least Labrov can't knock him the other direction. But meanwhile, the Bramble Smash from Skewmond's going to do the same job anyway. Feat of Warfare claimed for the 2nd game in a row by G2. In both games, it was a 3-2 count on the kills. And now IU is stranded in a 1 versus 3. You're against an Alistar that's got an ultimate. This tower dive from G2 could be deadly, but IU survives as Gigo comes in with a TP to threaten the counterattack if G2 overstays. But that just opens the door wide here in the bottom lane for Broken Blade to catch up in gold through some plates.
Yeah, big win there for G2, even though you can't kill the Ezreal. The fact that Broken Blade with the Demolish gets to just spend some time alone in that lane due to the roam from the Rise. It's not like he is going to be able to get much more than that. Does need to respect, as we do see 2 level lead, by the way. And that's with Rod of Ages not not even close to fully stacked.
Right. That's scary stuff, man.
Oh, the Wukong looking for Caps here.
Caps needs to have his spidey senses tingle a little bit.
Doesn't
make sure that he's detecting this, especially if Tatu can time the Cyclone correctly to interrupt the Valk as Caps tries to get away. It could be absolute disaster for the G2 mid laner here, but it looks like Caps wise to what might be going on, stepping away for now. Gigo stepping forward, going for the third in Tofo strike, not gonna hit that one. Caps tries to Valk out, but now immediately with a Pathmaker, Gigo going in while Toots is in a 1v2 down to the bottom lane at the same time. Caps is gonna be killed off first. Now, Toots, flash over the wall, Broken Blade ready to follow, finds the stun, but he's Rune Prism
Phase
up.
rush.
Toots makes it back over towards the turret. Phase rush, ain't gonna work. Broken Blade with the flash at the last second to guarantee that he hits him with the empowered bonk and takes him out. A 1-for-1 across the rift.
Big cross map there. Looks like G2 this time not going to go for the Battle of the Boots, just going to claim them straight up towards this bot side of the map. And G2 says, okay, Broken Blade, we get it. They're paying a lot of attention. We're going to give you some love.
Yeah.
As the play towards the bot side, it does end up working out. Yes, Caps does go down, also uses flash, but he trades for 2 flashes. And because of the cross map, I don't think he's going to be too sad about the whole situation.
And I'm liking what we're seeing from G2 more this game, not just in the game itself, but in the draft. They're a team that has been known historically for their creativity. They're also a team that can overcook it a little bit sometimes. Maybe leave the draft in the oven a little bit too long. Last time around, we saw them use the Warwick as the counter pick into the Aatrox. It doesn't pay off. This time around, you've got Broken Blade on a champion that you know he can pilot very well in the Jax, but it's also not something that's way far out of the meta like that Warwick. And since they're playing around it too, I feel like they are setting him up so much better. Still got to give credit to Gigo, though, despite the fact that he's 0 kills to Broken Blades 2, he's still got a significant gold lead because of the massive farm lead.
As now, towards the bot side of the map, that top lane you were talking about, even with the kills, even with the first turret bot, as you highlighted, Broken Blade still fine as the TP comes through. There's a lot of people here, though.
Yeah, remember, Labrov with the Alistar ultimate. This is a powerful turret dive, but not when you go in that early. Labrov just barely gets away. It's all calculated by G2 with a full 5-man stand. Jojo steps away from the chains of corruption, right back in to Broken Blade's waiting arms. And G2 is not making the mistakes from game 1 again.
It was a bit quizzical when Labrov just went in when the wave was about to crash, but the timing ends up working out. There is enough support from the rest of the team. The damage comes through, and Gigo didn't have TP, so there's no way for him to join. We had the full 5-man rotation, because Hans also, I think, just walked from mid lane towards the top end of the map. And if this Einer falls as well, even if he ends up dying, which I don't think is a given, Jack's obviously quite slippery.
Yeah.
Wukong, they'll be able to get him. It'll take a while, but that doesn't matter. I think that the trade is 100% worth it, although the Dragon will most likely go over to Furia.
Yeah, it was a lot of money from a tier 2 turret. You are going to get a good amount from the shutdown as well. You will get it onto the Rise.
Oh, never mind. Okay, but if you get Dragon as well, it's like... Because the shutdown, that's a bit rough, but if you don't lose Dragon, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Hafen does have both Rise and the Rel, who's now low enough HP that he has to reset. Means that G2 has control over this bottom side river, has control over the Drake. Once again, Chronicler, we are at a 1-to-1 Drake state. Nobody's working on that early Drake win condition here, and it looks like G2 still going to be comfortable enjoying their lead with a 1,000 gold.
Rise no flash, rise no flash.
I'm gonna ult again.
Look on right, look on right.
That's 3.
Let's go right. I have ulti on
That's
anyone.
3 guys. That's gonna dip. Okay, go on rise. Good job. Sorry. Go.
No flash.
Look at him.
Nice.
As you see there, G2 really doing what I think we were all expecting after game 1, pulling it back, only going for plays when the whole team is there, the whole team is ready, and the coordination compared to game number 1 is night and day. Now, I do want to be clear, it's not like Furious composition doesn't scale well. They still have, particularly the Wukong and Rise in mid to late game team fights are absolute menaces. So we still need to see G2 actually close out on this. The team fight's going to be very interesting because I still think Hans is going to have a tough time. That objective just gone though, and they're just kind of looking at it happen. I don't think they can really catch anyone out here, and G2 going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, G2 Rift Herald for free. You could see that Tatu wanted to contest, but it's one of the strengths of Alistar. Because you have the powerful displacement through the headbutt, even if he wants to walk up, it's not going to happen.
Both the Alistar and the Maokai, right? The guaranteed point and click CC, the ultimate as well. As it looks like we're also seeing the full commit to AP. I was kind of expecting the Liandry's into then just going tank.
Me as well.
But looks like that is not going to be the case. As the crowd, given game one, I think warranted trying to support the team here.
Yeah, getting fired up for it. Not sure exactly what the reason for the pause is. We'll let you know if we have any more information, but hopefully it's one of those ones that's fast enough. We just get back into the game before we even know. I am really excited to see where the rest of this mid-game starts going. G2 are controlling the objectives more overall. The Drakes, of course, even split 1-1, but all 3 grubs for G2. They've got the Herald for the side of G2. They got the first turret on their side as well, securing themselves the empowered boots, like you were also mentioning earlier. They've got a lot in their pocket, but I need to see it still come together in the mid game. I need to see the coordination.
For me, the biggest difference, as you highlight, obviously the coordination for the team as a whole is better, but what's really important with any Maokai composition, and particularly into the amount of hard engage that the enemy team has, is if you are first to an objective, approaching is such a nightmare for the entirety of Fury, because there is, especially now that they're beefed up by a ton of AP, the saplings, there's just the fact that you have the ultimate, there's the Alistar, and outside of the Varus, basically every other single target that you can try and get a pick on is not really going to work. You have the Jax who can still Counter-Strike. I imagine BB is also going to go towards like a third item Zhonya's as well to make even the late game that a problem. Then we have the Alistar, who self-explanatory just can't really go on to front. Because if you just get to use the fact that right now your lanes are looking good, and there's not really an opportunity thus far for Fury to get to those objectives first. Like, this is a really good example, because what you'd really want to do had you had full control as Fury was just go for the cross map, right? Like, try and push in. But Cassante alone in the side lane doesn't hit the same as a Jax would.
Exactly. Update on our pause. We do have a peripheral issue. Looks like Lebrov is having some problems with his mouse. So we're going to see if we can get that swapped out, fixed, taken care of in whatever way is most effective so we can get back into the game ASAP. But until then, I have been very interested so far in this game, just how much more G2 is playing around Broken Blade. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but if you remember back in game number 1, even after we saw that first solo death from Broken Blade on one of these iconic like Broken Blade champions, we looked at the player cam, you could see the frustration on his face, right? It's like, I messed up, I shouldn't have taken that fight, he got me. And now seeing the rest of the team play around him more, try to set him up more for success, prevent that and help him kind of find that mental rebound, I love to see it.
It also, in that specific matchup, like if an Aatrox gets ahead and you're a jungler, you're like, I'm sorry, man, I don't want to get in that lane.
What do I do to this guy?
Well, if this backfires, we just both die. Particularly when it's a champion like Warwick, right? If that would have been something like a Cassante, I think you have a lot more confidence going in because you have so much more time, you have a lot of CC. But with Warwick, it is kind of fall behind and you are somewhat doomed. So this time around, G2 really pivot, pay way more attention towards Broken Blade, and that's for me the biggest difference. Every play looks like the players are clearly communicating, everyone's on the same page, right? The top play looked a little dicey, but because of the response from the rest of the team, the damage does come through. Lebrov is able to get out without too much of a hassle. As hopefully we can get back into game soon, because the series is really still in an interesting place, because as mentioned, I do think G2, in the position that they're in now, getting Prio is really easy because they have, right, the Jax, who obviously is a split push advantage. You have the Corki and Varus, both of which have great wave clear. So we'll see if Fury is somehow able to regain control in this game. And I think it's going to have to be engages, right? The Rel, as well as the Wukong, the ability to just get on top of the enemy backline is definitely very, very big.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why the early game has felt a little bit more difficult for Furia this time around. You talked a lot about how Wukong wants to be this level 6 power farmer. Tatu went for a potential play mid lane.
It was 2 ganks, right? The bot one as well.
And they fizzled out. They didn't work. Yeah, the bot lane gank that ended up actually just being counter ganked immediately by Skewmond. It ends up costing Tatu his flash. So we get to see 2 failed ganks, one of which costs a flash before the level 6 is even active, which then slows down the Wukong, so we don't have those big, powerful skirmishes and team fights. And I think that you're exactly right. If we see one of those types of moments where Ryze and Wukong both get to play their game, then all of a sudden it's a lot more difficult for G2 to play it outright.
As the players you can see, just trying to maintain focus.
It's tough, man. During these long pauses, it completely takes you out.
I'll be real, it's hard for me.
Yeah,
you know,
we're commentators, and it's like, I want to get back into the game.
Oh no, I was talking because in the LCK we love just yapping about anything. I'm shocked that we've been able to stay on topic for basically the entirety of this series.
We're locked in, man. It's the first game of MSI. We gotta lock in.
I know. I need gameplay.
We're in, but we're not actually in. Sorry, I was speaking hyperbolically. Figuratively. That's
Mentally,
that's we're not actually back in the game. Sorry for anybody who was just watching on a second monitor and you had the audio up. We're not actually in. The game is still paused. The mouse is still being fixed. But it looks like our ref is swapping out some cables, plugging in something new. Okay, I just got an update. It's only going to be like another minute or so, hopefully. So we should be able to. Ideally, okay.
Otherwise, at what point do we start talking about what your favorite thing in Vancouver has been so far? Give it 3 more minutes.
There was a really good shawarma truck. It was really tasty.
My guy.
Why?
I'm sure it was good.
You posed the question.
You were a pander. You know, I'm like, oh, the most Canadian thing ever. I had poutine. It was a no.
I mean, it was a Canadian shawarma truck.
I don't want you to lie. It was good.
Yeah, it was really tasty. Very highly rated. 4.9 stars. 4.9. Yeah. Every other thing that I saw, second highest rated thing I saw anywhere else is a 4.7. This was a 4.9.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
What about you? What's been your favorite thing so far?
That's hard. I haven't fully been here because obviously I flew in from Korea.
Right.
And I'm only 70% sure that everything I've experienced actually happened and wasn't just me being asleep.
The jet lag delirium. Oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. I had the same thing back at first stand. It's like the same thing.
Bad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's real bad.
Yeah.
Well, you also have the added issue of, you can't really eat anything. I at least can eat most stuff here in Canada.
It's fine. It's okay. You make it work. You make it work. But we've
passed the 1 minute, right?
We're seeing it's like the mouse configuration program thing.
Are we gaming? Well, we're not gaming yet.
We might be. Yeah, sorry again if you got us up on a secondary tab or something. We are not yet quite gaming, but we're getting back close to it. Shout out Benny88999. Thanks for subscribing, bro. During the pause as well. Good job, Benny.
That's commitment.
Yeah. Benny's in there.
I appreciate that.
Okay, Broken Blade. Just checking. Hey, man, what's going on with the mouse? Gonna play? Gonna get back into the game soon? It's like when you're playing flex queue with your friends and somebody says, hey, I'll be right back, give me a couple of minutes, and it's 15 minutes later and you have to go typing in the Discord. Where are you at?
How often has that happened to you, Flowers?
Oh, plenty of times. Plenty of times.
You want to call anyone out? That was the moment.
Raz is one of them. Let's actually call Raz out right now. Analysts, I've just been informed by producers. We're going to toss things back to you guys for the time being while the mouse continues to be fixed. What are your thoughts?
Brother saying?
Raz, they're throwing you under the bus.
I didn't even know what he was saying, but it must have been a lie.
He was basically, I love how all of G2 just whip their heads and they're just looking at the rough,
okay?
When are we getting back in game?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's the kind of stuff that's going to take you out
Flowers
of the
called
game.
you out as the problem.
Oh.
Wait,
you're admitting to it.
Well,
are you the person to blame for any peripheral related issues?
Are we looking at you and just being like, Raz?
There's always a culprit.
It's not your fault. It sounds like it's your fault.
No matter how many times people would like to say that it is my fault, my lawyer has told me that to say yes.
It sounds like it's your fault.
Yes, I will say, to add on to delirium of we're hearing from Chronicler.
Right.
We were having chicken earlier. I guess we were at a sushi restaurant, and the man just dropped the chicken.
Are we just talking about food? We're not going to talk about food actually
because
the game is ready now. Back to you guys.
You're a slob, Chronicler.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Summoner's Rift here for MSI 2025. The peripheral issues are solved. The mouse is reconnected. We are back into the game. It is 6-4 in kills in favor of G2. It is not even a 1,000 gold lead, though, and the Dragons are split 1-1. G2, however, has controlled those topside Baron Pit early objectives with the Grubs and the Herald, and we want to see if they can continue this control of the game now as we're just about to crest 18 minutes on the clock.
Viewers everywhere saved from food talk, and Rez trying to blame other people for his shortcomings.
Yes, which somehow come together in the same topic.
I don't know if that happened. As the setup, as mentioned, for Furia, I think is going to be mostly centered around can we actually find a good engage angle? Because in a lot of these fights, I do expect G2 to be able to kind of peel back as Labrov going on a deep flank. This is a Cassante, though, so you need to be careful about your angles.
Okay.
We also see Skewmont in the area.
Yeah, Skewmont and Labrov hanging around. Gigo is going to immediately do a little footwork into the Tri-Brush, Pathmaker right back out. Jojo coming in to reinforce if he needs to. One big thing I want to point out, Toots just completed his Archangel Staff.
Yeah.
He is 5 spell charges away from turning it into Seraph's Embrace. His Rod of Ages is also at 8 out of 10 stacks. So here in 2 minutes, Toots is just going to have a massive power spike with that Rod of Ages alongside the Seraphs. Ryze will be very powerful. And again, I have to give credit to Hans. We're always seeing these piercing arrows find Ayu as Jojo wanted to make the engage. Toots immediately realm warps into his own demise. He's got to be careful about this one as Tatu's not going to be taken very low. Toots trying to provide a little bit more damage with a broken blade as Tatu is in full retreat. Toots wanted to deliver his jungler into the enemy lines, but as Tatu is caught out of position, he is forced to retreat.
Ooh, I think Furia should be happy that that didn't end up going worse. That was a very scattered engage because Hans was able to flash. Jojo didn't quite catch him off guard. Now the flash being down for Hans, that's a big win. That's something, but because of how much else was invested there, at least for now, Furia is gonna have to back off. They didn't have to use Tatu's flash, which is kind of crazy. Thought that that was going to be used. As we take another look here, so Hans very ready. Jojo doesn't quite find the combo in him. You can obviously go for like the Q first and then go for the follow-up. Didn't get that. And then Tatu able, thanks to the root there from Tuts, to stay alive despite everything. And G2 not able to find a counter kill, but I don't really think that they need to. Again, as long as they get to go for these counter engages, they're going to be happy.
Yeah, they might still find their counter kill here as Jojo's already down to half HP. That rail is not long for this world. Broken Blade's already got him. Tatu's dead next. And now with Gigo teleporting into 5 players in G2 jerseys, Gigo is going straight into the ground. G2 just crushed Furia.
In the previous play, Furia was able to slip away. This time around, not so much. G2 found the front line, not ready for this many people to be there, and able to both get the kills, get the Otacon as well. And on the counter punch, it's Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves for Otacon,
not good.
Not the ideal handshake coming out from Furia,
and 2
honestly.
kills for G2.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for G2 at this point. They've got a 3,000 gold lead. They're 23-12 in terms of the flower petals throughout the map. They've got themselves just an absolutely commanding position in this game.
I think there, Labrov found Tuts because he used his flash as well as Realm Warp. As did Labrov, so I imagine that happened off screen while they were setting up for Dragon. That should mean that this next Hextech Drake is basically guaranteed to go to Furia as... Ooh, Broken Blade?
Yeah, Broken Blade getting a little bit of damage onto Ayu there, forcing him to Essence shift back over to safety, as G2 just has total control still over this bottom side river, over this Drake pit. Easy enough for AP Maokai to just burst this thing down fast enough. Not insanely quick, but still not like there's any contest when G2 is finding opportunities like this.
And the big thing is that Rel, so much of her tankiness comes from the ability to CC other people. So if you're just caught, there's not really that much you can do. This TP obviously feels really bad. Understandable in the moment, but given that both of your frontliners just die in seconds, it just is a TP to the death. And I think you can see as well from the G2 coach's response, they know, right? That was a really big moment. You get the kill, you get the Otacon. The game isn't in the bag quite yet, but it is looking a lot better, right? Otacon is there, you're sitting at 2-1 Drakes, you have map control, And there is so much counter engage available on G2. And if you are aware of where everyone on Furia is, it's really hard for them. Again, we keep going back to this. There are not a lot of good targets on G2.
There's Han Sama. That's about it.
Yeah, well,
So-
I mean, if Cap's like in that position, obviously, then maybe. But even then, like the Maokai, the Counter-Strike, the Alistair, the Locket available as well, just makes it so hard to actually get back in the game. And it wouldn't be surprised if G2 also are in comms just going, guys, just keep playing this slow. Like, this game could go on for another 20 minutes like this, and that's fine. Yeah, it's not a problem. As long as we keep stacking the objectives.
It goes back to what you were talking about at the beginning of the game, right? Like, when you're coming into this series, such heavy favorites, and game one is as one-sided as it was, you need a good bounce-back game to make sure that you don't start slipping further and further and further away from a solid mental state. And G2 seem to be bouncing back excellently in this second one.
Really, all you need to avoid with Otacon taken especially, that's one of the big breakpoints that we often see for teams, where they overestimate how quickly they can do it, they end up getting caught. It's really just avoid a Baron flip, and anytime soon there shouldn't really be a big opportunity for Furia to regain some control of this game. We see as well, when it comes to the sideways, continuously very far pushed up in favor of G2. Look at Caps towards the top side of the map, has the 2-item spike now hit. Now Tuts is close to 16, did get his Roa fully stacked as well, but just the Rise, I don't know if that's going to be enough. And the fact that they don't have the damage from IU is a big deal. He's very far behind.
Yeah, 1.2 thousand gold lead individually for Hans over IU, the largest individual gold lead in the game. And again, another piercing arrow, another hit. Every time we are seeing Hans fire these, he's hitting targets. He's making it that much harder for Furia to try to full send these engages. We've seen how squishy these guys are when they go in and they don't find their CC, they don't find that perfect engage. And Hans is a big reason why everybody's melting as fast as they are. Furia, it feels like every time we're looking at their players, they're just grabbing a camp here or there. They're trying to scrounge up whatever scraps are left, and G2 is just choking them out of Summoner's Rift. Look at the state of the vision across the map right now. There are virtually no Furia wards anywhere, while G2 is lighting up the enemy jungle like a Christmas tree. They're making sure this whole thing is bright and easy to see any movements that Furia might try to make.
And that's G2 now. It's very straightforward. Just keep starting Baron, and every time they come out, poke them off. The only thing you want to avoid at all costs is an actual flip. It's really hard to reliably deny access to Tatu, although if you just put him to like half health this early on,
that'll work. I mean, Jojo goes in, but where's the follow-up? True Shot Barrage doesn't hit. Hans gets found. Gigo's gonna die at the same time. Jojo engages on the enemy AD carry, but there's nobody else next to him. And Furia is just all out of sorts here in this second game. G2 perfectly confident to stay in the position they're in, to continue forcing Furia back out of the jungle. And now, with the enemy top laner down, with that Cassante frontline no longer a threat, now G2 start up the Baron and dare Furia to stop them.
Oh, that's a creative angle that we see here from Tatu on the Wukong. It does get spotted though. I don't think he's going to be an opportunity to actually get a steal here. Going all the way around is, oh, Jojo.
Yeah, Jojo is out of there.
They know, yeah, you see the pings coming down. Like, they are aware that he's behind them. He was spotted earlier on.
IU gets out, Toots gets out, but getting out is all they're going to get because the rest of G2, they've just got control over the Baron Pit. Tatu trying to be a man on a mission, but the only mission now is survive. Tatu will have to use his Cyclone to disengage. Broken Blade keeps on the chase. He's just going to force Tatu back, and Baron goes over to G2 26 minutes in.
And this perfectly sets up for in 15 seconds that Hextech Soul Point imminent for G2. And Furia just don't get an opportunity to play the game, right? They're just getting very slowly choked out. And against, again, Maokai to me is one of the worst champions when it comes to falling behind because it's already hard to regain any semblance of control against a team like G2 as IU.
Oh boy. Yeah, that Maokai ulti's not going to give him anywhere to go. Trying to pop the cleanse to get out of it. But Broken Blade is powerful on the Jax in this second game. And Hansama's chains barely miss on JoJo, but Labrov ready to follow it up here with the pulverize into the headbutt. That's 2 for G2, and now it might just be something back for Furia. Gigo wants caps, but he has to trade his life to find it. 3 for 1 across the rift, as now it's only Toots and Tatu to try to defend, but they're nowhere near the lane being pushed, Chronicler. The tier 3 turret in bottom is already fallen. The inhibitor is the next target. It's 2 Baroned up cannon minions. It's the Rift Herald power, the Void Grub power, making sure that these structures fall that much faster as Tatu and Toots. The best thing they can do is make sure they only lose 1 inhibitor instead of 2.
Yeah, it's looking like Elder Flip or bust. That's,
I don't think we're getting there, my friend.
I don't think we're getting there, no. Because obviously there's going to be soul point now here for G2. Hextech Soul is also one of the souls where becoming or trying to play the game truly becomes a nightmare, particularly with the amount of poke that's available. Like every single sapling, every single Corki rocket, and every Varus arrow will slow and damage the entire team.
Yeah.
It's a bad time, Cap. It's not good.
Yeah. Furia had a great game 1, and G2 are bouncing back now with a great game number 2. They've controlled pretty much everything, starting off with Scumon's gank in the top lane for the first blood, then the counter gank in bottom to stop any chance of Tatu turning things around there. Toots just having to use the Realm Warp to try to get away to safety, as now Scumon's ready to follow it yet again. Here comes the Nature's Grasp, immediately ready to lock up JoJo. The Rel once again beaten down before any effect can truly happen as Scumon tries to get away. G2 backing out, waiting for their cooldowns as Furia continues to look for something, but Labrov is creating space. Hans backing back up again as IU gets the shutdown into Labrov, but Gigo is not strong enough to truly threaten the back line. G2 have lost their support, but they take out the enemy top and support at the same time. Toots wants caps. He doesn't find him yet. Toots stuck inside the hourglass, and his time's run out. Tatu trading with Scumon as the AP Maokai finally falls there to the Wukong, but it does not matter. Toots was the only one left standing on Furia. Oh boy, I don't think he's going to keep standing for much longer either. Broken Blade stopping him from getting away with a Hex Gate, and Broken Blade gets the last kill for the delayed ace as JoJo is so far behind in levels he has already respawned from earlier.
Got a bit messy there. Towards the top end. I think they didn't want to invest Broken Blade's TP because they could have obviously just TP'd him over earlier. And that's the power of investment right there. The amount of money item finishes for G2 means that even though this is a little disjointed and they're down a member for a decent amount of display, it just doesn't really matter, right? They're able to take down JoJo very, very quickly. And then here it looks like maybe a turn is imminent, but actually taking down a Maokai is so hard, especially with the phase rush. Very, very slippery. And then we see that really if Gigo had stuck with the rest of the team or find a slightly different angle, maybe there was a bit more of an opportunity, but all of this is effectively 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
Because Broken Blade isn't there. The vibes, fortunately though, for Furia, clearly not bothered by any of this.
Yeah, they seem to be having a good time. They don't seem particularly distraught, tilted, frustrated, whatever you'd want to call it. But G2 are having a better time, I would have to bet, because they have control over the game. They are 7,000 gold ahead. They are on Soul Point with 2 minutes left on that Hex Tech Dragon Soul. If they want to wait that long to take it, there's also even less than that, just about a minute and a half until the Baron spawns. G2 with total control over the Rift, they are now looking like the team that I think everybody would hope that they would show up as, this international competitor that has been to so many events before, now in the play-ins, now up against Furia, losing the first game. Game number 2, returning back to more of an acceptable showing, I think, in the hearts of a lot of EU fans.
Oh, Tatu needs to be careful. Gonna be hit there by that sapling.
Uh-oh, Tatu. He's trying to run. He's already used the clone. He's going to walk into the Realm Warp.
Nice.
The Toots called him the cab. Had to make sure that they got out of there.
Isn't he the cab driver?
Well,
Toots the cab driver.
Yeah, Toots.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Toots called the cab and then drove it himself. Okay, I lost the analogy.
Hold on.
It didn't quite track. Toots got him out of there. That's what's important.
What matters.
That's what's important.
He's a true friend.
All right. Yeah.
Whether or not he's a cab driver really isn't
Yeah, it's not super important. But what matters is
I don't know. Maybe it is.
Tatu got home safe. That's what matters. He got home. He drank his water. He's going to bed. Might have a little bit of a headache in the morning after that Ignite, but
also after the the soul point.
Yeah,
the Baron up as well.
It's rough. It's rough.
A little bit.
About 10 seconds here on the Baron. Broken Blade, however, getting caught out a little bit, but he's still not dead. Tatu wants to follow, but he goes straight into the dirt instead. It was all calculated by Broken Blade as G2 now with the enemy jungler dead for 40 seconds. It's nothing but a green light for Baron.
Yeah, that's a freebie on the Baron. Don't think there's anything that you can do about that as the Broken Blade flank to come through. I think looking to maybe apply side lane pressure, but he calls people or he pulls people over, right? And that's all that really matters. This is again going to perfectly set up the Dragon, basically the same time as before, but this time it will lead to Soul getting picked up, Hextech Soul. If the previous fights weren't really an indication, G2 is very committed to playing this one out by the book. They are not taking any risks. They're not taking any gambles. They are going to very slowly and very steadily just get away. And I think that's understandable, right? Given how game one plays out. If you somehow lose this game, you're gonna mental poop, right? Like that's not something that I think you can generally come back from. Jojo, I think unfortunately is still alive for a little bit.
I don't think that little bit's going to be a whole lot longer, however, as he uses Magnet Storm. Might as well. By the time you're back alive, you'll have it again anyway. Hextech Dragon doing a little bit of damage onto the roster of Furia as Broken Blade goes for the flank yet again. Ayu trying to escape as the Realm Warp gets Toots back to safety, but Broken Blade already has the stasis ready to go to buy enough extra time. Turn it around, guarantee the unstoppable kill there onto Gigo as the piercing arrow. I praised him throughout the whole game, and that's a great example why Hans Sama is not missing on this Varus.
And the B1 picks, back-to-back, end up being huge. It was the Taliyah in game one for Furia. It's the Varus in game two for G2, but obviously Broken Blade having an infinitely better game this time around. The team, they gave him a little bit more help, and he paid them back.
Yeah, Broken Blade here in the front line now. Finally drops. The shutdown goes over to Jojo. It ain't gonna matter. Furia dropping like flies at the steps of their own fountain. G2 come back with a vengeance, and 34 minutes in, they're gonna take their win and tie up this series in game two.
It's a pullback game that I think many of us were expecting after the game one. We still saw some of those trademark moments from Furia, the willingness to go for these fights, but it really did feel like once G2 got control, they never ever gave it up, and the draft really helped them with that. The counter pick this time around didn't really end up mattering too much, and I already talked about the fact that we obviously saw Hans Sama have a great game on the Varus. Also Lebrov, has to be said. A lot more impact on the Alistair. I think a lot of the early game came down to him being in the right place at the right time, finding these side lane plays that really accelerated G2 to the point where Furia just couldn't deal with them.
And I got to give Skewmon the exact same praises. Yeah. Very effective on the Maokai early on, affecting both the top lane and the bottom lane with those early plays, having a lot of presence with the Maokai ultis, making sure that they were able to not only find some lockdowns for some kills, but just create space otherwise. G2 bounced back in this second game, and TWIP subscriptions are back for MSI as well. Subscribers enjoy benefits like custom chat, emotes, badges, ad-free viewing, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL Esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the not like this Hui in-game emote for when you're on the receiving side of a game like G2 in game one or Furia in game two. The LEC and LTA South are tied 1-1. Analysts, what say you?
I say we have a series finally, and I say G2 look a bit more like what we could have expected from the second seed of LEC here.
Yeah, I think this is a lot more what I had thought the games in this series would look like, right? Like, really nice attention from Skewmon towards that top side. They lock in this composition, the Maokai with the double 80 carry for setup. Like, it's, they play it out much slower so that when it came time to a lot of these fights and objective setups, Furia just had no way in.
And it was close at the very beginning. It felt nice to see that both teams were trading on sides. Like, if they would find a pick on towards Caps on the top side, they would do the same thing towards Tuts on the bot side of the map. So it felt like there was a lot of trading, but every time something would happen, happened, it was G2 getting a slight advantage off of it. So it was good to see the fact that Furia was fighting, but G2 looked so much more comfortable of playing sides.
It really looks like G2 needed to readjust their approach in draft and so in gameplay, because the clock was ticking in their favor. But like, when I look at G2 in the LEC, I look at something more spicy. I look at something a bit more faster paced. But for me, it's a confidence win that they needed this, especially after losing in game 1. What did it come down to? Because I see you showing this man here. Honestly, I'm really happy for him, because coming after Yike was not going to be an easy task. On paper, I felt like they looked the same from a gameplay perspective. What I really appreciate on Skumon, especially on his rookie split, is the fact that he became this adaptable player for G2. Playing Maokai today, during this game, bringing a lot of utility. We know that he's a versatile jungler. He can bring any style. But here in this draft, he needed to bring stability on the draft of G2.
And the focus on an international stage like this, first time for him, looked like it was easy, right? And I think the Maokai was a good focus, because you're right, Emily, like the gank top side helped. The play on being able to clean up and kill Cassante on the bot side that was overstaying was another thing. And how important the Maokai ulti is for fights like these cannot be overstated. And so while it looked decent for Furia that they were trading back, it just always felt like he was one step ahead of them.
Yeah, and I think here is the kind of like, not game decider, but I felt like this was really what set G2 up for success. Labrov is actually going to live. I thought he was going to go down on the backside of this, but you see the Maokai setup, right? And this was set up by Caps pushing in that top side, Maokai coming out of his clear. They had sent Alistar up as well, and then TPing in from the bot side from BB. So I really, really liked this setup, even though Furia were actually able to trade mid tier 1 and bot tier 1 off this. That setup BB for that split push pressure, he ends up taking down top tier 2, and that really, really set them up on the map.
It just blows the game wide open. And even earlier within that game, the dive that they were going on Tuts and then having to force the TP from Gigo, and so that's like 2 turret plates, immediately a denied wave bot lane. It felt like G2 is doing a great job at being able to set up BB for success.
And the smiles are back on their faces, and on the other side, a lot of focus, of course, on the side of Furia, who still have the fan support, by the way. It's been wild for them how much the fans have been supporting them. Guys, we're still in Fearless draft, so of course, the champion pool is going to get thinner and thinner. Before we look at the rest of the lineup, I want to attract attention on top lane here, because we set up both of these mad lads here as being able to play meta champions, but also wild picks. Of course,
Sante's off the board.
I don't want to see Warwick again, and I'm really happy about this.
No more Aatrox either. Throw these things to the side.
So what are we looking at here right now? Like, what could be good options given how both team played so far? What do you guys see?
Woo. I mean, for me, the very clear look is Renekton, Sion, and Ambessa. These are shared champion pool that is very still prominent within the meta, so I expect these to be either banned or focused on. The one thing that's a little sneaky is that Mundo. Mundo is so obnoxious, especially as a flex that can go into the jungle. And so I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing an angle for the later portions of the draft where the Mundo can come in.
Yeah. I'm curious about that. I'm also curious because both of these teams have kind of kept the Rumble off the board. I also think Yasuo is an interesting pick for both of these teams, because while BB plays it in the top lane, Furia will actually play it in the bot lane for IU. So I am curious to see, as the bans get thinned out, right, as we lose more and more champions, what they decide to give up. That's the super interesting thing to me, especially if we are expecting Furia to go back on the blue side.
One question that I have, though, because I see this champion pool, this is whatever has been played from both these players on previous patches.
True.
What is the understanding of the new patch and the type of champions that we see both of these teams play?
So one thing that I'm always curious about is a pick like Aurora that can always be flexed and could be played towards top lane. And I've seen a little bit of it from Bin in solo queue so far when he's coming in. So I wonder if that's going to be touched. It's always flex picks on an international stage that comes to mind, like that or Nico. You may not like it, but we've seen it come in from the top lane from like MKoi, the AD variety.
Yeah, even Nirvin said that it was not the greatest choice in lane, but the champion is great afterwards.
Yeah, so there's a few flex picks. Those are 2 that come to mind.
All right, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that is kind of interesting going in is on this patch, we did have a lot of the usual suspects kind of getting some nerfs coming into this, not necessarily on the MSI patch, but the patch previous. So I am curious to see if teams stick with some of those picks, like the Yorick, right, which is such a huge pick in getting teams here. Yeah. So that'll be super interesting to me. Also super interesting is where these junglers decide to go, right? Because all that action early has been around the 4-minute mark in the top lane, and we'll see if that continues going forward.
Action-packed early game. That is all we want to see for now. And I want to see what teams can bring to the table. It is Fearless Draft once again. Anything can happen here at MSI in this first series. Who will bring us to match point? Furia is back on blue side for game 3, and we will be back right after this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We are 2 games in to our first best of 5 here in the play-in stage. We got 3 days of play-ins action before the main event kicks off. And so far, Furia and G2 have been delivering. Furia dominated game number 1, and then G2 bounced back with just as hard of a counterpunch in the second round.
2 very different games. In game 1, we saw a lot more volatility, which Furia did use with great efficiency. Game number 2, that was a textbook game. Coach, you're right, but we'll slow it down. Very, very deliberate play from G2.
Yeah.
And my expectation would be that in this next game, if we see the early game go the same way, they could probably step it up a gear. And now that some of the confidence has been regained, because if you don't handshake, I think every fight that Furia goes for the way that they did in game number 1, you don't give them as much volatility. It very clearly is G2 that can just go play textbook league, go for the objective setup, right? Find prio, rotate in the jungle, set up vision, go to the objective and wait for your opponent to run into you. I did also think though that the draft that they ended up with was exceptional as soon as you do get ahead, which obviously they were able to.
Yeah.
Now, we did see Broken Blade bounce back after a rough game number 1, but even in this game, early on the laning phase, we did still see him kind of get skill checked by Gigo, right? A couple of the early plays, some ultimates that didn't quite work out, and it might be worth investing more time again for G2 towards the top side to make sure that he gets to play the game.
So I think everything that you're saying right now is coming together for me in one big actionable thing, because you're talking about how, okay, G2 was able to slow the game down and make it so they didn't go into everything that Furia wanted to do. And then they were also playing from a position of strength because they got ahead early. And for me, what I'm looking at is game number 1, Tatu was on Xin Zhao. He was on a champion that can scrap early, skirmish early, influence the game whenever he wants to, play aggressive, and drag G2 down into the fight. Game number 2, the Wukong, not nearly as effective early on. So now, here in this third game, with Furia back on the blue side, I want to see Tatu on something that can really facilitate plays early. We've seen the fact that Gigo can be a big performer, even though in game number 2, obviously, not that impressive by the stat line. Again, what you're saying, went up very far ahead of Broken Blade in terms of just the farm and the lane state. And it looks like our very first pick here in this draft, this is the first draft that this champion has not been banned in that first round of bans. The Pantheon insta-locked in for Furia.
We've seen Trundle really rise up as a counter into this. Pantheon obviously is AD, and I haven't finished my sentence, or that's most likely going to be that lethal tempo. Chomp, insanely good, and Pantheon, his biggest weakness is that once he commits, there's no going out, right? You are already a very all-in style champion, both when it comes to your W, the fact you don't have an escape outside of, like, the best you get is the movement speed on empowered E, which that's not great. And then the pillar really makes that worse. So I do like that as a pick early on. Now, we did see G2 go for red side in game 1. Didn't quite end up working out in that one, even with the counter pick. So I'm curious to see if this time they can find something better, as that is the Annie picked up here for Caps. A pick that is very renowned both for its easy gank setups early on and its team fight and side lane impact when it comes to the mid to late game. Because you just, that point and click stun and that Tabers just does so much for the fights.
Exactly. Also worth pointing out, since I didn't cover him earlier, Draven, TF, Azir banned out by Furia. The Senna, the Gwen, and the Misfortune banned out by G2. Misfortune banned by G2 in all 3 games so far, and Furia is going to lock in a classic aggro bot lane, the Lucian Nami. This is one that you need to play aggressive, you need to be in your opponent's face, you need to be building advantages early on to make these picks worthwhile.
Also, we're getting deeper into Fearless. We did have a Nila already played, so obviously that's going to leave a little bit more space. But you want an AD carry that isn't completely hamstrung by Pillar. Now, I think playing into Annie for Lucian is still going to be tough, even though I would expect Iron to go Cleanse, because you are still often going to be in a effective range. And like, let's be real, even if you cleanse a Tibber stun, if you take Tibbers and a W to the face,
it's a lot of, you're still not of your health bar. You're still taking a lot of damage.
I also like the priority on the Nautilus here, seeing that come through, because the ability to guaranteed lockdown Lucian, I think, is very valuable. And even though When it comes to the 2v2 matchups, yeah, I was about to say, I'm expecting it to be a good amount of AD carry bans so that this bot lane can try and be as oppressive as possible. For me, in the current form of Lucian Nami, right, we've had so many different iterations of this.
Yeah.
It really is mostly about what you can do starting in mid-game, the power you have on mid-wave, plus the fact that if your opponent is, like we've seen thus far, short range, I think Nami can do a lot.
Yeah, and I think seeing Lucian Nami locked in further explains why the first ban of the draft for Furia was the Draven away from Hans Sama, who's known for playing it. If you're playing this, I want to get ahead early champion, you don't want to play against Draven.
No.
Makes sense.
Especially given Hans's his reputation.
Exactly, the notoriety of the pick.
Can't even hover it though.
Yeah, I know. It does kind of take away some of the fun, some of the flair, the pizzazz.
Yeah. But
we have Aurora and Ambessa banned away by G2 in the second half. Callista and Sion targeted by Furia in the second half of the draft for them. Let's see what G2 wants to go with here. I would expect them to go for their AD carry, leave 5th pick red side for Broken Blade there in the top lane for the counter pick, but we'll see.
I wonder if they're willing to look towards something like a Galio, right? Really go all in on that global they already have with the Pantheon, trying to play for side lanes very heavily. So Jhin, I think, makes complete sense. Jhin is one of the best neutralizing picks. You have a ton of damage in your composition already, right? Jhin can sometimes struggle if he's the only damage threat, and there's a lot of ways to get on top of him, which I don't really think there are for Furia thus far. As we are going to save that R5 counter pick for Broken Blade. And that Sion, man, I think kind of feels rough now. Sion is one of the best blinds. Rumble is still very solid. Do see that come through. What is going to be the mid lane pick to tie this all together?
The thing that I'm really looking at, though, for the side of Furia is I'm not seeing a ton of powerful engage.
Oh, no.
That's the big thing that's lacking, especially when we're talking about how Game 2 was G2 just saying, we're going to play slow. If Furia doesn't have these huge go buttons, it's a lot harder to force G2 into the scrap, into these like early skirmishes and melees that you feel confident just hands checking them in. And okay, the Sion got banned away. Here's the other big meatball for the top lane. It's the Ornn for Broken Blade.
We have really seen Ornn come up as one of the big, I say counters obviously kind of in quotes, because it's not like you win lane against Rumble, but once you get Koenig broken, really you don't care nearly as much about his damage. I do think that very often Furia ends up with droughts where you can really see all the parts fit together nicely. I'm not quite getting that there with this one. I think that the Orianna, from a lane matchup perspective, I do get, but I don't think that the setup is amazing. Really, your best ball delivery system is the Pantheon, and that's not that great. I also, when it comes to Rumble, always love to see an AoE CC. And obviously Rel's already off the table, right? Like, I don't think that the Alistar also already gone, so I don't think there's that much. But the ability to actually make sure that people take enough damage from that Rumble makes your early skirmish is so much better. And now, with how this draft looks, if we don't see a repeat of game number 1 as a... oh my, that's a lot. That's a G2 win and a Fair X enjoyer. They're really playing all sides there. I kind of love it.
No, I think that Furia's got to make this scrappy.
You got to win early.
Yeah, they've got to turn this into a brawl. They've got to make it messy, because if they don't, what's their front line? How are they going to play these team fights compared to a squad that's got the Ornn, that's got the Annie, that has this Nautilus for the guaranteed lockdown?
Okay, but hear me out. They don't have a tank, so Trundle doesn't get value from his ult.
All right.
I don't got a lot.
Okay, I was going to say, man.
I mean, you see my face, right? I'm messing with you. Come on.
I don't know if I'm going to buy this. This bottle's looking like a little bit of snake oil here. But
I would never do that to you.
Okay. Let's hop into the game here, see what we get out of this one. Furia back on the blue side, G2 back on the red. Game number 3 in this best of 5 that is now tied up 1-1. Checking in on our summoner spells, on our keystones. It will be Broken Blade there with the grasp. Of course, Rumble trying to slam that lane as much as he can. He'll have the Conqueror, be able to charge that one up pretty easily. Down in bottom lane, barrier for the Jhin, cleanse for the Lucian, just as you expected, my friend, to be able to escape that guaranteed engage from the Annie, from the Nautilus.
It's kind of rough though, because against Nautilus ult as well as Ornn, it doesn't really do that much.
Lebrov immediately ready to jump in on IU here, but he takes the losing into the trade with half his health now gone already, chugging a potion.
A lot of early trading I'm expecting here. Both teams going to fight very, very aggressively for that level 2. Tons does it the 4th shot, but did lose bone plating already. We'll see if Jojo and IU can find it, because if you lose level 2 early on, I think it's really hard to regain control, and they obviously have to play very respectful of the power of that hook. We also see Eri, there for Tuts. Would hope to see him on this Orianna try and have as much of an aggressive laning phase as possible, but into the Annie, I think that's kind of rough, and it's kind of an issue that we do often see when playing into the Annie. You can either try and pick something else that's also short range, kind of take the blow and then go from there. That's Clan's gone.
Yep, nice use of the level 2 advantage from Hans and Lebrov, guaranteeing that they're putting that early power to use there. When Lucian and Nami fall behind early, man, you know you are not having a great time down there in the bottom lane. Props to Hans Sama and Lebrov. Game number 1, they were slamming that 2v2, had a massive advantage for themselves. Game number 2, not quite to the same degree, but we're still up, I believe, overall around the end of the laning phase, as both of our junglers on the bottom side of the map right now, starting top side, doing that full clear type of path down here into the bottom part. As I really, again, just want to highlight, I want to see Tatu getting involved. I want to see Tatu making plays early and starting to scrap with these guys.
Really have to make an impact on this Pantheon. Right now, kind of, as we get the hook.
Yeah, nicely done from Lebrov. Remember, there's no cleanse from IU. He has to flash, guaranteeing that he stays safe, because if Hans flashes first and gets that auto fired, you know that there's problems for IU. So IU forced to use the summoner. That's both summoners down on the Lucian, just 3.5 minutes into the game.
I also don't think there should be a ganking opportunity here with that ward in the position that it's in. There's also Skewmon in the area. And yeah, as you highlight, it's the 4th shot, right? If you end up getting clipped by that, you have to preemptively flash. If you're too late and the auto is already in the ways, Skewmon.
Yeah, Caps has already made the flash engage here onto Toots, but he does not get the kill. Skewmon thinking about trying to go for that chomp. Maybe if Furia overchases, Toots has almost no resources to work with. He's just going to try to push the wave out as Skewmon trying to taunt towards Tatu, who chases after Caps, but the stun was ready, and Caps stops the Furia jungler from being able to get anything at all accomplished here. Now back in the bottom lane, the 2v2 continues with Jojo and IU trying to fight back against these guys. Lebrov with only 300 HP has to think twice about whether or not he wants to find that dredge line shot as Skewmon makes his way into the top lane. Gigo tries to flash out of the Pillar of Filth, but Broken Blade's immediately ready to follow. He goes for the brittle, he finds the proc, and Gigo's getting rocked. Skewmon takes a bite out of him. It's first blood over to G2. All 3 first bloods have been in this top lane.
And Skewmon just running over them early game. Even though Toots ended up dying, still had to use the TP, forced to flash. And then just walks towards top. Gets exactly the same play, but this time around does get the kill. Chomps him down, and that's going to accelerate him towards that Infinity Edge, or Triforce rather, going to be very happy about the state of his individual matchup, but also we knew he was topside. He was scouted the whole way through.
And Lebrov goes in for the dredge line. Remember that Toots does not have flash available this time. A little bit more damage is all they need. The fireball's in the air, but Toots drank his potion and barely walks it off.
The play's still successful though, because yes, he doesn't die. He doesn't have TP, courtesy of Skewmon. So that is going to be Toots being forced to go back, and Tadu just kind of watching his lanes fall behind, and he's been trying to get involved, right? We saw him in mid, was there, but even with the empowered movement speed, not able to actually make his way over toward any of the targets there. And if all your lanes are starting to fall behind early on, your first ult has really got to hit, right? This is something we always talk about with champions like Pantheon, like Nocturne, to a lesser extent with Galio as well. TF is another classic example. Those first ults,
any of these semi-globals,
a lot. Any semi or actual globals. But with Pantheon in particular, this champion just doesn't skill that well when it comes to competitive play, when it comes to the 5v5 So if you don't make an impact early, and that's not even, again, as we already highlighted, talking about the rest of the draft.
Yeah.
Where falling behind is a death sentence for a lot of these champions.
It's tough. If G2 wants to slow the game down, there's not a ton of those huge go buttons like we already talked about on the side of Furia to force them to reconsider, to make sure that G2 can't just play their G2 game. Skewmond already starting off here, looking for this first Drake nice and early. Caps caught out though, Toots going in! Toots finds the solo kill on Caps as Broken Blade makes his way over and works together with Tibbers to avenge the G2 mid laner. A 1-for-1 trade in mid as Skewmond will take the Drake in the meantime.
1-for-1 plus a dragon, that's a deal that you'll take. Nice arrival there. Caps getting a little bit caught off guard, I think, there by the damage coming through from this Orianna. But there's not that much to be gained, right? Even the bot side wave that isn't picked up by anyone from G2, there wasn't like there was really an opportunity there for Gigo to get more out of it. Because I will soon have access to that level 6 when I think the current form or the current iteration of this Pollution is going to feel better. But yeah, do note he did go for PTA. So what you see often is if you really only want to play for your calling, where you just dash in calling, they're half health, and that's it. You play first strike instead. Understandable given the lane, you need more power, so I went for PTA. But it does mean to get value out of that, you need to get into more dangerous positions, although that calling, as we can see there, still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, chunks them down to a little bit over half HP each. Still control over the lane for IU and Jojo. And you can also see Tatu nearby. He'll start up the grubs, but because he's Pantheon, he also has the ability to immediately join a fight if G2 tries to find something up there in the top lane. Even down in mid, easy for him to rotate over. And since Toots has control over the mid lane, he's got that wave shoved up underneath the tier 1 turret. That means it's total control over the top side river. Should be a guaranteed 3 grubs for the side of Furia. Skewmond and G2 have to be aware of this. Skewmond's just going to go into enemy territory, take the jungler's favorite camp, the enemy chickens, as Toots isn't going to be able to stop a whole lot about it, but he at least will slow it down. Skewmond actually doesn't get all of the baby chickens. So
Trundle's biggest enemy.
Multi-target camps?
Yeah, that isn't just one thing.
It's not a Gromp.
No, or a buff. As Skewmond, not able to get more out of that. And I think it also makes sense because topside, I guess, Ansama and Labrov, the bot lane was substantially chunked. And then Skewmond also hasn't backed since that kill, right? So he's still sitting on just the Sheen and the longsword. So I don't think you really want to fight. A couple of one-item spikes that are going to be really big for G2 are imminent as here we go again.
Immediate engage from Caps. Counter shockwave from Toots though, as Tatu jumps in for a little bit of extra damage onto the G2 mid laner. Tibbers will die to Pantheon's spear underneath the tier 1 turret. Broken Blade joining there, but the 2v2 is no kills for either side.
This play doesn't quite work out though, because the bot lane, Gigo is just unmatched. Will be able to pick up a plate of his efforts and doesn't have to be as worried about getting punished because Broken Blade doesn't have his ultimate. Still needs to be careful for the knock-up, but able to dodge the pillar, speeding himself up, and will be fine.
Easy to walk that one off. You can see Skewmond wanting to go back in, maybe look for more opportunities to farm, or maybe even scrap here with Caps. Pillar of Filth comes down. Tatu immediately jumps in to try to dissuade Skewmond. Blocks a lot of damage there with the shield, but still has to flash back over the wall. Trundle is so powerful in those types of situations. He already used the Subjugate. He was sapping the stats from the Pantheon, and it just makes it so impossible to stand and fight. So they at least get the Summoner spell out of the Furia jungler.
Yeah, if Tibbers was available, that would have not ended well.
Real big problems.
Skewmond, the best part of that is that obviously the Pantheon is just like gonna get pummeled by Trump. He's still just sitting on that Sheen. Like, my man is banking gold, and obviously any back that isn't Triforce isn't really going to feel like that big of a deal. Was both Labrov and Broken Blade just keep showing up in mid lane.
Labrov's ready to go. Dredgeline connects. Nami Tidal Wave buys enough time to keep Toots alive, but now the Shockwave again for the counterplay. Skewmond, though, not afraid of that one at all. If Caps would have got caught, yeah, maybe you've got some real threat there, but with Caps not being caught up inside the AoE, it's easy for G2 to walk away.
And if it's just these two, you obviously don't really have to flash start. I don't think they have enough damage, but there's always the threat of the Pantheon. You don't know where Tatu is, so if you don't flash, you end up going down. Pantheon starts to accelerate. Could be really rough, as we do see Tatu now finishing his Sundered Sky. Essence Reaver done for IU as well, and gold basically even, but we do have the dragon advantage here for G2.
So once again, we are seeing a top lane state where Gigo has the advantage in terms of the farm, in terms of the individual lane, right? He's up over 3 waves by himself. However, we have reached that point that you mentioned earlier, my friend. Ornn has Kaenic Rookern, so he doesn't really care anymore.
He doesn't care. My check for Ornn is always, what is the experience state? Because to me, the champion obviously still needs gold, but so much of the power in his passive is just gated by, can you hit certain level spikes? He's up experience. So like the fact that you're behind a little bit of gold, it just doesn't matter.
Like whatever, right?
Yeah.
But he's actually not even behind in gold. He's ahead 69 gold.
Yeah. No, because the kill that he was able to get. And again, look at that experience bar. He's thriving. And G2, they can go for fights. They still have a lot of power with this Annie, with this Jhin. If Furia make a play, commit to something, the exit is going to be a nightmare with that Jhin.
Oh, bunch of damage from the culling there. Looked like that was what? IU hitting Labrov about 80% of the bullets that he could have fired total. Labrov takes a massive hit from that, as now Furia, with the chunk on the enemy support, looking to extend their control over this bot side river. Skumon still hanging around though. Labrov walking close to the dry brush, does get found out. Tidal wave over the top. Labrov taking a ton of damage, and Tatu gets the kill. Furia ties this game up 2-2. In terms of the kill count, it also buys them control over this bottom lane. It buys IU the opportunity to get some plate money. Tatu going in for the ulti, but the Grand Starfall is not finding a close enough landing point to Hansama to make anything else happen. It will, however, force the G2 jungler and AD carry further back. It will allow IU and JoJo to get a second plate off of this turret for a grand total of 3 so far, and it opens up the bottom lane river for Furia to now start up the Drake. But the problem is the Scryer's trinket has already been used by G2. They know that Furia is going after this, and Furia has already used a lot of tools. They wanted to use them to make those kills, but now it's Skumon getting caught out. He has a flash to try to get away, but the curtain call is opened up. The bullets are firing off, and once again it's G2 grabbing the feet of Warfare. Furia has overplayed their hand, and G2 is happy to punish a little bit of a juggling going on here in mid lane as Tuts is caught out and beat down, and Caps is getting paid.
When the play started out, I thought that G2 had overstepped, but I think Furia just a little bit too over-eager there to dive into that choke point. They had full control of the choke point leading into River. I think if they play that slower there, it's actually really good. So take a look here. Imagine that instead of going all the way in here trying to take down Caps, they just hold the space. The hook can't be found. Skumon's out of the play, but against Jhin in particular, he is completely unchecked. There's no one that can come close. Gigo shows up, but at that point doesn't really get to offer anything. And the long-range re-engage that is available for G2 is just a really, really big issue. And it felt like
for Furia to now start up the
that was the moment.
The problem is the
right there.
Trinket is already
where I think if you find a big decisive fight there with your composition, and you get the dragon, and you get a couple of kills, I think things are good. It's not done yet. You have another chance here at the Herald, but definitely a big win for G2.
This is the first game so far in this series where the first 2 Drakes aren't split 1-to-1.
Yeah.
And I think when we're comparing these compositions, when we're looking at this Furia squad that needs to get ahead early, like you said, that is pretty damning evidence against them. That is a big issue. Now, if this Herald goes the way of G2 as well, now you've got some real serious problems. IU, though, lands a little bit of damage with that calling, but Hansama doing a good job avoiding the majority of it. Tatu going top here yet again is going to find a G2 ward in this pixel brush. Skumon standing on top of a Furia ward himself. Labrov will now also join up in that tri-brush, and as soon as they use the Sweeper's Trinket, they will know.
They have to go for this, right? Like, I don't think you can give over Herald against a composition like G2's. Ornn is going to give so much value to the enemy team, and I think in the 5v5, just playing straight up late game, it's not even like, oh boy.
All right, let's see how well he can hit these. Might not even get to shoot the 4th one. Nope, Tidal Wave arrives in time. It's something nice you can do with Nami to stop the Jhin ult. But
it's nice, but I think the Herald is still going to be gone.
Yeah.
And as I'm highlighting, I think there are parts, like individual parts of the Furia comp that actually scale quite well. I think Rumble is just always a threat no matter when. Orianna's obviously the big one. But like, when you look at how the fights actually play out, G2 will either absorb or just force an engage with the insane amount of hard engage that they have. And the Ornn items are going to be such a big deal when the enemy composition is relying upon just toasting someone as soon as they can. And maybe there's an opportunity here.
Broken Blade. He'll take a little bit of damage here from this Flame Spitter, but honestly, the Kanik Rooker, it gives you so much health, so much MR. He's got a second Negatron Cloak in inventory too. The Rumble just can't burn through him.
I honestly, if he had more vision, I think if he knows there's no one there,
he just turns it.
With the ult, I think he can just cook him. It's the Kanik Rooker plus a cloak.
It's a lot of magic resistance.
You're not getting through.
The next time we have his stats pop up in the bottom left here, I want to see exactly how much MR he's at this point in the game, because Broken Blade is just insanely tanky. 199 MR, 17 minutes into the game. Now, I know Rumble is a powerful mid-game champion.
Yes.
But that is also a powerful deterrent to a mid-game champion.
I don't know, maybe he can get the shield.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we did see him fully commit there with the overheated Flame Spitter. He got the shield.
Ultimate.
Yeah. If you throw the whole kitchen sink at him, you can get the Kanik Rooker and shield off.
Yeah, but then he's just standing there with a kitchen sink and go, what's next?
Yeah, all right.
Nothing.
Where do we go from here?
Now, with the Drakes not quite reaching Soul Point yet, and the possibility of Ocean Soul being fine, but I think Ocean Soul really low on the list of big problems. Maybe looking for a punish on Caps here, but like realistically, can you really get him? Even taking into account the Pantheon, I just don't.
It feels
really see it.
Tough, especially if Scumon's coming up there, man. This feels like Fury is serving themselves up on a silver platter. They're thinking better of it. They're backing away. Maybe if Caps steps up a little bit too far here. Scumon gonna come in, look for Toots.
There are reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, we're gonna get teleports from both sides. Grand Starfall, defensive positioning out of that one. Broken Blade knocked up into the air, but that's not the target you can go after. The Ornn is so tanky, flashes out, going to bumper through the tidal wave there. A lot of damage on this Scumon, but he ain't dead yet. The Ornn goes through onto 4. Tatu's gonna die, and Caps cooks him off. G2's gonna lose their mid laner right on back. Such critical health bars on both sides. Only Toots and Hans Sama still with a lot of resources to work with, but Fury is hanging around, trying to do more damage to the Tier 1 turret. Gigo in the tri-brush, has to be careful here. Scumon stepping forward, they'll just clear out the ward. Everyone came to the fight. Everybody was there. Summoner spells, ultimates all over the place, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
They did get the shield on Broken Blade.
Yep,
you know,
but it's back.
They took him to like 30%, and we joke about it, but that is actually a really big deal. If this is any other champion, maybe they're actually able to take him down. That's TPing in, as unfortunately the ult from Tadu not quite hitting the mark. And then here, Broken Blade doesn't find the W to block the CC, but instead uses it to go back in. And even though he eats a shockwave, it just doesn't matter. And again, Hans Sama just completely unchecked, off to the side. And this is only remotely close because Gigo is able to do so much damage with just multi-man flame spittering them down.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough as, oh, Toots.
Toots is in real trouble here. Caps ready to follow it up. Toots does a flash to try to get out, but it is a little bit late. Gigo finds Caps as Scumon was so preoccupied trying to find the kill. There was enough space between him and his own mid laner that Caps gets picked off, but they will still get themselves the Tier 1 turret in top lane for the side of G2 Esports. Scumon will take that as he leaves. Tatu is starting up the Otacon on his own. Now I don't think that this is going to be an entire attempt. There's no way.
No, unfortunately for Tatu, Otacon just a little bit too strong. Yeah, Gigo going Giga there, just flashes on top of Caps, blows him up in a very short amount of time. The downside for Furia is that it doesn't really lead to anything else. Like, it's nice that you get the kill, but really you want to try and turn it into an objective. They did get the Dragon, though, actually. Observers did highlight that as we were coming out of the topside play. Shout out to them. So, but again, if that was a Hextech Drake, I'm like, that's nice.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Might be enough. I mean, there's still no flash on Caps, and I do think that even though his KDA might not look as impressive, that Orianna ball is a big problem. Unless G2 is willing to invest ultimates, the zone control is tough to deal with, but if he gets caught...
Yeah, Toot's in some trouble here, but immediately backed up by Gigo yet again. Lebrov coming around on the flank, but he's not close enough. Skewmon and Broken Blade both in a lot of trouble now. Nice tidal wave! Broken Blade still alive for now, but finally falls. Hansama and Lebrov trying to get a little bit back here. Onto Jojo, onto Ayu, but instead, it's just another kill. Back to Furia as they get themselves 2 for nothing and a ticket punch straight to Otacon.
And that's a huge deal. This is going to be Otacon going over. Flash invested by Skewmon as well. The mid lane turret will fall, so G2 punches back, but I think you're still going to be pretty happy with that as a trade, as yeah, he sees Dynami and is like, no, never
Yeah,
mind.
he's like, all right, we're just gonna, it's a little bit of fast and furious racing here as the Herald finally hits the ditch. And Skewmon will try to take the blue buff and get out, but that fight, a disaster here for G2. Let's take another look at how it started.
So what I think is remarkable, I actually think that there is a world where you can make this fight work for you, because they do invest a lot taking down Broken Blade and Skewmon, right? Like, Broken Blade is able to stall for a little bit with the ram, but still gets taken down. But this attempted pick onto Ayu there, when there's not enough follow-up, Caps isn't in a position to help. I don't think it's going to work. Look at all the ultimates that were down at this point already. If you play it slower, you look for a re-engage when so many resources have been used, might have been an opportunity. There was a lot of health as well that was still found, but instead, a little bit too much is nicely done there by Jojo. Uses the heal for the movement speed.
Yep.
Won't get hooked. And it's a small win for Furia. I still don't think it's enough. Broken Blade has started upgrading now, already given out one to himself as well as Hansama. But it is a reminder that as much as I think Furia's comp might struggle a little bit when it comes to actual clean 5v5s, this comp has so much damage.
Well, I mean, in that last fight, it wasn't a true 5v5, right?
Exactly.
Like, Caps is separated off. Then you also have the duo of Hans and Lebrov separated off. It was a 1, a 2, and a 2. As Broken Blade fires a nice ulti to hit Ayu. He tries to use the cleanse to get away. He's already used the flash, and Ayu is down. Jojo wants to get away, but he's stunned up at the very edge of the curtain call. And G2 just found exactly what they were looking for. Caps picks up the second one.
Oh, the hook?
Hook onto Toots, but a nice counterattack there with the shockwave to lock them all up. But G2's got a counter to the counter, and they are gonna slam through Furia. Only the jungler left alive as G2 get 2 for free and then immediately follow it up with another double. They'll get the tier 2 in the mid lane. They've immediately got the wave ready to get the tier 2 in the top lane. And this game just got completely smashed in the favor of the LEC number 2 seed.
Hansama offering himself up as bait, a tasty morsel, but instead Furia ends up feeling a little bit famished after that one, not able to get anything out of it. G2, the only saving grace for their opponents is that there was no Baron for them to take, but there is still a ton of damage being done, as we see the summoners used, as this starts off with Hansama just being by himself, right? Nope. Broken Blade is waiting in the wings. The teleport, to be fair, this play was already a big win, but the fact that Caps then also is able to take down Jojo just makes it even better. No real opportunity for the rest of Furia to try and counteract. And again, this happens now. That's Baron. That's just game done immediately. Still, though, G2 in a great spot. The gold lead much bigger than you can see on your screen because of the power of that Ornn.
Exactly. Now G2 grouped up as 5 in the mid lane. Here's those full-on honest 5v5s that you were talking about. Here's what's so hard for Furia's comp to play out. A nice route there coming out from the Deadly Flourish. Equalizer's not going to get a lot done. It's only Lebrov taken low. Tatu's going to grab the kill on him immediately here at the very start as Broken Blade and Skewmon having a retreat now. Curtain Call is fired. Its final shot. G2 have not won the fight, and now with the Grand Starfall coming in, Tatu ain't done. Broken Blade tries to get out, but a little bit more damage is going to seal the deal. Tatu takes out Broken Blade, and staring down the barrel of a difficult situation, Furia calls the bluff and takes another 2 for nothing from G2.
Feels a little disjointed there from G2, and Furia smell the weakness, dive in immediately. Another reminder that it doesn't matter who you are, even Broken Blade, as tanky as he is, as many jokes as we make about the Koenig Rockern, if everyone on that team focuses you, you will die. As we get a reminder here, it feels like G2 not quite on the same page. I think they should have had more damage available there, but it looks like Caps not actually in a position to do anything. Tuts off to the side there, zones him with the ball, and then just the Jin ult isn't enough. There's too many beefy boys. Ayu gets taken low, but no one can actually threaten him. And then the follow-up CC comes through.
Oh, Lucian!
Slowly. Slowly. If you hit, it's good. No.
And even at the very start of the fight, it looks like it could be a huge engage from G2 with Broken Blade's ultimate. The second part of the Ornhorn only hit JoJo. The Nami all the way in the back. There was almost no value from that hard CC from the Ornn. And so G2 and their big 5v5 traditional team fight does not succeed. Now Broken Blade inside this line brush here off in the top side river to the side of mid lane. Tatu dropping the control ward in there, immediately going to discover that, as Labrov is going deep behind enemy lines. Now, there is still a tier 2 turret up in the bottom lane, so it's not like he can try to do a full wraparound play here, find a move on to Tuts. Ayu in a lot of trouble. That'll be a free catch for G2. And with the Lucian out of the picture, Baron's alive, Chronicler, and I think that might be where G2 set their sights.
Baron is alive for now.
For only a moment.
Yeah, only momentarily. I think that's going to go down quickly. As you highlight, nice catch there from G2. It's a long-range engage again. As a very short-range AD carry, at some point he's going to have to walk up to a wave, where he was promptly greeted by, as we can see, an Ornhorn. Now,
Furia's going to give it.
There's no blue trinket available. They're going to just send it.
Wait,
but it's
no,
too
never
early.
mind. They are not going to give it. Tatu jumps in with the Grand Star fall, but that star fell too early. And that is Baron plus a Pantheon as the cherry on top for G2 Esports.
Gold lead now 5K for G2. Some of these moments in the later mid-game felt a little shaky, but it's very clear they're not letting them get to their heads. Regroup. And just look for these plays. And this Lucian, unfortunately, despite some great burst that he's been able to find with the Cullings, just keeps getting punished by particularly this 1-2 of the Ornn. Comes in, and then Labrov knocks it down with the Nautilus.
All right, Skewmon now. This is what we started to see later on in game number 2. Once G2 gets ahead, they move into the jungle, they set down all the wards, they make it so the entire map is fog of war for the side of Furia, and you can see things are looking awfully dark out there, my friend. If you are Furia, it is so dangerous to walk into any of this. There could be Ornn waiting, there could be Annie waiting with a stun primed up, there could be the Nautilus waiting for the point-and-click ulti to guarantee that you're not getting away, and now G2 setting up the siege down here on the tier 2 turret. They're going to go ahead and use the teleport there from Broken Blade to guarantee that Furia don't have a chance to make it engage. Tier 2 barely hanging on. This is the last structure standing for Furia outside of the lines of their base. And G2 only need one more wave to force it down.
G2 just trying to play as calm and collected as possible. Ornn items coming through across the board. Only a few more left until anyone, or everyone rather, is kitted out. Feeling good. It's Rebel Baron power play. Gonna try and play for an inhib.
Okay, Broken Blade frontlining here again, just not afraid of that damage. Calling a bunch of it hits them, but not to great effect, as they've still got that powered up cannon minion slowly chipping away at this turret. If we're looking at Ornn items, they're empowered now for the Annie and the Trundle alongside the ones that we already mentioned for the Ornn and the Jhin. As here it goes, G2 going in for what could be the game-ending play. They do catch JoJo, and Caps guarantees he's already down, but Caps is traded back. Ayu gets the shutdown there, but G2 continues their push. It's bodies dropping on both sides as Gigo barely stays alive, but now Labrov, Hans, and Broken Blade gotta be careful. Broken Blade dropped low, but he ain't dead yet. Tatu keeps the chase going as G2 has to back up. Caps dying early meant that Furia was able to stabilize and keep this game alive. TP. Now a TP ready to rejoin as Broken Blade continues running away. Tatu and Tuts ready to join up with Gigo and try to guarantee a little bit more. Labrov gets tagged there by the Electro Harpoon. He's out of there, and Grand Star falls ready to lock up BB. A little bit more damage, a little bit more CC here with a stun. Tatu's got the kill, and G2 lose 2 on the way out.
And it will stifle some of the Rebel Baron power play. It'll also mean that an Ocean Soul setup comes through, which I'm given how this game is played out, I'm still not quite sure how they managed to get 3 of those. as we see here, yes, they find Jojo, watch him get evaporated, but he doesn't really matter. Still gets his spells off. And then here we see a little bit of a too deep chase onto Gigo, who doesn't actually end up going down. And as you point out, without the damage of that Annie available, plus the fact that Hans used the ult at the beginning of that fight, they're just a little bit too short on the damage, and then this extended chase from Furia ends up coming huge.
Yeah, the fact that Gigo lived with 200 HP makes the difference of the follow-up play, as Skumon has been found out in the bottom lane. He was all alone, and Furia is happy to show him the error of his ways.
The inhib also didn't end up actually falling because of the whole sequence. Oh, Caps, that's a trap.
Oh, maybe not! Caps is... really enjoying these interactions with his squishy short-range AD carry here on this Annie.
Yeah, only one of the two is having fun in that matchup.
No, IU is not enjoying not enjoying the way that this one plays.
Seeing the punish come through feels kind of reminiscent of what Fury was able to do, right, in game number 1.
Yep.
Not dissimilar.
Now let's see.
G2, fortunately, despite those picks, didn't end up losing more than a soul point.
So it's with the flash over the wall to guarantee that he doesn't get caught out there by Caps, but now Labrov could be in a little bit of danger. The Nautilus is not particularly tanky. Tatu just steps up, puts the spear in his back. That's a rampage for Furia's side, as a 35-second death timer for the Nautilus means that much less manpower on the map for G2. Despite the fact that they have this big advantage, they are struggling to close it out with some mistakes from the individual performances of Skumon and Labrov.
It really does feel like the positioning is slipping a little bit as we get deeper into this game, right? People are just getting caught left and right on waves, and this time there isn't really a counterplay, as the vision should be in favor now, and that's alone is not enough. We need to see Furia also actually get a juicy target in front of them, because otherwise I don't think this little pick is going to matter too much. But what they can try to do is just maybe put G2 in an uncomfortable position, just start up Nash on cooldown, hope someone overextends. Now again, G2 do have some great face checkers, particularly with Broken Blade. It's Tatu. Really wants the chicken.
It's a jungler's instinct to go for the enemy chicken camp when it's up. Caps is going around for a potential. The calling nearly kills him. Caps is dead. Caps! He wanted to make the hero move. He wanted to get the Annie play, the big Tibbers into the back line, but instead he's discovered he loses 90% of his health to the calling, and then the last little bit, an easy pickoff for Toots.
IU getting the last laugh on that one. The ward, MVP there, spawning Caps on his attempted flank, and if you are spotted as Annie, you just die. Now do note, Jungler still alive. Skumon doesn't have flash, is Trundle, so he would need to walk over as Furia try to get the Baron, try to get back in this game.
Curtain Call has opened up though. Tatu's got to be careful about that one. This Baron already doing significant damage to Furia, but they want to keep the aggro on. Curtain Call is gone. Furia with the pick on Caps. He had smite. He had smite. He had smite. That's
a little scary there, Cap.
That's a deadly flourish is not a Varus arrow.
I know. It's also another Jin 4 shot, but I've seen it happen, man.
That's fair. That's fair. We do have the Baron now secured for the side of Furia. This gold lead that was 5,000, almost 6,000 for G2 is now 1,500. The kills 15 to 15. What would be Ocean Soul for Furia spawns in 75 seconds. Maybe we're not even going to get to see that happen. Furia is just marching down mid lane. Caps back alive, hitting level 17 here on the Annie. Furia, they'll take the tier 2 at least. Again, the gold lead, just practically nothing at this point.
I think G2 is trying to overcomplicate things. I don't think you need a flank from Caps. There are comps where, you know, the Annie getting a flank like that is essential. I don't think this is one of those cases. It's IU as nerves of steel.
Yeah, he is ready to play to the limits here with the Lucian as he steps up with a calling. Broken Blade's going to try to block most of it. The Equalizer also already used. That's a couple big ultimates from Furia for not great result here onto the health bars of G2. Now, Caps coming around from the side. Keep your eyes on the Annie. He's got the flash ult. They try to go in for the ultimate there from the Nautilus as Caps goes in for the engage, but he only engages onto Jojo. Tatu's here on the front line. He's about to be taken out. Caps barely keeping himself alive as Giga's about to die here too. Toots stays alive as IU gets the kill into Caps, but now the carries on Furia gotta try to escape. G2 have found a massive fight. They found the AD carry, and it's a double kill for Skewmond as he takes a big old bite out of Brazil's hopes in game number 3. It's G2 versus Toots for the next 25 seconds, and G2 are barreling down mid lane. The inhibitor about to fall. The minion wave already ready, and Broken Blade so tanky, he'll take a shower in Nexus turret shots before he backs off. Labrov goes in for the dredge line. They'll lock up Toots. They'll lock up this game. It's G2 after a 37-minute battle, taking game number 3.
And the fact they got IU there at the end, I'm pretty sure he got just, despite his fest, clipped by the Trundle pillar knockup from Ornn. At the very end there, because if he lives, I think they might be able to clear the wave, right? That wasn't an empowered wave, it was just a normal wave.
Yeah.
If he buys a little bit of space, and they have the Orianna, at least have the ability to clear the wave, could have been something. It was a messy win, but a win nonetheless. G2 will be going to match point, but man, Furia giving them a run for their money.
Furia is making them work for it, but G2, they managed to pull it out here in the third game. They move up to a 2-1 lead in the series. All they got to do is clear one more, and then they're halfway there to making it out of play-ins. All you got to do, you win 2 best-of-5s, you're into the main event, and G2 is 1 game away from that first series win. They have driven us to match point in our first series at MSI, and let's send it over to the analyst desk now for the breakdown.
And there is so much to say about this game, guys. Match points on the side of G2 here, but like they had to work for it.
It shouldn't
they
be this
had
close.
to run for it.
It shouldn't be this close, but it is. Every time you're like, okay, wrap it up, G2. You just got Baron, and they lost the fight in their base. It's a constant back and forth. I didn't expect it, like play-ins to start off as fiery as it did.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing for me is whoever kills the squishy carry ended up having a window in, right?
We love the Annie pick.
Yeah, because the Annie gets blown up, and then Furia are able to make that bot side play that put them on soul point with Ocean Drake. Then Caps finds that clutch catch. I mean, I think... Yeah, both of these teams were really trying to, it kind of devolved into both of them setting up trap plays for these squishy carries on both sides. And I really don't think, like, I didn't expect it to be this close.
Absolutely.
I don't think G2 expected it to be this close either.
I want to talk about the tools that both teams had here, because on the side of Furia, I was not the biggest fan of the Lucian Nami, especially when you have Nautilus open on the other side. But Raz, number 1 hater of the G2 draft team.
I just like, there was a lot that was happening here. So first of all, I was like, Rumble is such a high priority pick, but it was not really picked by anybody until phase 2. And so it was picked in 4 pick. And then so like, I was like, first of all, okay, I didn't like the Trundle pick. I was like, okay, now the Trundle pick is by G2, please pick the Rumble. They didn't go for that. In fact, Furia goes Lucian Nami when they see the Annie. I was like, I wouldn't do that. That sounds like suicidal. But then when you go into 4-5 and you pick the Jhin and Ornn, the thing that I have a curiosity about is like, I just don't think the damage is going to be there. And if you have the Jhin, there were some fights where you really see them really struggling to follow up on anything that they had on towards like a pick on IU. IU died a lot this game, but there were moments like that 23-minute fight in Line Bush where it was like, oh, we got to pick on him. Now Trundle and Ornn are kind of like confused. Like, how do we get to the back line? We can't play front to back on this one effectively versus what Furia has to offer. So I just felt like draft was difficult from both sides. But for G2 side, I just didn't like their 4-5.
Yeah, I was going to say for different reasons,
yes.
right? And that's why it did come down to, like, okay, who is going to get the squishy carry, like, pick, right?
Yeah.
Because I think IU definitely was out of position at times, but then also G2 had a lot of really interesting and creative trap plays. Like, I know you were pointing it out to me, Raz, and we were kind of going to set it up if we'd had more time when this game kind of devolved into back and forth fights, but sending the Nautilus up to kind of catch him in mid. And then obviously that clutch Annie from Caps in the very end.
It was ridiculous because at like 21 minutes in, like G2 being able to lose that line bush fight, and then they redeploy back in, through mid lane. Furia are already thinking about Baron.
Yep.
They're sending anyone towards top side. LeBron's like, wait a minute. Rubbing his hand. I've got this. Makes the deep, like, push into the enemy, like, side of the map. And so, yes, they do find another pick on IU. IU's going to look back at that game and be like, wow, I got picked so much, we would have had a chance. If any of these fights, I would have lived. Like, if I played against the Annie a little bit differently or walked towards the wave, like, in a more safer position. That was just really, I felt like Caps had really clutch picks this game at the end of the game.
A lot to think about on this side of Furia. I cannot wait to see what G2 is going to come up with. But guys, let's roll back a bit.
Let's do it.
It's 2025. Top lane is relevant.
It is.
The action is coming back from top lane again. What is this?
I mean, I think, first of all, it's both of these teams, right? We kind of highlighted how both of these teams are going to try to play through topside. This is Skumon once again going topside to get that first blood onto Gigo. And the big crucial thing is, again, both of these top laners are going to lock in some really creative things for their team. But then top lane has been relevant all year. I know Azael has been talking about how it's the most diverse top lane meta that he's pretty much seen ever coming out of League. So it makes sense as to why these two teams would go top. For me, G2, we've talked about how back and forth this game was. For me, it was the 13-minute fight where I was like, okay, like they're going to be in a good position again. They're going to be able to close out the game, right? I believe it was a Drake fight where they ended up like Furia ended up killing off, I believe, Labrov.
Yeah.
Really, really blew a lot to kind of push into that bot side. Then we're trying to set up for the Drake and got bested by G2, as we're going to see here.
Yeah, the one thing pointed out for me is that you're right. Furia had the positioning and everything, and I think their composition worked well. If Rumble there is first and with ulti, like anything to layer on to the people from G2 that are coming in and entering the fight.
Yeah, and the big thing is that Gigo actually had to TP onto a further ward, right?
Yeah.
So even though he was technically first in terms of channeling the TP, it was Broken Blade who ended up making more of an impact in this fight. And then here, as we see kind of the final setup, Caps getting that kill onto Jojo here, and G2 being able to push for the win after.
Oh, well, I mean, this was
earlier. Yeah,
this happens so frequently, they all bleed into each other. So no, this was like basically when it felt really hard for Furia, because yes, not only do they make a deep play mid, but then they actually get cleaned up even further because they tried to enter through the Raptors bush. And so it was Caps again and again. This is the fight you were talking about, where he just nukes Nami, and it looks so much better for G2.
It looks better for G2, but I gotta say, we came into today predicting 3-0, a clean 3-0 for G2. We didn't have that at all, so I'm actually really excited for the next game. This could go game 5.
It could?
This could absolutely go game 5. So what are we looking at for the next game? Again, with the fact that it's Fearless, that is going deeper in both teams' champion pool here. What do we want to see for potentially the last game on the side of G2, but for Furia to crawl their way back here?
I mean, I'm just going to bring this one back up. I mean, I'm just going to point out one pick.
It's all about top lane. So.
It's not allowed. It's all about top lane, but for me, I'm going to go another flex. It's the Galio, because Caps also plays the Galio. A lot of the time, he used it to be able to influence top lane aggressively. And if you have Hansama, you can also do this towards bot side of the map. So I think if you get another chance, if the draft allows it to happen, then we go in that direction.
Grab that
Rumble.
Rumble.
Let's take that Rumble out of here.
Get him out of there.
This one out.
But yes, for me, it's about these picks. Like the Galio, if it's flexible. Same could be said about Mbessa, Gwen, like all of these picks. I think they're really good at being able to play towards them. And I always say flex picks. Caps is playing really well later on in this series, and I feel like if you can make it happen and get him more in, in an influential pick, that's a thumbs up from me.
All right, eyes on top lane, eyes on Caps if you're a G2 fan, but it is match point here. It could be anyone's game. Will G2 be the one winning this year, or will Furia bring us to Silver Scrapes? We'll see that right after the break.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to...
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi.
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done, I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna run, then I'm on a level 10. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
That's why. Yes, sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys out capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Vancouver, Canada here for MSI 2025. It is our opening best of 5. The whole tournament is best of 5, but this first one is currently sitting at a 2-1 score in favor of G2. First game, Furia slammed it. Second game, G2 slammed it. Third game, now G2 won, but man, Furia made them work for it.
There were some issues, right? Yeah. I think G2, looking at that game, given how good of a position they got in early, and that for me is the key thing, the mid to late game, very clearly people getting picked off. It kind of was the bad habits from game 1 that were effectively eradicated in game 2 that just came back, right? There were people getting very, very heavily punished for mispositions. We saw some unnecessary flanks, right? The Caps one really comes to mind where he just got picked off on the flank that I don't think was necessary, but they got the win. That's what matters in the end. As long as you get the win, take the lessons away, you can still be happy. But I really want to give credit to the way that Furia very clearly in every single game do not relent. They will not give up. They will keep looking. They will keep fighting. And they're on the red side this time around.
Okay, Furia opting for the red side of the draft. We are pretty deep into Fearless at this point. This is when Fearless truly gets fun, I think, the Game 4s, the Game 5s. However, one thing has not changed the entire series long, and that is G2 banning Misfortune.
Yeah, I do remember at the beginning of the year when you guys just kept getting free zeros.
Oh, you say
we kept getting dragged to 5 games. We had like 4 or 5 gamers in a row.
We didn't get a Game 4 until like May or June.
Yeah.
It was a while.
Well, then you finally got to experience Fearless. That's fine.
I know, but I was so jealous of you guys for so long because I just wanted the Game 4s, the Game 5s.
But you know what?
What's that?
I could see a 5th game. Especially given how that third game played out. I don't think it's beyond the realm of expectation, as there is the Mundo ban. Even though it didn't end up working in the final game that G2 played it in, it is still a pick that obviously has been gaining some notorious clips that I'm sure everyone has seen.
Oh, yes.
Mundo 2-tapping people, as we do see a Neferi come through still, despite all the nerfs. You can reset turret aggro. That's really the main thing.
Any type of invulnerability window is so much more powerful than it might first appear when you read the tooltip. So that's locked in. That'll be there for Skewmon or potentially for Broken Blade here on the side of G2. Looking at our bans, it is that Misfortune banned away from IU, like I already mentioned, alongside Gwen and Senna. And then over on the Furia side, they will continue banning Twisted Fate alongside Azir and the Mundo that you already brought up. Furia, their first pick of the draft will be the Ashe here for IU.
Ashe to come through. Might be looking towards something like an Ashe and Braum. That is a combo we've seen a lot. Does have a ton of power. Now, an early Nocturne to come through here. Obviously, most likely know the matchup can be playing into the Neferi. I do think the Nocturne is a pick that is somewhat reliant. I'm actually not the biggest fan of the Nocturne Orianna combo. I feel like very often it is kind of bait, so I'm not too bothered. What I do think is unfortunate is that a champion like the Annie is taken away. And if you don't lock it early on, I think the Aurora is also definitely going to get banned. Really, any champion that relies on finding a way into the enemy backline is going to be bolstered to such an insane degree.
Right.
Nico is another. I think Nico Nocturne, particularly if you want to get really crazy with it, you can flex the Nico. I do think that this is going to go towards the support, especially because with an Ashe, picking up a Renata would always feel great.
Yeah, we've got that Nico locked in for the side of G2. Very powerful engage or counter-engage champion. Also one of the most ultimate reliant champions in League of Legends. Nico without ult versus Nico with ult just feels like an entirely different presence. And okay, Kalista picked up for G2 to deal with the Ashe. Ashe traditionally though, I feel like is one of those characters just being able to slow Kalista down so easily is pretty effective against it.
Yeah, it is. Since the changes, it's not quite as much of a quote-unquote hard counter. I still think Ashe is fine into it, but really my question is, what is the support answer going to be? Because that is something that I think is a lot harder. That is a classic. It's the Seraphine to come through, and the team of G2 thus far, it's only short range, right? You're looking at a team that is forced to come into you. So Seraphine and Ashe. Seraphine with any slow on her E will get a root. If you get a root already, you can even go for the stun. And the ultimate value that you can get is insane into the amount of short-range characters that are there. And I think it's even further bolstered by the fact that normally Seraphine's ult does take some time, right? It's like Renata, the wind-up is relatively slow.
Yeah, she has to do the noise and then the pink.
Well, and you see the animation. There's a Nocturne in the game. So
you've got all the time in the world.
It gets a lot harder to reliably get out of dodge.
Okay, let's see what we get in the second half here for the bans.
There it is.
There's the Aurora that you were talking about, something that requires that setup. G2 are thinking the same thing. They don't want to deal with that. The Galio banned out by the side of Furia. This is one of those champions I feel like if you're Nocturne, you're diving into a valuable target. The last thing you want to see is the giant hero's entrance emblem light up below them and immediately stop that engage potential. So that's their first ban. I wonder if they're going to continue to target those counter engage types. Cassiopeia, another champion that is excellent against short-range opponents.
Are they looking towards like an R4 Scion here? It's kind of what I'm wondering about, because there is, and I think it's unlikely, because I think Kalista and Nico is such a strong duo, because you can also throw the Nico into the enemy team, right? And Nico has a lot more playmaking space because of the Fate's Call. But there is still the potential for it to be flexed. We have just seen it recently, but there used to be a time where you could legitimately also play it mid and jungle, as the Silas also gets taken away. No, that's not what we'll be seeing.
No.
We're just going to play Akali.
All right, we've got the Akali locked in here. This is a pick that, if I'm remembering the playoffs correctly from LTA South, this did not work in their initial game, their initial series, excuse me, against Pain, where Furia initially got knocked down to the lower bracket, but then they're confident enough to slam it again in the final, and it does work. So
there it is. Yeah, there's the flex.
Okay, we've got it.
It is and it could also be possible that the reason why they went for this Akali is because they made the read that it's definitely going mid. Yeah. So the Blitz comes out, and obviously playing a hook champion like Blitz into something like Seraphine, you're always going to feel amazing. She doesn't really have a way to get out of range, so your hook is way more lethal than it would otherwise be. As the Renekton comes through, Gragas is one that you could go towards. I do think we're getting deeper into Fearless. Sign is fine, but I do think that this is one of the matchups where Renekton can both easily get out of the way, he shreds your armor, and he has a way to get through your shield with the Empower W. So definitely a matchup where I think you're a little more... If this was an Ornn, I think you're feeling great. But obviously, Ornn after last game, not available.
Right. Fearless taking that one out. Also, the thing that I'm looking for is the setup for Lebrov's pulls. Obviously, you know, if you're just got that God hand energy and you can find those pulls constantly, great. But a lot of times you also want to run it with something. We've seen G2 run it a lot before with the Maokai in particular. Fire off the ulti, pull whoever gets grabbed as long as it's not a super meatball tank, and then just try to burst the guy down, right? But this time around, we're going to need to look to see that setup from somewhere else, or just full faith in Lebrov to hit the pulls.
That is always the thing with Blitzcrank. You need to hit. Yeah, you're almost all of your champion power budget is tied into these hooks, and any bot laner is a good catch. If you get Ashe, if you get Seraphine, you're going to be very happy. Great. Obviously, Akali realistically should get hooked. Nocturne has a spell shield, and then if Sion gets hooked,
Whatever.
It's it's probably not good for you.
You really want to target those two bot laners, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you are Furia, since they are the squad that needs to win here to stay alive in this series, what is the game plan?
For certainly, try and make sure that early on nothing happens, right? You want Nocturne to get to 6. With the Wukong, I saw some pre-6. Don't do it.
Okay.
No
Resist
pre-6.
the urge.
No pre-6 Nocturne ganks. Everyone just play a stable lane. I don't think there's that much kill threat on the enemy team pre-6, so just play it slow. Keep it cool.
All right, well, right now we can see everybody grouped up together. When there's Blitzcrank in the game, the chance of level 1 shenanigans spikes very high. And Furia does not want to partake in such activity. So instead, it's going to be the 5-man invade here into the bottom side Triburst, but they're walking over a ward. G2 knows that Furia is here. They're going to drop a ward there, and when Furia doesn't come up that way, okay, now they'll walk through. G2 knows where they're at, but it doesn't look like they want anything to do with it. G2's happy to just be like, no level 1s, play it standard, play it safe. And Furia, they'll get the vision down there with the red buff, but that's it. And I think if you're G2, it's pretty obvious there's a ward here since you placed that ward down on the back end of the red buff, and then it took an extra second or two for all of Furia to show up. You know they stepped off into that side brush, likely to drop the ward, and so they'll sweep that one away for free on the G2 side.
You know what that does mean? It allows Jojo and IU to gain control of this brush level 1. And additionally, there is no way for Lebrov to clear a ward, right? So if they get vision here, it's quite obvious there is the hook. Yeah. But I don't think you win that trade. That's the problem. Like, just the hook is not enough, and that's the level 1 that you're looking for.
Yeah, the 2 range champions versus a guy who is a hook and that's it. Sure, you can hit the hook. Here's our shields. Here's our extra damage. Here's Seraphine's high notes. Here's all of the damage from the Ashe. And that's immediately a level 1 recall from Hans Sama. This is not an Ezreal or an AD carry that runs a teleport. Hans is just going to have to walk it all the way back to the bottom lane now as IU and Jojo push the wave.
And Hans, for me, has been the standout of the day. I think he's been very solid in every game. I mean, it's definitely the bot lane's fault, but in this case, right, what can he do? Once the hook comes through, you do have to commit. I think the call there should have just been let them hold off. Unless you have support, I just don't think you win that. Even if you do hit the hook, as we saw, shielding comes through, and the early Ashe damage with that lethal tempo is just a really big deal. And it's not going to be enough to just get this lead, right? I think we do need to see Jojo and IU keep playing out this lane cleanly, because the big thing is, like, yes, you get control of the lane, but Tatu, is he fine? I think he's fine.
Yeah,
he's fine.
I think he's fine.
Yeah.
But he is not just only farming pre-6. Broken Blade, with the control, with the shove up here in the top lane, Tatu just wants to scrap. PvP at level 3 for this Nocturne. Broken Blade jumping back in after Gigo here. Gigo gets his shield immediately popped by the Ruthless Predator.
There are some things transpiring here that I don't quite understand.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Broken Blade took like at least a turret shot for the lane to get to this state. And then if there is a champion where just full clearing is very acceptable, I do think it's Nocturne.
Yeah,
like,
I would agree.
So, even more so than with the Wukong, I'd argue you're so gated. Although I guess if you do find, you know, there are some matchups where, as a Nocturne, you're actually a really strong duelist because of your fear as well as the extra AD you get when you stand on your Q.
Yeah.
But it's Neferi, you're not going to be able to.
Ooh, nice pull there from Labrov. But the counterattack, it's still Furia's duo who comes out on top in terms of the status of the health bars. I feel like unless Labrov is hitting one of these pulls, dragging somebody underneath the turret where they can't fire back on Furia's side, Furia's just outgunning them after the fact. Tatu stepping up here. Skumon wanting to steal away some chickens. He does go back in to get that, but the Fear Tether still finds its mark. As Tatu's ready to flash follow on the Shadow Path. Skumon tries to get away. A little bit more damage will do it, but no! Caps with a nice double binding through the Tangle Barbs. This early game, Chronicler, is madness.
Yet no one has died.
Well, hold on now. Remember, the top lane has been the location of first blood in all 3 games thus far, and Broken Blade does not want that to be the case right now.
It's a fist fight.
Yeah,
it's just
it's a back alley brawl.
I'm wondering. We'll need to see in the replay, but I'm not quite sure. I thought if Toots goes for the flash Q there, definitely gets the kill, but maybe he didn't have the energy to go for the Q. Not quite sure. As yeah, we're just continuing this because why not? This is a Renekton without flash, but he is still a Renekton, so... Oh, that's a slice and dash used!
Yep, they wanted to get the E, and then you bring up the Nocturne. Now Gigo finds a little bit more damage with another Decimate, and for the 4th time in 4 games, first blood is top lane. Furia on the board. Tatu, he might not be farming camps, my friend, but he's farming champs.
That's fine, he's level 4, who cares?
Yeah,
he's getting the kills, okay?
He's got it.
Getting summoners. And jokes aside, an early kill on Nocturne is obviously very valuable. One of the junglers that can really carry when given a lead. Well, now ding over to 5 as well. And also has been pretty active in trying to steal a lot of camps away from his opponent. And it is Broken Blade attempting to really keep the pressure up, as you would do, as we do have Labrov on his way.
Ooh, miss. Nice connect there on the hook. IU gets grabbed, and the follow-up from G2 forces out a flash. IU staying alive for now, but it's a potential 4-man play from the side of G2. Caps with the flash in for the blooming blows to find the first kill, as Toots now in the middle of 4 has to use the ulti back over the wall. It's a scrap in bottom lane, but Caps gets it. As nice pull from Labrov. They're going to steal the Gromp away at the same time.
Blessing the curse there for Tatu. If you get hooked, you die, because he doesn't have flash, but you do lose your Gromp. It's painful. I imagine that Toots didn't have his W, because it felt like when he went in, if you can stall with W there and you can actually get a big R2 off, then maybe there's an opportunity. As here, sidestep doesn't fool Labrov. I get the setup, and if you flash the hook, you live. Instead, IU tries to outplay it, doesn't quite find it. Caps with the flash Q, and Shurdy goes down. And then here, in hindsight, I'm looking at this with Caps especially being as healthy as he is and no level 6 on Tatu. I think actually going out is the right call, because even if you trade, do you really want to trade your life for Labrov's? I'd say no.
No.
As top lane, events are still transpiring.
Yeah, we've got ultis traded back and forth now with a fully charged Decimate. There's that last little bit of damage for the Nocturne. The Fear Tether is attached. He's wearing alligator boots. Tatu grabbing the second kill for Furia.
And we knew the sign was coming. It's been on the ban list already. But despite that, Gigo having yet another great game, and it's Tatu reaping the benefits, now 2-0 on the Nocturne. He doesn't even have his ult. You know, I'm sorry, I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. I thought that Nocturne needed ult to do stuff. I was clearly wrong.
Yeah, obviously.
My bad.
You have not studied all of the the books of Nocturne.
Nocturne.
The Nocturnomicon eludes you, my friend.
It does also illustrate what's so fun, and has been so fun in this series about Furia. It's just, they don't give up. They're just going to go. He's going to send it. Doesn't matter in what champion, doesn't matter where. And in some cases, they probably shouldn't. You know, IU in the last game probably could have done without a few of the E in calling combos into Ornn and Nocturne. But also, that's why the game got kind of messy.
They're going to draft what they think they can win the game with, and then they're going to play that draft the way they think it wins. And sometimes that's Nocturne ganking at level 3, ganking at level 5, setting up this Scion to be able to punish the Renekton. Broken Blade has been looking shaky this series, right? Game number 1, very rough on the Warwick, bounces back in game number 2, has a good performance on the Jax. Game number 3, his Ornn ends up very tanky, but even if we go back and look at the team fights, there were a lot of suboptimal plays, ults that weren't connecting where they should, and we've seen Broken Blade's highs be very high in the past. And so in this series, looking at him and saying, hey, I don't think he's on top of his game. If we play around that, that could be an opportunity, especially when you've got a guy like Gigo who's not afraid to throw down. I love this strategy from Furia.
And Scion is also one of those champions where if he gets out of control early, it can get really bad, right?
Yeah.
Like he can actually be a menace that becomes non-killable come mid-game. I also think that when you look at the champions that are available, like Kallista's all right, obviously, but does have to put herself in harm's way. But you're not looking at a control mage in mid lane that actually shreds through him quickly. Or in game number 1, right, we had the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
These type of champions can actually get through a Scion with not too many worries, as it looks like. Hopefully we should be going back into game soon, as 2-0 already on the Nocturne.
That's pretty scary stuff. The big thing I'm still looking at, though, because we talked about it previously with champions that have semi-global or global ultimates, the first cast of the ulti is always so huge. The cooldown is terribly long. If you waste the Nocturne Paranoia, if you don't get value out of it, it feels really bad, and you'll feel like you kind of lost out all of that extra momentum that you built yourself before. So, now that he's level 6, let's see where that Paranoia lands.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you know, he has a ultimate hunter stat, but he doesn't have domination, so he doesn't.
Right, yeah, it's, I wish I could remember the name. I always just call them the colors. Yellow, blue, light blue, green. Oh, immediately going in for the Paranoia here after Caps. Finds the Fear, but it's only... See, this is the kind of ulti that I was afraid of. This is the kind of one that you really don't want to see. Beautiful pull from LeBron into the Wombo combo with Hansama's ulti. JoJo's in a little bit of danger. He finally dies, but Toots is hopping in there to make it a 1-for-1 here so far. Now wants another. Hansama in danger. Toots grabbing a double kill. Caps about to die to Tatu off to the side at the same time. Skewmon won't get a kill. Holy cow, G2 just lost 4, and Furia sent him straight to the Shadow Realm.
Oh, baby, what a fight! 1k gold lead now. Grub's about to come through. And, yeah, JoJo dies.
Yeah,
okay. Wait, did he even... he did die, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he did die.
Who cares?
Yeah.
You got 2 kills.
They killed support Seraphine. That's it. Okay, Caps teleporting deep to try to get one back onto Toots, who immediately goes inside the smoke. Shuriken Flip does not find a target there. Honestly, Chronicler, I know that he's at 400 HP, but I think if that Shuriken hits, there is a non-zero chance that he flips.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. He is sitting on a lot of gold. There is the Rocket Belt now.
Now he's sitting on a Rocket Belt, yeah.
The counterpunch from G2, it looks like, is going to just be this dragon. Don't think they will really be in a position because Tatu does still need to get a base in, and also, again, they got the grubs. But an early Ocean Drake does mean that the Dragon's Soul will probably be high value. Opportunity here for G2. to not feel it. But this early skirmish, as they again find the Seraphine, go for the immediate combo, and like the CC is nice, but IU is there to slow down the play. And this is all you want as a Kali, unlike you have your Hextech Alternator, you have your ultimate available. And this fight position, given that Caps will just not be able to join, even if Tatu isn't waiting there. Like, he was already 40% HP because of the Nocturnal.
The comparison of the reactions, the frustration on the face of G2, the excitement on the faces of Furia, and the fans. If you've never seen the cams of the Brazilian fans cheering on their teams, you're missing out, man. It's one of the most passionate fan bases in League of Legends, and they couldn't be happier seeing how Furia is starting off the first 10 minutes of this game. They are up just shy of 1,000 gold, but G2 does have the first Drake for themselves. Grubs ended up getting split 2-1, so I do believe this is the first game we don't have a full 3-0 Grub take for either side, but Furia will still get credit towards the Empowered Shoes for that. And this is also the first game where Furia claims the feats of warfare, as now Scion ulti from Gigo to set it up for Tatu yet again. The Call to Meek for the heal isn't enough, and Tatu's on a rampage. That is 3 kills on the Renekton for the Nocturne.
And maybe a dive imminent here, but there's no wave. Jojo needs to be careful so he doesn't get hooked as Labrov.
Labrov wants it. Jojo with a flash that time. And immediately hits him with the emote too.
And Tut's going to use this opportunity to ensure that there's not a follow-up dive here by clearing out the wave.
Yep.
As soon as he can. Finds the final minion as well. That is a nice summer now being gone. And G2 does still have the opportunity with Blitzcrank to kind of create these situations, not unlike the Poppy, even though we didn't actually end up seeing that play out, where you can always turn any game situation unfair. But I think it's very telling that Furia is just doing so well in these early game skirmishes. And the big difference for me is that, look at this, this is still a good front-to-back comp. There is obviously the risk of Tatu and Tuts going way too deep. Rest of the team can't follow up. But if that doesn't happen,
nice route there. Forces the ulti out of Hans, so good save there on Labrov. But as soon as that pull misses, that's the thing about Blitzcrank. If you fire the pull and you miss, you are zero threat whatsoever until that cooldown is back.
I think the funny part about this game is we've also seen the hook does hit, but it's actually not good.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, and that's, with Blitzcrank, it is just one of those characters where it's so binary. Either it's a good hook and you hit it, or it's either a bad hook or you don't hit it, right? And then the play just fizzles. We saw it early in bot lane, and we also saw it there towards the top side. Yes, he finds the hook, but the price he has to pay, I think G2 is not going to be very happy about. As there is no arrow. Jojo does still have his ultimate available, but I think that Tatu wants to look for a base.
Ooh, Toots looking for the kill in the bottom lane while the fight breaks out here in mid. Labrov in some danger. Beautiful Seraphine ulti hits all 3. And now Skumon and Hans got him. But IU is focus firing straight through him. Skumon getting away. Hans doing the same. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, Broken Blade still under the pressure from Toots. Keep in mind, though, the Renekton with Dominus. Deceptively tanky. Toots does not want to force a dive onto that one. Tatu going to move into the enemy jungle. Check for the red buff. Go ahead and take his recall when he doesn't see it. That looked like that fight could have potentially had some possibility there for G2, but the Seraphine ulti was absolutely massive to turn things around. And now Furia, just about time for the turret plates to fall, are up 2,500 gold.
That's a good opportunity to go back to expectations. At the start of the day, expectations were that this would be a 3-0. There was, of course, the opportunity that Furia would take a game, right? But even a lot of the fans of the CBLOL were like, if we take a game and we look good, that's a win. Instead, we are looking, yes, G2 on match point, but a 2k gold lead here now. And really every game, I'd say barring game 2, Furia have just been very competitive. Game 1, they obviously won, but even game 3, that was a close game. It was a back and forth. And in this setup, I think as long as they are somewhat restrained, and I'm aware of what I'm saying, but when they pull the trigger on the Nocturnal as well as the Akali, we are slowly getting to the point where it's going to become harder and harder to find a bad play, right? Because if Nocturne is 5-0 and Akali is 2-0, like, people will just die so quickly, and there isn't really a traditional frontline on G2. Renekton is really as good as it gets. Or, you know, Skewman is W.
Yeah, you can aggro drop, so... The
nice.
problem is when you aggro drop, that means that the aggro goes somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that's a problem for whoever else is dealing with that.
Right.
Not for him.
The other person is now in the danger. The dog is fine.
Ooh, Skewman trying to sneak this one away.
Furia.
Are they going to find him out?
They don't want to allow it to happen, though.
There you go.
Oh, Tatu's going to see the Drake. It's down low. Tatu, he flashes in to try to smite it away, but it looks like both smites got used. It might have been a bit of an early activation there from Tatu. Diving in now with a paranoia. Wants to go after Hans. Sidesteps away from the potential pull of Labrov.
Ooh, it's tempo ult.
Yeah, it's a tempo ult to make sure they're low HP and go after the Herald.
I mean, we do joke, but he still got a good amount of damage down.
Whoa.
I mean, you still take that. That's Dominus gone.
Yeah. Dominus out of the picture. BB still very low. Top 2 down to about half HP. This is your Fed Nocturne. It's a massive shutdown if they get it. Skewman and Caps coming in. Tatu is very low. There's your Pop Blossom from Caps. And the shutdown over to Skewman. This is the trade. Touch forcing Hans back into the fight. But Broken Blade is ready to jump into the back lines. But G2 has already lost 3. It's a 3-for-2 trade. And Furia comes out on top.
Yeah, Tatu dies, but Ayu's gliding on them. No one's threatening him on the Ashe.
Oh, here comes Gigo. He wants Hans Sama. He finds the collision into the Decimate. The volley fade away. And Ayu picks up kill 12 for Furia.
And what a day of performances here from Gigo. Solo bolos, different styles of champions. It just doesn't matter. This man will not be held down. Huge individual gold lead as well. As we take another look, the attempt from G2 to punish this Nocturne, and a lot of cooldowns are used. I think going for this fight, understandable, but it's Labrov not finding the hook, and then this being a little bit disjointed, right? Tatu stalls for so long, which means that by the time that they actually take him down to disjoint the fight, and it's again, yeah, Jojo dies, but who cares? The rest of the team is clearly already trying to opt out of this, and it's G2 going too aggressive, clearly not all being on the same page, because half the team was backing off while the other team is going in. Maybe they call us, I'm not getting out, you know, I'm gonna try and look for something.
Yeah.
And the gold is not truly out of control just yet, but the kills are, that's gotta feel rough, right? Like the amount of gold that has been put into these mid-jungle duos, and not even to mine. The riddle thing, as we get deeper into this game, Tatu and Tuts are also going to create so much space for Ayu, because you need to deal with those two, which means that the Ashe is going to be autoing.
Refiring. Yeah, there's been so many of these fights where even if he doesn't have a lot of mana to start off with and all he is a right-click bot, he is getting the right clicks 20 times in a fight. Yeah, it works out great.
It's doing his job great.
Labrov stepping up, looking for maybe the opportunity here for a pull, but I would advise against it. Tatu jumping in, immediately decides he wants to go after Caps. Pop Blossom's going to stop it, but only for a moment. Caps is down. Jojo gets revenge. Now a decimate from Gigo here on the front line keeps Labrov and Hans Sama zoned away. 13 kills in 18 minutes for the Brazilian team.
The gold lead keeps growing. Mid lane turret is going to fall. Herald soon as well. And with how this game has been playing out thus far, are we really going to... It's going to happen? Are we going to start off with the silver scrapes on Series 1?
That could be absolutely insane, but we still have to see if Furia can close this out. We had our doubts in game number 1, and they proved to us that they could do it. Now, here in game number 4, they're looking awesome so far as we're just about to hit 20 minutes in. Ooh. The Rift Herald will be the target for Skewmond, and honestly, I like the timing that G2 is doing this on. They're trying to force it down with the extra power of the Callista. Gigo and Tatu want to step up, want to try to stop it. Caps and Hans both here though. Furia coming in to try to stop this effort from G2, but the Herald has already been claimed by Skewmond. Now you got to look out. Beautiful pull coming out from LeBlanc to try to shut down Toots. A nice shutdown lands. Big three-man Seraphine ulti, but where's the follow-up? Nobody on G2 is dead. Jojo's forced to flash back over the wall, and G2, they get the Herald, they get a kill, they almost get Tatu, but now Broken Blade is still leading the charge. Furia continues to fight, the Decimate doesn't find the Renekton, and LeBron gets saved by Hans. Gigo's still frontlining as the rest of Furia runs away. Pop Blossom Quadra for Gigo!
As Gigo gets 4!
What?
G2! They could have just left it at that, but no! They try to get more. The sums they got, because this attempt from Furia, it's just a little bit too much. Jojo isn't quite in the position. They immediately get so much damage down onto the Sakali. Nice hook from Labrov, gets him out. But that stalling out from Jojo, I think, actually ends up being big. And then you can just leave it at that, right? You got a bunch of cooldowns. Yes, you won't get Tatu, but it's not the end of the world. But instead, they keep going into this choke point. And Seraphine is one of those champions where if you get more rotations off, you end up sustaining so much. These small choke points are huge, as Gigo hasn't died yet, but maybe using his passive this time around.
That is a 1,000 gold shutdown. They have to give this to the right player. Skewmont will be the one to take it. Big shutdown for G2. That was a very fed Scion. That is a top lane that has Otacon that spawned only 1 minute ago. That is a G2 that still has the Herald in their inventory. And this is a big punch coming back from the LEC. After Furia had been dominating so far, it's Otacon for G2. They're going to slam the turret into the tier 2 turret at the top side at the same time. They should be able to get the gold from this. Ash Arrow collides, but it won't be enough. The turret's still barely hanging on, but the extra damage from the one Void Grub is enough to force it down. At the same time, mid lane tier 2s have been taken by Furia in the mid and bot lane. Tatu trying to stop the backs, but he walks too close. LeBron with another beautiful pull, but the ulti over the top slows it down. Shut down over to Skewmont. Broken Blade in trouble. He's gonna die now as Skewmont tries to jump back over the wall, but Gigo's ready to chase. Make that 2 dead in G2 jerseys. LeBron and Hans on the run, but Gigo, Ayu, and Jojo are all ready to chase.
And the mayhem continues as Tatu goes down. G2, they get Otacon. And I think that's them making the best out of a bad situation. Thanks to them getting that inner, the gold lead stays relatively even. 4.7 now. I think it was 4.2 by the time the play began, but obviously you do get a decent amount of value with the Otacon. But man, this 4th game, Dragon has been found in its Hextech again. Loving me some Hextech gate action, but it also means that the relative value of these Dragons does go up. And still, some of the decision-making around when to take these fights from G2 has fell off, whereas from Furia, it's just been hit after hit after hit.
Gigo, of course, getting caught up there was a big surge of gold over to Skewmont individually. This Nefiri now with 3 fully completed items. Skewmont is very dangerous. If he can get access to Ayu, he can pop him in a blink of an eye. But like you already said, the problem is you've got an even more dangerous Nocturne and Akali combo flying towards your carries. And so for G2, the 4,000 gold lead still remains very difficult to navigate.
It really does. For G2, the upside is that with 2 Dragons already, they're not at any threat just yet, as it's going to take a while to take them down. Reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah, Gigo's surviving for now. Got the redemption coming in to help him. Broken Blade now isolated. This is not where he wants to be. He's not going to buy nearly as much time as Gigo could. And that'll be another kill over to Furia. That is Broken Blade's 7th death this game on the Renekton. Furia putting a target on his back, focusing down this G2 top laner every time he tries to go in. Gigo just barely not having enough channel time there to try to interrupt the Hex Flash of Labrov over the wall. And Furia set up now in a 5v4 for a push onto this remaining tier 2 turret. This is the last structure outside of the G2 base, still standing. The paranoia used, but no ulti, no forced dive. Another great pull from Labrov. Forces out the flash from Tatu. Furia's push will not force the turret.
I think trying to kind of bully them off with that ultimate, trying to make them second guess themselves, but G2 not falling for the bluff, holding strongly, but still Furia in such great control. Look at the vision as well, right? The amount of wards that are there towards that middle of the map. Baron about to spawn, and they will be able to get a little bit back on this punch, but particularly against the Nocturne and the Kali, you can't really afford to lose sight of vision. And so much of Blitzcrank's value is also tied to you denying vision to your opponents, because the fog is your strongest weapon 2 really phase checks outside of specifically Gigo. Rest of the team, a lot more risk involved.
Yeah, we've got over 1,000 HP stacked up through Soul Furnace alone for Gigo right now. Also worth pointing out, the Seeker's Arm Guard fully built now for Toots, so he'll have that active as he continues building towards the Zhonya's Hourglass itself. We've already seen the Redemption used a couple of times here from Jojo just to guarantee that when G2 tries to send these engages, there's no way they can punch through the lead that Furia has. Topside Scuttle Crab is claimed by Furia and Tatu as that control ward is cleared away. Lebrov got to be a little bit careful here. Honestly, the most effective use of the Lebrov pulls we've seen so far this game are to further threaten Tatu when he tries to dive in or position aggressively. All the other ones, like trying to hit IU and Jojo, like we were talking about earlier on during the laning phase, they haven't paid dividends.
They have not. As G2 trying to look for a pick towards Nash, not actually going to find one, and obviously not having the opportunity to go for that objective themselves. Can go for a fake out. Try and force a response out of Furia, but not going to go for that. As Hans, feeling safe, isn't really, but not going to get even close to face checking that.
Not going to push his luck. Yeah.
As the Dragon gets taken, that's the second one. It's nice for Furia, but obviously just a Dragon. As good as it is with Hextech, not setting up for Soul Point just yet.
Exactly. The 2-2 is buying G2 more time. Also worth pointing out, G2 has a lot more flower petals than Furia does because of the fact that they got the Otacon earlier. G2 with 27 versus only the 16 of Furia does give them some extra adaptive force to make up some of that gold lead that Furia has commanded the entire game long. I pointed out the Seeker's Arm Guard on Toots earlier. I'm going to point out the same thing on Caps now. Massive playmaking tools, particularly for something like a Nico. And again, going back to this champion, Nico's ult and the use of it, or lack of proper use of it, really defines what this champion is in a team fight.
It's also the reason why Nico Kalista is so crazy is because the offensive value of the ult becomes completely ridiculous, right? Because you can throw in, if you have the timing right, there's very little counterplay available as Lebrov.
Lebrov stunned up, saved now though by Hansama. Gigo looking to cut off the further escape route. Nice pull in from Lebrov, but a nice Seraphine ulti over the top guarantees the kill. And now that's one dead on the G2 side. Caps goes for the Pop Blossom, but a nice use of the stasis keeps Toots alive. Caps getting away now as IU goes on a rampage, and the game goes into a sepia tone. The pause at the end of an explosive fight, man.
Tension can be cut with a knife. I say that as Furia is just, hello.
They're vibing, man. They're having the time of their lives. I love it.
Understandably, there is really no pressure on them, right? This is the team that, again, 15 to 85. And sometimes you see those fan votes and we go, guys, come on. Now, we all know, right?
Yeah.
Like some fan bases will be bigger than others, but this one felt warranted. And that play right there, it's just another example of that Seraphine pick paying off so well. It makes zone control so much harder because any play in a choke point can just backfire in just seconds. And even though that engage wasn't even the cleanest, right? We saw Gigo come in and kind of miss with the ultimate. We saw Nocturne go deeper than what it looked like he had initially planned, but still ends up working out because, again, IU, unthreatened, just gets to auto as much as he wants.
This is a very scary look for Furia. They are actually playing so smooth right now, making sure that they're playing around what they think is going to win them the game, right? I was talking to ThinkCard yesterday, asking about the team, asking him a couple of questions about what he expected, what to expect of them, and I said, who should I look at if I'm looking for a big pop-off play, if I should look for like a big moment? And he told me that Tatu and Gigo are the ones who are going to find the fight angles and they are going to find the pop-offs. And if you're looking for just turbo carrying a team fight, IU's the guy to look like. And I feel like, IU's the guy to look at, excuse me. And I feel like this game is showing us a lot of that. Tatu and Gigo have been finding these moments. Unfortunately for Broken Blade, a lot of them have been at his expense. But then every time we're also seeing these fights, IU is constantly pumping out damage. Again, even if it's a fight that breaks out where he's not the main character, he's always maximizing his DPS. And Fury has just been a lot of fun to watch today.
There really have been. Will be something with the position that they're in the game right now, right? Things are looking peachy. We'll have to see as we get more info. I'm sure we will update you guys. As you know, it's a classic.
Yeah,
NA versus EU.
Yeah. Well,
I'm personally not emotionally invested, but I do enjoy watching you guys fight it out.
Yeah,
it's great.
This is now it's just A versus EU because we have the Americas
of course,
region. Yeah. Brazil doing everybody proud though. Like honestly, you come into today, you're looking at this head-to-head. You're looking at G2 who have countless experience at internationals. You're looking at G2 who are the only team from the West in like the past, what, 10 years to win an international event with MSI 2019?
They're also the only one to win an MSI that isn't LPL or LCK.
Yeah, the only team ever from NA or EU to win an MSI, going up against Furia, who are here at MSI for the first time, and it's like you would not expect this to be as close as it is, but Furia are here to prove the doubters wrong, man. They are playing such fun, exciting League of Legends.
I was a doubter. I'm on the verge of being convinced. And you know what? Really, without this, even if this game ends up G2 pull it back, right? They win 3-1. I'm still gonna be convinced. Like we're past that point. They don't need to win this game. They don't need to win the series. This is already a super exciting and wonderful performance from this team.
Yeah.
That I think warrants a lot of talking about, and I'm sure a lot will be said.
Oh,
we don't know the outcome of this series yet.
I'm sure there are
already. The discourse will be.
I'm sure there are already hundreds,
beautiful.
if not thousands, of comments between the Reddit and Twitter threads already. But I do have an update. They are currently investigating a bug report on Kallista's ultimate. I'm not sure what the specific bug is, but it was something to do with the Kallista ulti. We will give you guys more info once we know it, but that's about all we've got right now. And usually I feel like it's the ability bugs that take the longest to resolve because they're always so technical.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried because we'd been on track for way too long. And for me, that's getting increasingly difficult. So this is actually great. Yeah.
We're in your comfort zone now?
Yeah, we really are. Because I don't know where we are right now when it comes to the Korean time zone, where I am still, you know, kind of operating mentally, but it's late. I know that.
So somebody who grew up in middle of nowhere USA for a long time, I had no consciousness of any other time zone ever, right? Like I lived in the same place my entire life.
As you do?
Yeah, after I moved out to LA for the LCS, I think after like almost 10 years now, I'm pretty comfortable comparing my time zone to Europe. But like in terms of comparing it to Korea or China, I still have no idea what time of day it is, man. I feel like maybe by the time I'm 50 years old, I'll be able to have a sense of when
maybe we're just not meant to know.
Yeah,
even though this is a very simple number, like it's not for us.
Maybe you could only calibrate half of the time zones in the world accurately at any given time.
Well, you can even argue like you can know the number, but do you understand the number? Because what I'm feeling right now, it's sort of the jet lag. You know,
a number.
You need to experience it to really get it. Have you played the new ARAM yet?
No, I haven't, but I've heard really good things.
The fact that both Arena is back and ARAM, I'm obviously very happy I'm here. I'm having a great time with you. Having a great time with these games. But let's be real.
You want to get back and play some ARAMs?
It will be good. A little bit of ARAM, a little bit of Arena.
I'm not the biggest ARAM gamer myself, but I have a couple friends who are like 90% of their games are ARAM.
Yeah.
My friend was so excited when they introduced the multiple maps that you can rotate around and stuff. He was stoked. It was like Christmas for him. So I can understand the excitement. Yeah, just good times. Just good times. It's sounding like, in terms of the update, I believe it's looking like there was not a bug. So hopefully we will be able to return to the game here shortly. Hopefully all the players can stay nice and focused, zeroed in. Okay, bug reported, result, no bug found. We are getting ready checks from all of our players now, and as soon as everybody is confirmed, ready to go, we will lock back in. Now remember, Chronicler, when we previously had a pause for the mouse issue, as soon as we loaded back into the game, I think it took less than 10 seconds for Furia to pull the trigger and go in and try to make a play. However, we're at the back end of a play that was just made.
The trigger was
right
pulled.
now. Yeah, we're already there as Furia Furia will continue their march down mid lane. The first inhibitor turret is down. It is a 5v3. Furia is continuing to move forward. Remember, they already got the resources. Nexus turret's under fire. Furia going in. First Nexus turret about to die. Toots creating space. Broken Blade's got hysterics, but he's staying alive for now. There's no more wave. Toots and Tatu both going to take the Hex Gate out as the rest of Furia walks back out the long way. The game goes on.
That's a call from Furia, because I think that with the lead that they had... Oh?
Wait, hold on. Gigo's going back in on Caps. He tries to find the G2 mid laner, but a flash out from the Nico keeps him safe. That is a big summoner spell, though. Nico's flash is massive for team fights.
Particularly because IU still has his. Means that unless Caps gets a crazy angle, and thus far we just haven't seen those in this game, he's not going to be able to reliably get on top of the Ashe. But what I was saying, so they get the mid lane inhibitor, but they could have also used the previous play to guaranteed setup. Instead, they are hungry. They want to push for the win, but because there's no Baroned up minions and there were still enough members of G2, the wave gets cleared relatively easily. Now, they still have a good setup as... Oh my god, he goes in!
Oh yeah, Toots is already jumping in. Oh, the Shuriken flip immediately into the R2. Toots zoning everybody else away. Meanwhile, Tatu jumping after Skumon. He knows if they kill the Nefiri there, the Baron is free, but they don't get the kill. They will force out the flash from Skumon's Nefiri, and now Furia, they turn right back onto the Baron. Now, Toots has no ulti here on the Akali. Keep that in mind. Broken Blade taking a turret down there in the bottom lane at the same time. He's got a TP if he needs to join up. Here comes BB's TP right now as Furia is trying to put themselves in position. LeBron already missed the pull. Now you got Toots making space yet again. Going gold, buying time. Caps goes in. Massive pop blossom. Zero follow-up. Toots stays alive. Jojo with a Seraphine again. The team fight battery as LeBron will die to the fear tether and Furia is marching down mid.
It's happening, Flowers!
Furia with the push. They got to make sure they try to interrupt these backs, though. Tatu, he'll stop Skumon for now. Where's the wave? Hans is cutting it. G2 keeping themselves alive with this.
Just do Nash.
Nice arrow.
Nash. It's fine.
Okay, we're not done with the game here just yet. Hans bought time.
They'll have Nico. Oh boy. No, they are not going for the Baron Flowers. They want to bring us to game 5 right here on this wave.
Maybe we are going to the end of the game right here. They've got the wave. They've got Gigo with so much HP. They'll pop the paranoia as Broken Blade tries to cut the wave. Furia want to force the end of the game right now. Redemption comes down. Broken Blade tries to find pressure under the back line, but he won't get it. The Lax Nessus turret still barely standing. Caps goes in for another pop blossom, but he will not get it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first series of MSI 2025, we are going to Silver Scrapes.
And the previous push doesn't pan out. The wave gets cleared. And I keep talking about the Baron, and Fury says, no, we don't need Baron. We can just murder them. And as the wave does get cleared, it's already too late. So much damage being done. IU attacking, unrelenting. And we're about on our first series, 100% silver scrapes rate.
This is an incredible start to MSI 2025 as Furia push G2 to a 5th game. Let's head over now to the analyst desk. Please break that one down.
Vancouver, are you not entertained? The very first best of 5, fearless best of 5 of MSI, and it is Furia taking us to game 5 here. What a monster performance for what was the underdog team here at MSI.
14% of the fan votes, and that was just people sending out their hearts there, being like, hey, that's my boys right there. No one would have expected this.
This is my apology to Furia. Although it says I was not familiar with your game, but I kind of was, right? Like, I think they've been playing a lot better than I expected, especially in terms of being able to match G2 in a lot of these team fights. I think that has been the massive difference maker, and it really has come down to those playmaking from Tatu and Gigo.
And as you can see right in front of you, Brazil beating EU throughout its history, only happened twice. Loud versus Fnatic in 2022 Worlds Play-In, and of course Kaboom and Alliance that has been referenced so many times. But it has never happened in a best of 5. It has never been dreamed of happening in a best of 5.
I mean, there's never been a best of 5 as well to play for that kind of stats, but the fact that they actually make it happen on the first opportunity they get, because winning a game, sure. Winning a second game, sure, but going toe-to-toe against what is one of the most decorated org that we have in Europe history, round of applause, honestly, for Furia, because you need to have the stamina, you need to have the skill, and you need to have the creativity to bring one team there.
And an issue that I saw from G2 during their playoffs run, but just during the regular season as a whole, was their fight selection in mid to late game. Like, what fights were the right one for them? And I've just been seeing it the entire series long. So it's tough to be able to look at them and say, oh, you have a lead in this instance of the game, and then they're finding themselves like taking fights that just don't make sense. And in this game, they were behind off of a really weird play, and they kept searching for something that wasn't there.
Gabs being all the EU fans right now watching this game, sadly. But honestly, I applaud the draft that they came up with here, because, Emily, I feel like it's a risking one, but if you can put it off, steamroll, absolute steamroll onto G2.
Yeah, the last time they played this, I believe it was against Pain, it was a win, specifically the Ashe Seraphine, right? Combined with the Scion, kind of once you get that death ball part rolling, it is a really obnoxious composition to go up against, as we see like the Ashe being able to just free fire in so many of these fights. That's where you're seeing so much of the damage coming. And then the Scion play, the way that Gigo was playing these fights was also really important.
I mean, even started level 1, the fact that Ayu and Jojo in like being able to bush camp, starting W on Seraphine, so the shield went off, forcing Hansama to go back to base, and even when they came back, it just looked like a really difficult lane for the two.
All right, let's talk about the series as a whole. What has been defining the series so far? What do we remember before going to Game 5?
I mean, I think we've had a first blood in the top lane every single game, right? This was kind of the difference-making fight in this specific game, where G2 kind of go in and Furia are actually able to react really well. On the back half of this fight, you actually see Tatu being able to take out the Nico in that top lane as well. It was a very, very split fight, but they were able to absorb that pressure and then return it back onto G2.
And look at the fans in Sao Paulo, just so hyped up. Even the fans over here that are just die-hard Furia fans, I don't know if you guys would have expected it, but the fact that they are here now is crazy. And you're right, Emily, talking about those like split fights, that's happened a lot this series. And like Furia has been the team that has been kind of always getting ahead of it when these fights are so split and chaotic. There was even a time where Tatu was like, okay, I'm in the wrong position, I'm gonna shield myself, take the portal out of the fight, and Broken Blade was waiting, thinking that this would be a good fight for them, and it just simply wasn't.
Yeah, no, and it ended up being really split, and I think, again, it comes down to so much what ThinkHard was saying in terms of, like, who are going to be the big difference makers. It's going to be Tatu, and it's going to be Gigo, and Gigo even had the first Scion Quadra kill internationally in this past game, and for Furia, those are the two that I'm looking at, right? Like, see if they can get ahead on the top side. It starts off exactly as you were talking about, Raz, where Tatu is trying to escape, but then G2 end up trying to go back into this fight, and Furia just absorb it so well.
I think going into this corridor, I thought was an issue. Sure, this is a great pop blossom from Caps, but then you're just seeing Jojo and Ayu largely free fire, with Guigo just being like, okay, if you can take him, sure, you're gonna have to deal with me at some point.
Yep, and then he cleans it up for that quadra kill, ending up getting that final kill onto Hansama. And it really, the fights have been making all of the difference. And I'm not going to say Furia have always chosen the best fights, but when they do end up splitting up, I feel like they've been really good at identifying key targets.
Yes, and this is basically where the pause ended up coming through, just because it was a really good start to the fight. You start to see G2 run away and the Kalista ulti come through, but yeah, I mean, just not going to work out. I think it was a different fight, but there was just too many fights where it felt like Furia was just running them down because they had the right positioning and the control ward, so it looked like G2 was coming into their space not really knowing what fight was worthwhile.
But that's what they had the whole series, the right positioning, playing together, playing as a unit, like the fans right now, basically like giving. I'm so hyped for them. I'm so hyped that this team has been showing way more than anyone could have predicted. We're going into Game 5 here, going into the deepest depth of what you can find into people's champion pool. I don't know what to expect here for Game 5, but I'm so proud to see Furia making it this far, because at the beginning of the day, I want to say it again, we said 3-0 for G2. We're talking about players who've never been on the international stage, who've never played together against this caliber of player. Do they have it within them to take it and grab the victory?
I mean, they're so young too, right? This is the youngest team we have here, the kind of two new Brazilian like upstarts with Jojo and kind of Gigo being those two more experienced players on this team. I think it's going to start in the top lane though. You asked where it's going to start. Again, we've had first blood on top side with both junglers going up there. Gigo kicking it off with his solo kill initially in Game 1. I think that's still going to be, it's top and jungle being the massive difference makers across the series.
Yes, and then of course it later on followed throughout the series was Skumons like basically coming in and helping frequently, like looking for a gank topside that got BB ahead, and so that was how it kept going. But then even just this last game was all of that, the constant Tatu going topside and just being able to put down the Renekton, forcing him into a position where he's like 0-7 in the game. So yes, we saw the replay where Gigo is going into a quadra kill.
Yeah.
Before that point even happened, he was just really, G2 could not deal with him.
It started with a confidence game.
Yes.
And it's gonna end up with a Game 5 with, I don't know who's gonna take this one. Give it to me one last time before we send it to break. Who's taking Game 5? Do you think G2 has it in them to pull this one together, or is it going to be Furia and Brazil coming out victorious today?
I'm flipping. Look, I know I should have flipped much earlier on in the series, but I'm now in a point where I have to be confident with these guys. If they're confident in themselves and they're putting out level of play like this, I have to be confident in Furia.
Yeah, I mean, I never flip predictions.
Oh, God.
My heart is rooting for Furia, though, you know? Like, I started covering CBLOL all the way back in 2014.
Yeah?
Yeah, give me the
Take it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But I'm really rooting for them. Again, this is just, it's such a fun team, not the team we expected to be here, the youngest team here. They're playing with such confidence in so many of these fights. How can you not root for them?
How can you not root for them? They have all the fans with them. They have Brazil behind them as well. Will they be the one to take EU down for the third time in history? We're back in 3 minutes, so let's send some silver scrapes!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. Your ears are not deceiving you. That is Silver Scrapes in the background as our first head-to-head here in this tournament between Furia and G2 is going the distance. If you've missed it so far, it's been a battle, and we're about to go in to game number 5.
What a treat. What a treat. What a treat this first series has been. Can't wait to see how it's going to shape up. Because this is a position that I realistically don't think anyone could have expected. You know, even the biggest people, again, the general consensus was as long as we look good. It's what matters.
Yeah.
Getting a game would be huge. Getting 2 games will be fully out there. But with how this performance has gone, especially given how close that game 3 looked and how little pressure there is on Furia, you gotta feel for G2 here. They were the overwhelming favorite. They are obviously, historically, a team that Europe has relied upon. And Furia back on red side again, a side that I think for them, particularly that last game, has been looking wonderful.
Let's get into the draft. The misfortune will continue to be the first ban for G2, the most played pick for IU throughout Split 2, Spring Split, however you'd like to refer to it, there in the LTA South. They do not want him on that one. Banning out the Aurora and the Smolder as well on the G2 side. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate and Azir remain the bans for Furia. G2, after the loss in Game 4, electing to be on the blue side. Furia thinking about that final ban.
Might be Senna. I wonder, the Smolder ban can either be they want to prioritize an early Senna pick. We've seen Smolder into Senna a lot. Or you want to try and look for a melee mid laner. Obviously, like the Sylas, for example, is still available. And that's something that the Smolder does well into as well. Right? We've seen it used as a counter pick to Sylas. Yone is another example that is still on the board. Game 5 in Fearless. It always gets funky, Cap.
This is the best part of Fearless right here. 20 additional bans.
And there it is. Senna Prio, so that Smolder ban in the context of that. But the Caitlyn ban is so interesting because it does mean that one of the possible punishes is taken off the board. This is just matching scaling with scaling, but Jinx can be deceptively strong early because of the range advantage.
20 additional bans per side. I had to think about that for a second. Yeah. We so rarely get Game 5s.
It's wild.
Here,
well, I mean, speak for yourself. I've had plenty of Game 5s.
Okay, yeah, in my experience, I haven't had a lot of them. I still got to get used to the math here. But we got, we do have that Senna that you were talking about locked in for G2. Over on the Furia side, though, the response will be the Jace as well as Leona. And this deep into Fearless, these powerful engaged supports are very heavily limited, right? We've already seen Nautilus. We've already seen Rel. We've already seen Rakan. We've already seen so much of it.
I'd just be Braum. But Braum, when Ornn is already out and you're playing into a Jace, that feels bad, right? You really want to try and find a source of engage. But the Braum does come true because it's good into the Leona. Okay. But Senna Braum, as far as Braum pairings go, that's not
You're not loving it.
You're not going to be super excited about it, but it does make sense in context of the matchup. But it also means that if you do end up going for like a Jinx or another Hyperscaler, there is so little opportunity to punish, as there is the Yone we talked about earlier as well.
Yeah, the Yone, very, very strong, and Furia's response. We got some long-range artillery power. We got Jace locked in alongside a Ziggs for Furia.
I love this. One of the big problems when you face against Senna, particularly when paired with a Braum, is eventually her range becomes a substantial issue. And even though in theory, you know, once you get on top of her, you're able to take her down, actually doing that is much easier said than done. Ziggs, though, it's almost impossible to farm stacks of him early on, because, like, realistically, he should be looking to trade with you a ton. And his ultimate late game will just blow you up. And you don't have a reliable way outside of straight up flashing to get out of that. I love the Ziggs-Leona combo. It does mean that they need another source of AD. We already do have the Jace here as the Camille gets taken away. I'm wondering if you're going to get to the point where you start banning things like Tristana, right? That is still left as one of the AD mid laners. This Jace could also theoretically still be flexed to mid, And even the Ziggs isn't necessarily tied, I don't have to tell you this, to that bot lane.
Exactly. The Ziggs could go a couple different spots here. We'll see exactly how that shakes out, as top lane is the target for both teams here in the second half of the ban phase. Camille removed by Furia, while the Ambessa eliminated here in the draft by G2. I do expect Furia to continue to try to put pressure onto Broken Blade. Sejuani, another character that oftentimes, considering her popularity in so many metas of the past, it's surprising to see still available in a Game 5, but not pickable now.
That's a wonderful ban. Like Yone, Braum, Sejuani as a core.
Yeah.
That's kind of disgusting. So much power, the double CC passive, the lead taken away, which I really like. I do think as Furia here, you're looking towards AD setups. So many rather of them are already gone, and you also have to obviously be mindful of counter pick when it comes to the jungle matchup. This should be a jungle pick up here to not really show what is going where, unless they have something really crazy saved here, but that is going to be the Lilia, so that is an AP source, meaning that they are desperately in need of a little bit of additional AD.
Yeah. The one nice part about not having a whole ton of AD thus far, there's not a true tank on the side of G2. Closest thing is Braum, and all the tankiness really comes from the door. You don't have the econ to be a true meatball. As how does G2 want to play it? I still need to see a top laner. I still need to see a jungler. I'm going to get a big old boy with a beer belly that could play either one, technically.
Seen that one a ton. That's a classic. Mentioned him already early. Gragas, the setup that he has into a lot of the opposing team is actually really good, right? Not a lot of surefire ways available to deal with the... Oh, I love that, because the Jarvan, so it would have been exceptional as well if they do want to really get weird with it on the side of Furia, right? It's something that pairs well with Ziggs. And at this point, I'm like, Furia, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm willing to trust, as it does indeed look like the Gnar, which is a crazy good matchup, into that Gragas can come through here, meaning that the Jace will get swapped.
Okay, that's what it is.
I just love it when teams actually use R5 counter pick.
Yeah, it's great.
Reassess a draft, right? To pivot at the last second when there's no opportunity for your opponent to respond. And looking at these two drafts, there is so much explosiveness, right? But when you look at the drafts as a whole, I think I prefer Furia's, right? It's a very, very damage profile. I think the matchups, particularly in top and bot, look great. Because one of the things that you can do against Ziggs is obviously try and look for ways to get on them early, try to shut them out of the game. But with Braum Senna, there's just no shot that that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not a ton of immediate aggressive threat there between those two champions.
Not particularly.
Now, granted, there is a lot of engage power with the other three picks on the G2 composition. Gragas can find some pretty crazy angles with casks. True. We know that Jarvan has some very long engage ranges with the EQ combo into the R. Yone is a very balanced character and has a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a lot of opportunity for counterplay.
Yeah, he has a ton of that too.
For his opponent, right?
yeah, for sure. But there's so much potential here if he's out of position for IU's side to get punished later on in the game. But I do agree with you, the laning phase should be just pretty standard stuff down here in the bottom lane. Where do you expect to see most of our action? And I know I'm setting you up for a trap question here, because last time around we expected a farming Nocturne and we got 2 or 3 ganks before level 6.
It was 2-0 before level 6. I do remember that.
Yeah.
I gotta look towards that top side.
Okay.
It's the trio of Gragas, Yone, and that Jarvan that I think have so much offensive power, and they need to sync up well, because I still feel like G2 are very often seemingly all over the place. Now, an invade would make sense. You do have Braum, absolute level 1 beast, but Braum, not a part of this play. So it looks like it is just going to be a setup for Vision early on here.
Yeah, they'll drop the standard chicken ward for the side of G2. You could see that Toots' positioning, he was standing far enough out in the lane because they only saw the top side of G2. He would be able to see if the Braum and Senna were trying to trail up behind them through the fog. So that's going to stop any type of a full style invade.
Defensive ward as well. They really don't want to get cheesed.
Yeah.
Level 1 for Lilia's obviously not great.
Lilia is a very high-tempo jungler as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how well Tatu can power farm, or if he wants to power farm at all. Generally, it's like a PvP level 3 type of angle here.
At this point, I'm trusting him. I don't know what
I think he's earned that.
He really has with his performance throughout the day. And the other is that, again, they should be Gigo in a favorable matchup, and he has been performing admirably today. And there's also the bigger context, right? Like the amount of pressure that you gotta imagine G2 is feeling, given the historic importance of this team, given the expectations that were there on Furia for being clearly the 10th place team in this tournament. That's not what we're seeing in this series, Captain.
No, absolutely not. Hans and Lebrov taking early control over the wave down here, but again, it's Ziggs. He'll be fine. Just want to be able to keep farming up. As Jojo does take a little bit of poke, connects the Zenith Blade. Level 2 versus level 2, though. Jojo will not get locked up there by the concussive blows, so that was way out of that one.
That was a really good satchel. I don't think you want to take that.
No.
Ian's Leo.
Probably not. It was definitely looking a little bit dicey from where I'm standing, but checking back in across the lanes here with a try. Lane cam, Caps ends up on the very bad end of a losing trade there as Gigo reverting back into Mini-Gnar here. Wants to get that hyper proc onto Broken Blade, but Broken Blade will not allow him the opportunity to do so. Toots with the wave crashing into the tier 1 turret here for Caps.
Particularly, with the grasp, Toots gets to farm so much value off of these early levels. The reason why I think Jace has been such a menace is because he's so much tankier as Caps.
Yeah, Caps in some serious danger here. The last shot might get it. Toots eats a turret shot, though. Both mid laners now very low on HP, both drinking the potions. Toots with a slight health advantage.
Level up.
Both junglers thinking about it. Skewmon gonna grab his red buff there. Fires off the Scryer's plant, sees Tatu. Tatu, though, now also level 4. Lilia versus Jarvan. Bowling ball misses.
He has mid prio, but doesn't have it in the bot lane. Do they really want to play for this? I think they should. Yeah, it's a good call.
Choosing not to. Another bowling ball goes wide. Tatu, though, wants to make sure he can secure the top side. Crab does not want to get double scuttled here early on, and should be able to do just that with the Eep. Starting it off, Caps, again, just has to pretty much always concede priority of the lane early on to the ranged power of the Jace. Jojo goes right back in for a Zenith Blade. Another satchel. Teleport to return Gigo back up to the top lane. Goes back for his initial purchase to get the level 1 boots alongside the Null Magic Mantle. So a little bit of extra move speed I feel like is very effective, particularly against Gragas, because everything can technically be avoided.
Yeah, there's also the value of Mercs, kind of counterintuitively towards Gragas, because his E feels like it should be a knock-up, but it's also kind of not. Mercs does in fact reduce.
Oh, nice flash out from Hans. He's in danger though. Jojo and IU continuing to try to put the pressure on. Zenith Blade there with the max range. First blood over to Furia. Finally, after 5 games, the first blood isn't in top lane, and it's a 2v2 kill from Jojo and IU. Toots versus Caps back in the mid lane at the same time. Toots wants to clear the wave, but he may have overstayed. He'll step back now, wants to get that last auto attack. Caps, though, with a Q3 primed, dashes in for the knockup, and Caps gets the solo kill. He punishes Toots' greed.
I don't know about that one, IU. Goes for the flash, doesn't quite find it, but that earlier play towards bot lane. This is a Ziggs lane. You can't be straight up getting 2v2'd by this duo, and yet that's what we just witnessed. Then the fact that Caps very clearly priming that Q3, Toots holding on to his flash to, I think, his own regret. That solo kill was big. Caps is a man that has done so much over such a long period of time. As we take another look, there's an issue E doesn't hit, and I think that's what kind of bolsters G2. Yeah. But Jojo doesn't really take that much damage. And even with the flash from Hans, they still get on top of him. As in the picture-in-picture, looks like they're fine as, a possible gank. Yeah, the moment that the Senna, it's actually caught, obviously you're not going to be able to get away. As we take another look at the mid lane play, Toots just desperately wanting to hold on to his flash. You just gotta, right?
I feel like even earlier than that, you just gotta let the minion go. Yeah. It's a ranged, it's a ranged minion at 5 HP. Oh, fate sealed from Caps, but Toots just steps slightly to the left and guarantees that's not gonna connect.
But with that whole sequence of plays, Gold's dead even. And that's where I like it.
That's what we want to see. Gigo versus Broken Blade up here on the top side. Yes, a definitive HP advantage for the Gragas. However, out of mana now. So not going to be able to trade as effectively as he would like. Worth pointing out, Broken Blade is still very even on farm with his opponent. This is important to note because of the fact that Gigo has been winning the head-to-head in top for pretty much the entire series. Skewmon stealing away some chickens now as Toots is going to walk up and see this. He is only about 2/3 HP though. Immediately activates the electric field. Skewmon getting back away as Caps goes in, but Jojo's ready to cover. Toots goes to the skies, flashes back over the wall to get away. Jojo also dropping the exhaust there. Toots playing really, really aggressively, very dangerously. Nearly gives over another kill yet again as Caps' Yone is keeping the pressure on. Jojo goes in with him, goes in after him with the Zenith Blade, but there's no way to follow up there for Toots. Meanwhile, Skewmon getting it done up in the top side. Caps is burning down the Ignite in mid lane, but he survives just barely. G2 come out +1 across the Rift.
The Skewmon pathing towards top, finds the punish onto the Gnar there, putting Broken Blade in a much better position, and meanwhile Caps absorbing pressure. Found the solo bolo, not threatened as, oh, Ayu doesn't have flash.
Ayu could be in some serious trouble here. Lebrav and Hans putting the damage into him. Nice use of the root there. Yes, Ayu trades back as good as he can, but he doesn't hit the satchel, and G2 gets paid. Feet of Warfare claimed by Hans Sama and Lebrav.
And in the span of what feels like a very short amount of time, G2 firmly retaking their grasp on this game. The gold lead approaching 1K now. And kills on some of the most important members, particularly Caps and Hans Sama. Those kills are very valuable, as we do see Tatu, obviously Lilia, very good at taking these grubs, will be getting them in addition to their early dragon. And this is also one of those compositions where if it goes late as Furia, I think you're not bothered whatsoever, particularly with the Gnar in the side lane, and that matchup I think is going to get more and more rough when it comes to Broken Blade's 1v1. We'll see if they're instead going to match Caps, because he obviously has been having a great game. But the fact that eventually Ziggs reaches a point where even if you kill him, if he just presses R on top of himself and there's too many people there, the fight might still be cooked.
As long as you fire each ability at least once, it's like, okay, I did a ton of damage.
Job.
Job's done.
The damage charts, no biggie.
You can see, especially over there on the side, XP per level, or XP plus level, excuse me. Caps way out in front of everybody else, getting the extra EXP from securing that solo kill for himself. But now back up here in the top side, fully completed Mercury Treads. Again, I think that boots are just so valuable against Gragas specifically. I like this choice. Now immediately the fight over the Scuttle Crab. Tatu finds a two-man watch out E, but G2 brought more men. Caps goes right back in for a little bit more damage. Tatu flashing away. He's alive with a Mega Inferno Bomb firing back from Furia. Tatu still escaping. G2 still trying to fight. Skewmon wants to get away, but the bowling ball doesn't find the mark. Now, Toots has to continue his retreat as Jojo is trapped inside the Cataclysm, and Skewmon is locking him up. Furia loses out on the fight. G2 makes their move. They secure the kill, and they steal away the enemy jungle.
And Furia keeps going for these messy early plays. You have a Ziggs. You have a Lily, just let them get their first item at least, and G2 says, thank you very much. Caps, happy to go for these fights. Skewmon with the Jarvan, so much mobility, right? The ability to just quickly get over walls. Something that I don't really think Furia are ready for, as Jojo trying to make a play on top.
Yeah, Jojo used the unsealed spellbook to switch over to teleport, but a beautiful move there from Broken Blade to clear out the wave, make it so there's no angle for Furia to try to get their play here. But Broken Blade, he recalls in time, nicely done, immediately stopping what Furia wanted to do.
Tuts.
Tuts, he will survive because Yone has to snap back to the sole origin point.
Yeah, that was really nice done by Broken Blade. He simultaneously cleared the wave, knocked back Gigo into his own waiting barrel. Nicely done. Clears the wave, and G2, they're absorbing all these plays, so Furia investing a lot of resources and it not quite working out. We do see the Archangels come through. This is the type of game where Archangels, I think, makes a decent amount of sense. There's so much backline access, so much burst that comes through. We hope that the rest will be more damage-oriented. Tatu should also be approaching his Liandry's relatively soon, but then Caps obviously Getting very close now, especially with that gold lead towards that Blade of the Ruined King. Skewmont has his Sunder done as well.
And I've really got my eye on Caps in this one. He's already off to a 2-0 start. He's playing a character that scales incredibly well. He's playing a true 1v9 champion. And we talked before, you know, there's always the conversation. Is it claps or is it craps, right? You look back at the finals for the LEC. You look back at that rematch that they had against Imkoi that G2 had won in the upper bracket originally. And you look at some of Caps' critical mistakes in that series and you say, if Caps wouldn't have done that, could G2 have been the first seed from the LEC? And when Caps is on, there's a reason that most people, many people, myself included, consider this guy the greatest Western player of all time because he just has that X factor. And I want to see if he can pull it off here in this one and bring G2 the win. As Furia now looking to step up and try to contest here for the Drake, but G2 is ready to respond. Jojo's going to get locked up here at the very start. He should die before anything else even happens. Nice solar flare comes down over the top as LeBron is finally going to be traded back, but Furia have already lost 2.
As meanwhile, Gigo towards the top side of the map has to flash.
Nicely done from Broken Blade there, winning out in that little bit of a 1v1 scrappy trade. G2, they'll take the objective and they'll win the fight.
Favorable trade. This Jarvan coming up massively, right? You already talked, I think, in terms of 1v1, Caps has just been outstanding this game. Found the early kill, been able to really keep the pressure in mid up as well, simultaneously keeping a lot of pride, but also absorbing multiple ganks. But Skewmont in these skirmishes has been the biggest difference maker for me. Finding the flag and drags and these consistent ultimates on targets without flash that are just, like Tatu was just sitting like, what can I do?
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
So let's take another look here.
As highlighted, yes, a lot of damage goes into the Eclipsed Leona, but it doesn't really matter because neither Tuts nor Ayu are in a position to do any damage. And again, I got to question the decision-making from Furia, which it makes sense, right? This is a team that has been playing very aggressive all day, but a Ziggs on only an Archangel, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, he just has no damage. There just isn't enough available. We'll see if they're able to make use of his passive to get an early turret. Plates are about to drop, so maybe with some help they can get something going there, as we'll see if Lebrov is actually in trouble. I don't think he is.
Okay. All right. Backing away from that one. Tatu maintaining control over the bot side river. Furia trying to slow the game down a little bit, I would think, here, as G2 is up to a 6-2 kill lead. The praises that you're giving Skewmont, I 100% agree. He's had a great early game so far, as we just now passed the mark with the turret plates falling. 3-0-1 here on the Jarvan. Largest individual gold lead in the game, 1,500 for him. The team lead is 1,800. Skewmont is the majority of that lead here for the side of G2. And remember that this is his first international appearance. Tuts flashing away after the Cataclysm collides. The EQ combo sidestep there to potentially follow up the flash.
But that's still a colossal win. Trading your Jarvan ult for a flash, you'll take that anytime, because now Caps has way more playmaking potential. That means that Tuts needs to play way more respectful on this Jace, because if he walks up, gets clipped by an ultimate, he just straight up dies as, oh, Ayu, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, Ayu wants to go all the way out, but Broken Blade brings him all the way back in the center route. Still locks up the Ziggs a little bit longer. G2's not going to get the kill they're looking for, but if nothing else, Chronicler, it was a beautiful distraction, because meanwhile, Skewmont and Caps are going after the Rift Herald. Jojo is there for some reason. He flashes over the wall to stay alive, trying to escape the dawning shadow, but Hans Sama dials it in.
Hans does find him in the end with the ultimate. If Broken Blade actually does hit the flash E, he's definitely dead. Instead, not going to be the case. Ayu does survive, but the objective goes the way of G2. That's gold in the bot side going over the Gigo, though. That is a big win, and it's why the gold lead hasn't ballooned too much. Obviously, once Herald comes down, currently sitting on Skewmont, that is going to probably change substantially, as gold lead looking good for G2. They do also have a lot of scaling elements that I think obviously Senna is kind of the textbook with this when it comes to the range. I just do feel like Ziggs becomes such a big problem as we get deeper into the game. But with how Furia thus far has been playing around it, I don't know if we'll get there.
Yeah. Honestly, G2's first 16 minutes of the game have been massively better than Furia's. They have been more coordinated. They've been more successful with the plays that they're looking for. Furia does not want to refuse a fight. They always want to take these scraps, even when they shouldn't.
I also am worried for Furia because G2 obviously picked up the last Drake. And I think they're in a really good position, given the gold lead that they're currently sitting on, to start stacking these Ocean Drakes. Playing Ziggs into a team with Ocean Soul that's not a good time. That's not fun.
Ooh, Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the wave there. But Chronicler, do you know what we have here again? It's another battle for the boots in Game 5. Ooh. Turrets one way, kills the other. 2 neutral objectives for either side. The next neutral, which is that Drake spawning in 15 seconds, has the additional reward of the enchanted shoes on top. Toots jumping in here for another trade against Caps, who immediately resets the soul unbound so he can continue walking away. Jojo makes his way up here, but there's nothing to do.
Him being shown on vision, that might be enough of a vote of confidence for G2 to just take this dragon.
Yeah.
It's just Gigo in a dream by himself here towards the bottom side of the map. He can't really do too much. And Caps playing respectful, right? He's not in a position hiding in fog where they can actually take him down. The TP comes through as well. Do they want to commit to the dive anyway? They might, but
no, that's
too much of a risk, and it's Brom. I think that makes sense. The Unsealed Spellbook comes up huge.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Remember, we saw Jojo try a similar play earlier using the Unsealed Spellbook to go top to look for a dive on Broken Blade, but then Broken Blade did a good job stopping it. This time around, Lebrov going up top, looking to stop things himself.
What?
As Broken Blade, how did he get here? He's immediately just destroyed by Gigo, as now G2 wants to try to show up, salvage this a little bit here. A little bit more damage would be able to kill the last remaining HP on that tier 1 turret. Gigo about to lose his Mega Gnar. He reverts to Mini as soon as the fight starts. Gigo's about to die here in the very beginning. Hansama's already got the kill. Caps with a massive fate sealed. And Furia is cut to ribbons. Double kill, Hansama.
And Furia just walks into the waiting arms of G2 and says, thank you very much. They were so ready for this. Mega Gnar was about to time out. Half the team wasn't there, and still they commit. Then G2, that like 1.5K gold lead range, it's nice. I don't think it's enough, but now I think bot lane turret is going to fall. Mid lane turret fell. The dragon came through as it starts off with a great player towards the bot side of the map as they're able to get Broken Blade with a nice flank TP from Toots. But then the follow-up here. This is one of those situations where maybe if you play it slow, you get a little bit of poke down, there could be an angle, and yes, you're a member up, but if the members aren't here, that doesn't matter. Gigo gets hit by the ultimate, just gets CC'd to death, and they don't have the damage.
I just don't get what Gigo was doing there. If your Gnar bar is full at that moment, I can see the angle that you're going for. Maybe go in, big Mega Gnar into the wall, buy a little bit of time, and you can see Caps is loving that decision because it means it's a free fight for G2. It's a 4,000 gold lead, 19.5 minutes into the game. They're up in Drake stacking. This one is all G2 all the time.
Looking at the item finishes as well. Hansama sitting on 2, Cap sitting on 2, Skewmon definitely going to be close. Broken Blade, Winter done. And the only measly gold lead that's there for Furia is Gigo, about 450. That's not really going to move the marker.
No.
And with the game state in its current spot, we can't really, realistically, unless G2, you know, overcommitted to an Otacon or a Baron, something where the AoE damage and CC that's available for Furia can actually do its work. We shouldn't get to the point where this IU sitting on 4 items, right? He has Death Cap, he has Void Staff, can just blow through any target on the enemy team. Not able to contest these waves. They have so much sustain. I think this Otacon is a freebie for G2.
Yeah, no way for Furia to try to contest this one. You can see nobody's even on this half of the map.
I mean, they go for the cross map, they know, right?
Yeah,
even if they're there.
It's like, you can't fight this. Look at Caps' inventory. He has the powered up Berserker Greaves. He has the Immortal Shield Bow. He has Blade of the Ruined King. He's got a 3-0-5 scoreline on this Yone. There is no way you are getting anywhere near this. Skewmond also on the Jarvan. Same scoreline as Caps. Honestly, just having an incredible game here in this game number 5. First series of play-ins. stepping up to the plate. I love to see it, especially from a player that, like I've said before, this is his first international competition, right? Yeah. Like, it's not like this guy is a seasoned veteran like some of his teammates, right? Like Caps, like Hans Sama, like Broken Blade. He's new to the scene. He's coming in. He's replacing Yike. And now here in Game 5, he's showing up.
And so much of the early skirmishing went the way that it did because of his plays. Starrick's now done for him. A lot of extra beefiness. That said, Flowers, there is one thing that is always mentioned when it comes to Fury, and that they never give up. And we've seen it countless times today. And for G2, given the position that they're in, I think they have a very firm grip on this game. But we have seen their attention slip. Think back to the game number 3, where yes, they were able to get the win anyway, but it was not a clean affair. And I imagine right now the comms are focused on let's make sure that we keep playing it out the way we have. Let's get Prio, push out a wave, get vision together. They'll get baited into anything.
Big thing that I'm looking at, inventories hitting fully completed item power spikes. When you're looking at the jungle, they both have 2 fully completed items as the Riftmaker is now online for Tatu. In the mid lane, it's a fully stacked and evolved Muramana for the Jace. In the bottom lane, yes, the Seraphs is fully evolved, but also the Liandry's now completed for IU. So if Furia wants a chance, they might have it, but not if Kigo does that. Walks right into an unwarded brush, and Kigo gets dunked right into the ground. Scumon's happy to send him there as immediately the Solar Flare and the Mega Inferno Bomb are completely wasted. G2 looking for more opportunities to maybe keep chasing as Furia scrambles to fire back.
Such a nice little play there, found by G2. Scumon. Really, I haven't often described Jarvans as sneaky, but that was definitely what that was.
Stealth Jarvan.
Stealth Jarvan coming to you here in game number 5. Found a way into the brush, and Gigo had already used his hop, and they had full vision of him, right? He was caught in the brush. The soul point now imminent for G2. And even if they end up killing Broken Blade, which I don't think is a given, he has Fimbulwinter, he has Flash.
He's hard to kill, man.
He is hard to kill. He has Cosmic Drive as well. Even if they do, you get soul point. I don't think you really care.
Yeah, Caps is here to immediately turn it around. Toots is already dead. Tatu's about to join him. Caps goes on a rampage and goes right back to farming, while Scumon brings G2 to soul point. 23 minutes into the game, 6,000 gold lead. Furia has fallen apart in game number 5, and G2 has dismantled them.
As I'm sure sighs of relief can be heard across the entire continent
across the
of
European continent.
Right now, 6k gold lead, 1 dragon away, and even a Baron attempt, I don't really feel too worried about. And this is where I think the Senna value really does shine through. You have, obviously, with the Yone, a lot of damage, can very quickly shoot for that big health bar, but you also stay very healthy. And trying to engage into a Braum and Gragas, even when the game state is even, is kind of a nightmare. And the damage that Fury has available just isn't enough. I just don't think that they have the items right now.
Okay, Jojo, yeah, you can see that to me felt like a frustration ulti.
Oh, there's been a few of those.
Yeah, a lot of
play as well.
A lot of these Leona ultis are not hitting the mark.
Not just him, right? We had the one of the ults go haywire as well was Caps.
Caps might just find himself, if that Q3 hits and he gets the follow-up auto after, I think that's a kill on the reset damage.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Would have been nice, a little bonus for G2, but they're not really in need of any bonuses.
No. I'm reading this bounty thing here on the bottom part of our screen. Looks like a bank statement, as we've just got all of these values. 216 gold, 613 gold, 700 gold maxed out bounty on Caps, 582 nearly maxed out there for Hans Sama and Scumond as well. Honestly, if Furia can get the shutdowns, it would be nice, but the fact that they're as high as they are means it's probably not likely. G2 grabbing 1, forcing the flash out of Toots as he barely manages to escape, and G2 are just gonna knock down this tier 2 turret up here in the top lane. We have finally hit 25 minutes on the clock. Baron Nashor is alive on the Rift, and you can see the pings already coming out from G2.
G2 very safe on this Baron attempt. I don't think there's a lot that can go wrong. Tatu does have his flash available. We need to see either him flash in, or we need to see a steal from the Ziggs, and it looks like G2 just not gonna give him the opportunity. Instead, just pulling off. you know, just keep doing this, right? There's not really any opportunity cost for you. Your waves are pushed out. Mid lane turret is still standing, so Hans can safely keep farming those souls, and we haven't talked about them a lot, but about to hit 80. Looking good. That range is going to be a big issue for anyone on Furia that isn't Ziggs, especially given the items that Hans already has available. Rapid fire cannon done. And G2 looking poised to take this series. Maybe not in the way that we were expecting, but this final game, it does feel like the most one-sided one we've had thus far.
Yeah, even comparing it back to game number 2, which was also very one-sided, this one just feels like a...
It's a little different.
Yeah, this one is here proving a point. Caps with the Infinity Edge now completed on the Yone. Very easy for him and Skewmon to just two-man this Baron. Everybody else can run interference. Broken Blade split pushing down in the bottom lane at the same time.
Right,
does have his teleport to join. Everybody on Furia going for maybe their last chance gambit here at the Baron pit. Gigo gets locked up again, though. Immediate problem as the mini Gnar is down. Caps unstoppable. Skewmon chasing after Ayu, who immediately flashes out of the Cataclysm. Broken Blade, nicely placed ulti Nux Toots right back into the waiting arms of G2, and Ayu is not going to escape with the kill onto the Ziggs. G2 knows they won this fight.
And that's Baron for G2. Furia just don't have anything that they can do. G2 one step ahead of them. The vision is there. They're not going to give the opportunity for a Ziggs steal. They're not going to let Tatu anywhere near, knowing that if they play this out cleanly, there's just nothing that they can do. Broken Blade sets them up. Skewmon, these ultimates have been such a big issue for Furia. He can go in on any play, and he really has. So Rebel Baron Power Blade comes through, and it's already an 11k gold lead, Flowers. It's not going to get better.
No, especially not when things like this happen. Again, another fight starts as Guigo inches mini Gnar.
And Caps goes in with impunity. The item finishers are there. Even going into a choke point like this, there's just no threat from the side of Furia. Skewmon keeps on chasing. Broken Blaze really nice. They're off to the edge of the fight, setting up a tasty treat for the rest of his team. Toots get knocked back, promptly dispatched. And even Ziggs is not going to be able to clear these waves in time.
Remember that Ocean Soul you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like that's about to rear its head here as well, as now we've got G2 with a Baron for the next 2 minutes, with Soul for the rest of the game, with a 12,000 gold lead, and with Baroned up minions ready to collide into the Furia base. This is the absolute most dire possible situation for Furia as they scramble to try to defend. Center route there onto Gigo, again in mini Gnar, just never finding the right timings on the Mega Gnar to really have an effect on these fights early on. And now we're so far past that, G2's just kind of playing the game however they want to play it.
You can see it as well, right? You can feel the difference. The way Caps is playing on this Yone, just going in, getting cooldowns, popping back out again.
Yeah.
He's not afraid at all, starting with a solo kill.
Right back in there, it's Toots having a flash into the Cataclysm, and Tatu's already down on Sama, grabbing the kill as Caps continues diving forward, godlike with the kill on his lane opponent yet again. Gigo trying to escape, the Mega Gnar's on the run, but Skewmon's on the hunt. Broken Blade throws out an ulti, but it will not knock anybody back. It will not matter either. G2 on the game-ending push now. They've made their way to the Nexus turrets. Furia, only 3 men standing, can do nothing to resist the onslaught as G2 are gonna pad their stats one last time in Game 5 as they make their way onto the Nexus. It was a brutal battle start to finish, but G2 win Game 5 and the first series of MSI 2025.
I believe that's what G2 calls content. Flowers, that's what I've been told. And it was a bumpy series, but this final game was anything but. From minute one, it felt like G2 was playing the way that we expected them coming into the day, right?
Yeah.
It was Caps popping off in the 1v1. It was Skewmon making his impact known in basically every single lane. And despite us, I think, both being worried for that bot lane 2v2 kill, Hans ended up going down. It didn't end up mattering. As G2, the series again was a bumpy ride. The final game, it was one-sided, right? That was, by the end, like a 14, 15K gold lead?
16 almost, I believe.
Oh my.
Yeah. G2 certainly rise to the occasion in game number 5. A lot of respect over their opponents as well. I think Furia played well above the expectation that most fans had for them coming into this series, bringing G2 to a game 5 in the first place.
I mean, it's a breakout performance nonetheless. As already said, halfway through was a game 4. Furia massively overperformed expectations. The way in which they did it as well was so intensely entertaining, right? Yeah. It was the gusto, and even in this 5th game, I think what got them here also ended up being their downfall, which was their willingness to take fights.
Yeah.
Because there were definitely some fights in the early game here that they could have skipped. Might have led us to a very different game, but none of that happened because as they have been doing the entire day, they commit.
Yeah. And you know what? It's fun to watch. It was exciting League of Legends, but it was still G2 triumphant. To get out of play-ins, you've got to win 2 best-of-5s. G2 now halfway there. We've still got a lot more League of Legends to play here today. We've still got plenty more on the way. And then whoever wins that second series, they're going to get to play G2 tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And then see who gets to punch their first ticket to the main stage of MSI 2025. Here's what that bracket is looking like now. You can see G2 moving ahead in our winners bracket to play tomorrow. Up next here later today, though, we've got BLG and GAM going head-to-head. Winner of that plays G2, loser of that plays Furia. Both of those games also happening tomorrow with Furia now fighting for their lives. That's the other side of the coin, my friend. Win 2 and you're through. Lose 2 and you're out. This is our post-game breakdown powered by AWS, just kind of showing the damage in this last game. Yeah, IU had some good markers here, but that's about it.
This is what people are going to talk about.
Yeah,
right?
that's probably the big one. I didn't realize I was going to draw a line when I touched the screen, so that was my fault.
I think it was a nice line.
This is good. This is good. This dude was the dude this whole game long. This thing's fun. I've never actually used
why not?
the John Madden thing.
Why
myself.
not?
Why not? Well, probably because otherwise it ends up like that.
I was kind of waiting for you to draw a mustache, you know?
All right. Well, now, with everything all wrapped up here at the caster desk, I think it's just about time to join Azael on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Flowers. Here with Broken Blade. After your series, you just won, but you came in heavy favorites, and Furia absolutely made you work for it. How surprised were you that this went 5 games?
I mean, obviously, we came in thinking we're going to win. I think today I played not the greatest series of my life. I also think they played incredibly well. I want to give them credit. I think they have a good shot, in this play-ins. But yeah, I'm happy that we can get through. No matter how we make it or how we go through, as long as we can get it, I'm happy.
A win is a win. So G2 back to another international tournament, a place that you have been many, many times. But this time you guys are coming in as the 2nd seed. You're starting in play-ins and maybe a bit more of an underdog. Does that feel like a different experience for you?
It's definitely different. We've come in as 2nd seeds before, but I feel like this time it's very, very different because we've just not won in our region yet, and that's not how people know G2. And for us, we're going to use this as a momentum, gear shift kind of thing, and hopefully our next opponent will be also BLG or GAM, I guess, right? So it's going to be fun, exciting.
Yeah, obviously you are awaiting the winner of this series, but let's be honest, the people are expecting that BLG is the likely opponent, and BLG has kind of been G2's nemesis. They knocked you out of MSI 23, they knocked you out of Worlds 23, they knocked you out of Worlds last year. So how confident are you going up against BLG, and how hungry are you for some revenge?
I'm very excited. I mean, if you look at the series, we always take a game from them. It's always close, and I think this time we really need to go the extra step, the extra line to beat these guys. They've also been struggling in their league, and I just really want to play against Bin.
It's going to be a really good matchup. Thank you so much, Broken Blade, for the interview. I appreciate it. Back to y'all at the desk.
Turn around, this is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
To the main event, we spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
That's why, yes sir. Illinois, you know what it is.
Hey everyone, I am here with TK ahead of GAM's match against BLG.
Yes.
How are you feeling being here in Vancouver? How's the team doing?
Oh, we are back and we're excited to be here in Vancouver with the team and obviously be here with you guys and representing for the LCP. So the team is feeling good. I think we're over the jet lag. We're in peak state. We're ready to go up against the Giants.
So it is, you said it, it's BLG. It is a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup.
Yep.
How are you hyping up the team to be able to take down the big dogs?
Hey, you know what? Esports is all about uniting and inspiring people. When you have these difficult matchups, right? These challenging matchups, it's all about looking at it as an opportunity to make them believe and let them know that we're here to play, and they always need to know what time it is, baby. As always.
It's game time.
That's right.
Game time! Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for our second series of the day, BLG versus GAM. You heard it, David versus Goliath. But after that first series, everything's starting to feel a little bit more possible here in the first stage of the tournament. But for GAM, of course, while it feels like we always see them, they're an expected representative. That wasn't really the story of how they got here.
It just isn't. I mean, for GAM to be able to get to this position, they were 4th seed going into playoffs. Everyone expected it was going to be like Talon that would be here as the second team. That just didn't happen. They were just such a team fight king.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing is the way that they were able to end up qualifying for this tournament in particular. I think the big thing that you want to watch out for with GAM is, the core of this roster was kind of forged in the fires of the PCS scandal from last year, right? But this time they did add Ares and Artemis to the lineup and kind of have been rotating them in and out a bit. And then, obviously, the man I have to return to is Levi, right? There were so many rumors about how he was going to retire, and he continues to be the engine for this team. He's so important for
This guy feels like a one-man army.
Yeah.
Every time it feels like there's no way, this time surely they can't qualify to another international. They always find a way to do it. Raz, this is a super impressive player.
Like 4th MSI for him, but like 9th international event if you're not counting like the fact that he's gone to the Southeast Asian Games and all those things in title. Like it feels like when the spotlight shines on him, he just gets stronger. Even when you saw that finals that he had, like he is the epitome of direction. If he is going in, you follow.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, like if he's going for second scuttle, he misses that second scuttle, he's going into the enemy jungle fight. You know what to do.
TK said it. This like a band of brothers mentality. I don't know if it's always right for them to go in together, but when they go together, no doubt in my mind. But another player who is no stranger to the spotlight is Knight. Not the first time that these two have faced it off, so here's a reminder.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, it's David versus Goliath, as Levi and GAM Esports face off against Knight and BLG. Last year's Worlds and MSI runner-ups enter the tournament on a bit of a downturn, at least by their own standards. They finished second domestically and have once again swapped junglers. But Knight is still the man to beat in the LPL, and if he wants to break BLG's second-place curse, he'll need to show up big. BLG's journey to the top starts with GAM, but they're not going to make it easy. Led by veteran jungler Levi, this team has made magic happen time and time again on the international stage and proven that they are not to be underestimated.
The upset!
If you overstep against Levi, he'll punish you for it. A Fate Knight knows all too well. So will Knight set the tone for another deep MSI run? Or can Levi pull off another miracle?
And I'm glad we're setting this up as Levi versus Knight, which is kind of an interesting matchup. They're both like tentpole players for their respective lineups, right? And then talking about Knight, people who might have only saw him in the finals might have thought he had like a pretty rough split in terms of these split 2 LPL finals. But I actually thought he was really, really strong. And when BLG were kind of struggling to get it together to play as a team, Knight was kind of a consistent performer for them if you look at the split as a whole.
Yeah, first team All-Pro, like for him, he was somebody that like consistently they can play through reliably. Even in that series that you had that you said he was struggling, which is true, like I remember that Silas game, he was the reason why they even got that game on to begin with. Like he is the engine, both in the early game, but a lot of those hectic, chaotic team fights, he will thrive in that.
And while BLG's form is something we'll get to talk more about as we progress further in the tournament, I think the other thing for people who haven't seen this team is we have a new jungler. It's not the first time you've heard about a new BLG jungler. This seems to be the trend. Every year we swap somebody new in. This time around, Space One. Let's talk a little bit about him. Let's talk a little bit about this history of kind of the rotating cast of players who picked up this role.
It really is a revolving door because Shun comes in, of course, like 2022, and there were issues, I suppose, because a lot of the times, like Shun, yes, he can play for lanes, but he's a lot of the times like he can go towards his Kindred. Mildred or is Nidalee? Like, so they wanted someone that can play for lanes. Wei comes in, there are struggles there. Beishwan starts to come in. And Beishwan now really takes in that role of like, I am going to play towards my lanes, my solo laners, and that's like his diehard, that's his gold, and I feel like right now, BLG struggles, there's a lot, but it seems like it always goes towards the jungle as the blame game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for Beishwan, to reiterate, is that I feel like he does understand his role on this team, right? The potential of this team is you have two of the best solo laners in the world, potentially, right?
Yes.
And his job is to kind of facilitate that, coming up from FPX, then onto TT. I believe he actually beat BLG while he was on TT, if I remember correctly. So yeah, he understands his role, and it was kind of a guiding force for them to group around while they were having some struggles this split.
Exactly, but I want people to remember, like throughout the split, you could look towards the jungle or you can just look towards the lanes themselves. Like Elk had like a really on and off split himself, but for sure Bin as a player, he's somebody that will always pressure constantly, but he'd made mistakes. So like if you're somebody that's going to constantly pressure, but you're not making the right plays, you're dying a lot. And I feel like, to me, I look towards Bin as a player who's incredibly skilled, needing to play more consistently.
Yeah, and obviously for BLG, such a historic lineup. I think Bin versus Kiai are going to be a thrilling matchup. Jungle thrilling, hopefully for the right reasons for Beishwan, right? This is a guy you want to see perform his first time on international stage, but this is a stacked tournament when it comes to the jungle role, and it's going to be a tall task, but as you said, it's a good time to be a facilitator. You're playing your first tournament as a carry jungler, sounds tough. If all you got to do is gank, it feels a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing on the opposite side is previously we had known Levi as more of a carry force, right? But he has played a lot more towards his lanes and for the team. And that's kind of an important shift that we've seen in this GAM squad and kind of this roster, talking about this roster being forged in the fires of, I guess, despair, like kind of coming together. And then being able to move forward as a unit. They are very, very close. And then by contrast, BLG, with all of their struggles, it's been getting them onto the same page, and that has been what it seems like Beishwan has really helped with.
Yeah, 100%.
Raz, I'm going to have to cut you off there because it seems like we're ready to meet the teams. Time to send it over to our casters, Vedius and Azael.
Hello, Vancouver! Please welcome the competitors in our second series. Representing the LPL, it's Billy Gaming! And opposite them on the rift from the LCP, it's GAM time, GAM Esports! Welcome everyone to the second series here of MSI 2025. I am Azil. It's great to be back home in Canada. I'm joined by my Commonwealth bro here, Vedius, who's coming in for the cast.
It's an absolute pleasure, my friends. I mean, this is going to be a unique experience for us. And I mean, we've already had a unique experience watching the first series together. I mean, I wasn't prepared for that sort of outcome. What we can definitely say for sure is that we saw some amazing moments, and I'm hoping we get to see some in the second series of today. You talked about it with Broken Blade earlier. BLG are expected to be the heavy favorites coming into this series, but the beauty of international events is a fresh patch just dropped. These guys are just traveled across the world. You never know what you're going to get on day one of the tournament, and I'm hoping we get some exciting stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, you really never know. I think everyone was kind of predicting that first series to be a clean sweep, it felt like, for G2. We just saw a very nearly an upset, go all the way to 5 games. So who's to say what GAM can accomplish here today? BLG, though, of course, coming in as the second seed from the LPL, massive favorites. You know, they have their eyes set on a title. They are looking to go far beyond the play-ins to be challenging the big dogs for the trophy at the end of the day.
And while, of course, coming into this series, they're considered heavy favorites, in the scope of the tournament, there are a lot of question marks surrounding BLG, given the struggles that they've been experiencing throughout the spring splits. And while they did qualify to the finals, so many pundits, analysts, content creators have been commenting on how there's doubts, there's question marks surrounding this roster. And in a matchup like this, I think that what they want to cement is their authority, a clear stamp, a clear sign that the BLG of the last few years that we know in terms of their international performance is here and they're ready to play.
Absolutely. It is going to be exciting, and that's kind of the beauty of some of these international tournaments. You get the ability to reset, to kind of have that fresh start for Bin to prove once again that going international, he can be that dominant top laner. That guy that people used to talk about as the best top laner in the world has been a bit more inconsistent this year. But we are now heading into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, for Game 1 of the second series here at MSI 2025. It is GAM versus BLG here. Band's already kicking off.
I mean, the Nocturne respect being shown towards Levi. The Vietnamese Nocturne is something that you have to respect, and BLG are giving that respect towards GAM. The Gwen coming through from GAM as a sign of respect towards Bin on the top side, with the Kalista being taken away as well. Some more jungle focus coming through as the Pantheon is taken off the board, and Twisted Fate, which we've already seen just rising in popularity over the last 2 patches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these globals, clearly the focus here from BLG is they don't want to allow GAM to play the map, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's triple bans towards these global champions. The way that GAM really does play is much kind of slower than I think people really think of when 100%. They think of, you know, these Vietnamese teams, these teams that are super aggressive, that like to get in your face. Well, it's been more about the macro style for Levi and Kiaya and playing the map and creating advantages, but mostly they are taking over games in the later stages of the game. So BLG triple ban these global style champions, take the Taliyah first pick. Clearly that is the emphasis for them.
We'll see what the response is, and it seems like the Rumble is the direction for Kiaya, one of his preferred champions. When we think about him as a player, GAM do like to trust in Kiaya and Levi as a duo. That top side of the map, that strong side of the map where they often find advantages, wanting to get that Rumble into the hands of Kiaya. Even after the few nerfs that the champion has experienced in recent patches, it's still a strong laner that can really be set up for success, especially in these mid-game team fights. And with the Varus paired alongside it, GAM already looking to get themselves some strong lanes.
Absolutely, and when you show up to these objectives, obviously you're going to want to have setup for the Rumble, for the Varus. You're going to be looking for some of that lockdown. Of course, because there were no support bans and we are in Game 1 of the Fearless Draft, you could pick anything, right? There's so many to choose from here. Poppy is interesting, relatively early pick, but I think this is a read on what GAM is going to need for their comp. They're saying you are going to need a Leona or a Rel or something along these lines to really facilitate the picks that you have already grabbed. So we are going to go more for the denial in this pick.
It's also something we've seen a lot from Beishuan throughout the LPL spring, and there's flexibility with it being used in both that support and jungle position. Now, I know that some LPL fans will be hesitant to see Bin on the Ambessa, something that has received a decent amount of criticism, but it is something that he's played a lot of throughout spring, and he's looking to have a strong performance here in Game 1 against Kiaya's Rumble. I'm excited to see how he does on the pick, as GAM now moves into their last pick for the first phase. So they want to guarantee a support hit, and it looks like they do with the Nautilus being hovered right now. This gives them a very powerful bot lane 2 versus 2. The downside is that BLG can now further pinch that jungle pool. If they know that they want Beishuan on this Poppy, it means that they can really limit the options for Levi and give Beishuan a more favorable matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, there also is the possibility, of course, of On playing this down in the bot lane. We have seen him play it a couple times. So, you know, if they want to move that around, they have that option. And for GAM, it's likely to be more bans here towards that AD role. I'm expecting they already banned out the Kalista. They already banned out the Ezreal. Instead, they are going to target the Rel, which is interesting to me because I just feel like, you know, out of all of these early games, banning the engage supports doesn't really accomplish that much because there are so many different ones that fill really a very similar role between Leona and Rakan and Alistar and Nautilus and Rel and all of these champs. As we see TK pumping up the crowd there with the GAM fans here. He's Mr. Worldwide. He's everywhere.
The energy is electric as the jungle pool continues to be pinched. The Vine now going to be taken away from Levi's pool. On the side of GAM, I mean, the Kai'Sa is something they should consider when going up against Elk, but the support pool may still be the area that they want to try and limit. As you mentioned, like Leona, still very prevalent. Renata as a possibility as well.
Yeah, it's super interesting because obviously it's a clear focus on all the AD junglers. They've triple banned AD junglers here, you know, over on the BLG side, but there's still things like Jarvan, there's still Viego, there's still Lee Sin. There still are some of those options. They are clearly expecting some sort of heavy AD pairing to go alongside this Rumble that's been taken on the top side. And instead, the final ban will be against Emo here. They're going to take away the Yone, deny that as a possibility. Yone Rumble, classic combo, you know, go in with that ultimate from Yone and just layer the equalizer over the top.
Now thinking about things like the Wukong as a possibility for Levi. Don't know if he's loving that into the Poppy in particular. The Corki, relatively safe mid lane matchup. does give you some options to roam, but when we think of Emo as a player, his introduction into the roster later on, I mean, through spring, he's very much a facilitator. He's a player that doesn't take up a lot of the resources. He's much more about enabling both Artemis and Kiaya, and he's a role player for the team. And since his introduction, we've seen a lot more synergy within the team, I would say, and that's kind of been the priority for GAM, finding their footing as the bot lane quickly gets locked in for BLG, the Jhin and Alistar combination. So they have a decent amount of poke from their side. Their engage is mainly going to come from on the Alistar. They have a lot of disengage tools simply due to the fact that they have both Alistar and the Poppy, along with the zone control the Taliyah can provide. But I will say that this composition from BLG kind of has skirmishing elements, but it does kind of do a lot of different things, whereas GAM is very much in the direction of team fighting.
Yeah, very much so. And I mean, a lot of poke here, obviously. Varus plus Corki, really common combo with those double 80 carries, both able to poke down your opponents, drop the equalizer. You have the Maokai ultimate as well as the Nautilus to try to set them up for this team fight. So I do think it's going to be a lot about GAM getting to those objectives first, trying to force BLG to walk into them, poking them out, and making their job really, really difficult to find those engages. Whereas I think, you know, here for Knight on this Taliyah, if he can get pushed, he's going to be happy to try to attack those side lanes. Obviously, the skirmish power really high, like you were talking about. And Poppy Taliyah just always a really deadly combo because you can tackle just straight into the unraveled earth. You don't even need a wall to actually stun them up.
It's very true. We are getting ready to jump into our first game. The crowd is excited. We're excited. It's going to be a crazy game one. GAM going for a very traditional front-to-back type of composition, which means that when it comes to the fights, that's what we're going to be keeping our eyes on, because that's the scariest thing about BLG. The skill ceiling of these individuals is so high that you know that in every single fight, their ability to outplay is one of the things you always have to be scared of.
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds, but absolutely agree, Vedius. It is going to be a really interesting game, number one. Time to set the tone for this best of 5. See if GAM can surprise some people, take a game, get competitive here with BLG, and really flip the expectations. We've already had our first series go all 5 games. It's time to find out if we can make 10 games the dream happen here on day one.
I mean, you have to go back a few years, but Knight, he did have an unfortunate experience against GAM, the top esports versus GAM matchup during the group stages of Worlds. But of course, a lot has happened since then. BLG rising to prominence on the international stage, making a World Finals last year against T1. So close! A single game being the difference, and that final game being so close. But, I mean, Faker is inevitable. But BLG, since then, have kind of fallen from grace a little bit. They've gone through a bunch of iterations in that jungle role. And now they find themselves here at MSI with a lot of question marks surrounding them in terms of the level. Let's see what they've brought to us here in this game one. It looks like a standard line of scrimmage so far. Bit of early investment in the vision from both sides. Beishwan gonna see what Levi is up to in the early game. But in terms of GAM, I expect the top side to be the priority in terms of their early ganks. As we were talking about, GAM do like to try and enable Kiaya on the top side of the map. But against Bin, I imagine that they really want to try and give Kiaya as many resources to set him up for success.
Absolutely. And to expectation is going to be Poke Varus. You can see he's playing with the Comet. Kiaya also electing to go for the Comet there as well. And it'll be interesting to see how Emo actually builds. We were talking a lot about builds earlier with Corki, but GAM, of course, here, you know, no stranger to the international stage. They are the second seed for the LCP. This is their 4th MSI appearance. Levi, definitely one of the big standout players. If you've been watching international for a long time, you know this guy, you love this guy. Kiaya as well, really has been a mainstay and has been such a part of their success all over these years. And I mean, 9 international events, that tells the story. Pretty incredible track record for GAM across a lot of different years.
And we know that GAM shoulders a lot of responsibility as being a representative for Vietnam, and they shoulder that pressure themselves, and they want to perform for their region. As
faster level 2 here. On is going to take a lot of damage before he actually gets level 2, and he just has to headbutt Artemis away there. Another hook is going to come in and does land onto Elk. Elk trying to turn this around, has the 4th shot, gets Artemis quite low. But still, the health bar's very heavily favoring GAM as BLG tried to fight for the level 2, but just kind of miscounted the minions and couldn't get there in time.
Some beautiful trading from the bot lane of GAM. I love that
great
aggression.
hook by Elio. On is trying to survive. Will be able to do it as he procs the aftershock right before that piercing arrow came through, but down incredibly low. And topside looking spicy also, as Bin is going to be able to crash this, but not without taking quite a bit of damage.
You look at the jungle pathing and you can see that Levi is making his way up towards the top side of the map, but an early base will come through from Bin, so he's going to respect the possibility of a gank. As Beishwan is setting his sights to hover around the bot side of the map, is On actually looking for a quick back.
On is going to stay, though. He elects to stay because Poppy is coming. So they're going to try to make a play very, very quickly here. Elk is trying to keep this wave from crashing, but GAM have no wards, and Beishwan is going to be behind them. They're about to get the bad news here. Flash combo from On, perfectly engaged. They're going for Elio. They flash forward. Artemis trying to finish him off. He grabs first blood. They're looking for another one. Elk's in trouble. It's a double for Artemis, and it's GAM time already. But Beishwan looking to get him back. Flash to follow, gets a double. Is able to trade evenly, but how about that? 2 for 2 and a 2v3 for the GAM bot lane.
Incredible aggression from the bot lane of GAM. Without hesitation, they flash in to go for those kills and they make it happen. In a 2 versus 3, it's GAM that draws first blood in the bot lane.
You have got to love that confidence. There was no fear at all. There's no hesitating. Should we flash back? Should we be running away? Take me through it.
As you highlighted, On thinking about going back to base. They do tick over to level 3 for the GAM bot lane, but On with a great engage. Flash with the 2-man knockup. Beishwan arrives, but the flash in from Elio to connect the hook onto On. The Comet actually gets the kill, and then his W comes back up, meaning that he survives long enough for Artemis to get that second kill. Yes, the wave state is in a bit of an awkward spot, but it still ends up going underneath the tower, and you can see that excitement, that confidence already starting to build in the GAM bot lane.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's a small thing, but because On, when he flash comboed there, he stayed around for one auto before actually trying to back up. It gave Elio the time to get his passive route there, and now Levi is here. They're going to force the flash as that hook actually connected with the minion, but Elk, of course, did not know that was about to happen and had to respect it. So either way, just calibrating down there.
I love the thumbs up from Elio. He knows that he's in their head right now. They're feeling themselves with how the bot lane 2 versus 2 is playing out. The rest of the map is relatively quiet, but I think from GAM's perspective, that's how they want it.
I mean, absolutely. And just look at the buy. Look at the bot lane. You have a cull over here, and then tier double longsword is the buy when you go back, because both of the kills went there to Artemis, and only the fact that Beishwan was able to survive saves that from being a disaster. He's on a triple longsword buy, so likely just going towards Sundered Sky, pretty standard stuff. Is going to be building aggressively himself, but it is going to be very tough now for Elk and On down in that bot lane, where you're not going to be able to win all-ins, and if you can't look for all-ins, you're just going to slowly get poked out by Artemis.
A good little window utilized by Beishwan there as he steals away those Raptors. Able to get a small lead at the very least over his jungle counterpart, but it's important to remember that Beishwan did himself get those 2 kills. So while it is incredibly positive for the GAM bot lane, they need to now try and leverage this strength that they've been able to develop. So they're swapping them up towards the top side of the map. I question some of these decisions sometimes, only because when you're in that winning state, you have to make that choice of, do we want to try and move it around the map to then try and push it even further, or do we instead want to try and punish the bot side even more? And I think that they could have bullied Elkanon a little bit more, but instead they've chosen to prioritize the top side to get Elio and Levi grouping up and moving into the enemy jungle.
Definitely agree with you, but also a thing to note, because the wave that Elk based on was a pushing wave, it's heavily frozen towards GAM in bot lane, and also in top lane, Artemis moved forward, caught the wave, stacked it, so they have double frozen waves right now in top and bot. They are going to be able to deny, and now they elect to push it out, but they were able to deny all 3 of these melee minions. As you see, the last one is likely to die there, so they denied 3 minions on top side. They denied almost an entire wave from that wave that was pushing towards Kiaya, and he's going to have way more minions to farm. So I do like the thought process there from GAM, as Levi going to show up here and try to make sure that he is covering for any potential Beishwan action. And you can see that Beishwan has already been back to base. Not only is he up over 600 gold, he just spent, so he is massively stronger than Levi right now.
For sure. Keeping my eyes on Knight, as with the level 7, he does have the ulti available. Beishwan runs into Levi.
Yeah, Levi's going to go forward, and they're going to try to knock him back. Remember, no flash available here on Beishwan. He is running Artemis over the wall, looking to try to take him down. Will he be able to do it? On's in the midst of everyone. Levi has to flash out. It's On now that is in trouble. He is off, and Elio trying to survive. Knight can't quite make it happen. Elk is in trouble now. Beautiful cleanse. That was picture perfect from Elk to keep himself alive. Knight, though, going to be hooked in. He is able to get one, but he's going to fall for it at the end of the day. Levi limping out of there. Very close fight, but it is 2 for 1 at GAM at the end of the day.
GAM are bringing the fight to BLG. They're moving into the enemy jungle. They are showing BLG that this side of the map belongs to them. And again, without any hesitation, they force the fight. Now, Bin in a 1v1.
Yeah, he is silenced, and Kiaya could be in trouble. Both still sitting on their ultimates. We'll see if Bin does look for that public execution. The ulti going to get dropped by Kiaya just to clear out the wave. He wants nothing to do with Bin right now. Is going to go grab the honey fruit, and we'll be able to heal up quite a lot off of that.
Wow. But we take into consideration that the first 3 kills were secured by GAM, that Feat of Warfare achievement grabbed by them. First dragon in the map still up as well, but it seems that these grubs are going to be the priority. Let's look back at the replays. We can see it's Baseron that starts off the fight. Knight is in a position to collapse. I don't know if they were expecting Levi to just turn on them and fight, but Elio was right there with him. Then it turns into this massive brawl, but the positioning of the wall I think is more favorable for GAM because both Emo and Artemis are very safe. Artemis moves up to force Knight out of the fight. A beautiful cleanse comes through from Elk to get him away to safety, and then Knight, thinking he can get one exit kill, ends up costing him his life. And giving that kill over to Emo just means that things just continue to go the way of GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. In that replay, BLG was able to get 2 of the grubs. You can see GAM does take 1 for their trouble, so at least you're not going to be giving the Void Might spawn away. But Elio and Levi just grouping up here, heading over to look for a dive on Elk. Remember, there is no cleanse available. He doesn't have his flash for another couple seconds, and he is in so much trouble. There is the hook, and there is the kill. It's another one in the pockets of Artemis. 4 kills in 9 minutes for the GAM bot laner.
It's a beautiful dive. No mistakes, well executed. There was little that Elk could do to respond. And GAM are continuing to find advantages. Now, the gold lead, not insurmountable. BLG still, of course, have ways to come back into this game, and Baseron doing what he can to cross-map. Securing this dragon, Bin going to be looking to get himself a plate, and Kiaya playing on the weak side for now, making sure that he's just staying safe so that BLG cannot get any cross-map kills. But to see this level of aggression, this level of execution coming through from GAM, I think is a huge surprise.
It is great to see them playing like this. You know, it means we're in for a very exciting series, I think, here. As GAM, when they're on, they just really seem like they're on. There's one of these teams that just, when they catch fire, they really do kind of play with vibes, man. Like, they're one of these teams that really emphasizes that feeling of family and togetherness, and that, you know, one person is less important than the whole. And it's all about this philosophy that they have, that they take into their training, into their practice, into their gameplay, that really has netted them so much success, this trust that they have in each other's, and it can get them pretty far, and we'll see if it can get them a win here against BLG as they are out to a slight lead.
And what I will say is that when you watch the playoff run, sometimes they do just make bad decisions. Sometimes they get individually outplayed, but this roster really does make magic happen at times. The way that they find these incredible steals, the way that they navigate certain fights, like they're a team that fully trusts in each other, and they do a really good job of just committing to the play they have decided to make, and that makes for some amazing moments and is why they are here at MSI today. Now, of course, the gold lead, 1K, a very good start to the game, puts them in a good positions, but we still got a lot of the game left to go as they continue to look for a fight.
Yeah, Kiaya gonna sidestep the ulti there, and it's not gonna be a big deal. Like you said, it is 1K, but one thing I will say is it's 1K and it's all on Artemis. This is that playoff run that you were talking about, Vidius.
Yeah, I mean, it looked very scary for them because they ended up losing to CFO in their first run, but then they were able to get that win over Team Secret. The win over Talon, I think, was the biggest surprise, especially the way in which they won it. And then pushing CFO all the way to 5 games was a really crazy run. And again, like some of the consensus I heard was that they're not even the second best team from the LCP. There were question marks, there were doubts that it was kind of a miracle that they made it here, but Game 1, they are looking impressive. Emo gets knocked up.
Oh, he does get knocked up, and he's going to have to flash to safety there, as it looked like the Valkyrie even got interrupted. So as he comes out of that combo, just has to spend the summoner spell. Baishuan down towards the spot side, but Kiaya, of course, did spot him in that dry brush, and Baishuan knows it, goes back and is able to clear that one out.
First items are starting to be completed across the board. The Heartsteel coming through from the Maokai, going for more of a defensive kind of frontline tanky build.
And I actually really like this because I do think when you are not solo AP, it's not worth it. There's the flash, and it's going to connect, and the Chains of Corruption is there as well. GAM, it's surprise! They jump over the wall. They take him down. Kiaya gets the kill on Bin.
Bin was not expecting that at all.
Neither was I!
I mean, our observers were showing his Bin POV, and so we just saw the Fog of War, and out of nowhere, GAM attack. The surprise collapse means that they find a big pick onto Bin, and now the advantages are starting to be...
Jump scare.
It's happening across the board, and that lead that Baishuan had been able to build for himself early on because of those 2 early kills, that gap is starting to close, and meanwhile for Artemis, a 1.4K gold lead for him.
Yeah, back to the Maokai point. To me, if you're not solo AP as Maokai, I think it is just wrong to go AP almost always. There's so much damage on this team. You have Kiaya on the Rumble, you have double AD carry. You just need to create space for them. You need to be able to peel, you need to be able to create that zone of control to buy the Corki and the Varus time to do their work. So I absolutely love that he is going to be going full tank here with that Heartsteel. Makes a lot of sense.
I also love this vision investment from GAM on the bot side of the map. Look at all these wards that have been set up, making it a lot more comfortable for Kiaya to play in the 1v1 matchup. Just getting that deep vision in just provides them with that extra bit of security so that they know that the Rumble can play very, very safe while Levi starts pathing back up towards the top side. But BLG naturally doing the exact same in response, making sure that they have good vision coverage, keeping track of where Levi is on the map so that these surprise ganks are less likely to be effective.
Bin looking to try to get in range of Kiaya, but can't quite do it. He's just going to be constantly trading back and forth here. Kiaya doing a good job spacing Bin, it seems like, when we're checking in for the most part, not allowing him to really get those good trades. And I mean, when you're playing against Mbessa, so much of these matchups is about forcing Mbessa to use the spells to close the gap, not allowing her to begin trades with those spells. As Kiaya again overheats, and this time Bin is going to be in a lot of trouble. The equalizer is ready. He just hit 11. I think Bin, it's time to get cooked. There's the equalizer, turns around with the public execution, does proc the Eclipse Shield, trying to run for the hills, but it's just not enough. Kiaya will not allow him to escape.
Kiaya gets a solo kill onto Bin. What a fantastic play, punishing the aggression from Bin. The Rumble now sitting at 2-0-0, a 1.2k goal lead for Kiaya. And GAM have everything going for them. No Rumble ultimate available for the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, but the Corki is in position. Bin does have the TP available to join in the event that a fight does kick off. Emo avoids, and this is the thing, I feel like GAM is showing the utmost respect to BLG while still playing with nothing but confidence.
Absolutely, and you have to. You cannot disrespect Knight and Bin and Elkanon. These guys have been here so many times before, but there's a fight breaking out. Elio could be in trouble. The seismic jump does connect onto Levi, but he is tanky enough to survive. Bin arrives with a TP, so does Kiaya. Remember, Kiaya has no ultimate. Emo hitting on the side, trying to get them low. You can see the ultimate coming out from Jin as well. On flashes forward, there's the flash from Beishuan, sending Kiaya into the wall. He's overheated and he is shut down, and now Emo's in trouble as well. Just like that, BLG roar to life, take 3 kills and the Dragon.
The snap engage from BLG was ruthless. They isolate the support. They make sure that they have a numbers advantage, and as GAM is filtering in, they just pick them off one by one. You'll see Levi and Elio sitting in the river trying to contest some vision. The Talia ultimate comes through, then they get split off. Artemis can't really offer anything. The Corki is still separated, and the TP is late from Kiaya. Remember, no Rumble ultimate available. Then the knockout onto the Varus means that he can't get involved in the fight, and it just becomes pick after pick after pick. And what was a 2k gold lead for GAM disappears in a single fight.
Yeah, it's just being able to find these small windows, punishing your opponents. It was a great angle there from Knight, comes over with the Weaver's Wall, able to section them off. And without Kiaya having the ulti, he couldn't really get much of anything done in that fight. So great punish there from BLG. They now maintain the gold lead, as Kiaya will try to defend this tower here, but seems like it may not be long for this world. He's trying to deny the feats of strength. They're both rushing for this first tower, which would get it for either team. Emo down here on the bot side, supported by Elio. It is important that they try to push for this.
Do have the numbers advanced from the bot side of the map. A hook is going to go wide for Elio. Another wave is coming through for Knight. He's very close to securing that tower.
Yeah, I mean, Levi's got to get up here. Otherwise, they're going to lose the tower, I think, on this wave. Kiaya needs help to defend it, but Knight is pushing forward. Kiaya trying to keep it alive. They are racing for it. Bin on the other side does pop the ulti. Elio tanking up the tower as much as he possibly can. Kiaya about to overheat, trying to run for it. As Beishuan's coming in, there's On arriving as well. Going to pop the ulti to try to tank up the tower. Bin is in trouble. Emo's making it happen. There's the public execution. Trying to take down Elio. He does. He's in the 1v2. Can he make it happen? The shield, the double. It's Bin, and he is back.
Beautiful play from Bin, leveraging the tower aggro to punish the 2v1 dive. BLG will also get the top tower, and very quickly the momentum is shifting. BLG finding plays across the map, getting the flash from Kiaya on the top side, and Bin getting 2 kills in the 2 versus 1.
Yeah, that is just a backbreaker. They're obviously trying to rush for this first tower.
And you can see the tower aggro is going to connect onto Elio. Bin is going to leverage that by utilizing his ultimate to keep him underneath that tower. Once the hook comes through, he keeps him in tower range. Nice backstep from Bin to create that space between him and Emo to then turn it into the kill. The shield then comes through, procs the Eclipse as well, and then secures the double kill.
I mean, that was just so beautifully played. Small thing there. Bin goes for the backstep, pulling Emo away. So Elio had to walk further into tower range to get the locket on him. He wasn't in locket range, so he walked up to try to give that locket. That meant he got stuck in that tower for an additional shot, gets taken down. Bin pulls off the 1v2. As his W comes back up, he has the shield, he has the Eclipse shield. He is just making it happen, man. And that is the thing about this guy. You know, say all you want about an inconsistent year, but he is on fire so far. And now Artemis in a lot of trouble. Is going to flash out, but it is not going to get him anywhere. Elio could be next to fall. The equalizer is going to use from Kiaya, but not to much effect whatsoever. And in comes Beishuan in the Herald. They're just going to let it crash into the tower. The tower is incredibly low. On is looking for the dive here. Emo trying to push them back, but they're really struggling to do so. Hook's going to go wide there from Elio. Now the ulti does come out, but Kiaya has already fallen. BLG are running away with it out of nowhere.
BLG do not hesitate to punish a mistake. The moment that you overstep, they capitalize. And look, they're even fishing for more. Knight trying to hover off in the fog of war. He will be spotted out, but this tower is surely going to fall. And BLG, with the small advantage that they were able to find in the earlier skirmishes, they are mounting a massive gold lead. 3.3k now the advantage. A mid tower secured just short of 4k. And as we jump into the replay, an engage comes through from On. He knows he has the ultimate, but the quick collapse coming from Knight means that again, BLG guarantee themselves a numbers advantage. A 5 versus 3. Kiaya has no angle to get involved. Artemis has already lost his life. And then when they continue the siege, On is just saying, screw it, I'm just going to keep them away from the tower. Let's see if we can secure this objective. Kiaya steps up too far, and he gets punished by Knight. Great positioning, great play from BLG as they mount firm control here in Game 1.
And I mean, it feels like it was a minute ago we were talking about this race for first tower. BLG now took all of the outers there, as you can see in the Coinbase gold grind. This is all of the different sources that Knight has gotten gold from. So you can see 1,100 of his gold is from kills, 4,371 from minions, and so on. As there's Bin going in again, it's going to be another kill here. As Artemis, great start, but he is getting caught and he is getting punished once again. No flash, no chance.
BLG are just so effective at finding these small positioning mistakes and capitalizing so quickly. Knight's ability to collapse, he didn't use the ultimate this time, but we've seen it multiple times. And while it might seem like that they're over-grouping, I feel like GAM is just being drawn into the fight. Rather than looking for cross-maps or looking for advantages elsewhere on the map, they're just constantly trying to trade with BLG, and BLG are getting the better of them. Now Knight once again throws the ulti out to catch this mid-wave and look for a pick.
Yep, you are not allowed to trade. They're saying you cannot take that tower. Levi tried to get down there and see if he could fight over Otacon. Does proc the phase rush, but he's got no flash, and I think he's going to get chased down. There's the flash in from On. Bin and 3 members of BLG will knock down Levi once again. He wanted to get there, see if he can make a hero play at the Otacon, but he loses his life, and it's just going to be a dragon as well off the back of that. As BLG are just taking everything. They're farming your jungle, they're defending their mid tower, they're taking Otacon, killing your jungler, and then getting the dragon.
It was a promising start for GAM. Some really awesome plays from so many members, but BLG, they are the classic. You give them a finger and they'll take the whole arm. The moment that you give them a semblance of an advantage, I know, right?
I gave them my finger.
And they want the arm.
That's messed up.
And not only, they're beating you with the arm right now. They're taking absolutely
really
everything.
up.
It's so messed up. But BLG find themselves with a 5k gold lead. Second items being completed across the board. And they're looking good. We wanted to see a statement game from BLG, and it was looking shaky within the first 10 minutes. But here we find ourselves 22 minutes in, and BLG are looking confident.
Yeah, I mean, Knight now well over 2,000 gold ahead of his counterpart here. He did go for the Magi's, lost some stacks off of that, so it is a bit unfortunate, but he is, of course, on his 2 items, got the early Rylai's. And when you look over, you see all these melee champs on the other side. It's going to be very frustrating for them to be dealing with this. So it is going to be, I think, a tough ask for Kiaya, Levi, and the rest of GAM to try to come back here. You start feeling like it has to come down to picks. Find people in side lanes. Try to find odd number fights where you can find a 2v1 or a 3v1 or something like that to try to even out the fight. But BLG is just pushing this game forward so fast. I mean, you have 4 minutes until Ocean Soul.
Exactly. And I think that that is another angle. Ooh,
Bin is going to go in, but this time Levi is behind him. Has been a bit off more than he could chew. Levi overheated, trying to get the damage down, and TP's even coming in as Beishuan's going to arrive. So does Ilio. Now an equalizer, well placed. It's going to be flash out there from Bin. It's now Beishuan that is the target. He has a flash of his own, but not even going to need to use it because the reinforcements are arriving. Elk is here, and Knight is positioning for a possible Weaver's wall here. He's in the banana brush, and here he goes. He's trying to section them off. Levi is going to get trapped, and Levi's got no flash. Stunned against the wall there by Beishuan. Going in for the re-engage as his team is firing over the wall, and now Beishuan has to flash out. It's Ilio that is the target. GAM will retreat, will survive, but just by the skin of their teeth, BLG clearly too much to handle.
A very awkward fight for both sides there. I was expecting BLG to look for a cross map, but there were only really tier 2 towers for them to play for, so instead Knight set his sights on actually collapsing, looking to try and convert this into more kills. I think Levi, once he was trapped, played that very well, utilizing the twisted advance to get out of harm's way, but ultimately it doesn't result in a huge amount. Summoner spells were burnt on the side of Elio, along with the flash being used by Beishuan and Bin. Those summoner spells could be crucial, but with the next objective still a minute away from the Baron, I think we're really setting our sights on that Dragon. Soul for BLG, 2.5 minutes away. I think their priority is going to be pushing in these sideways, getting good vision coverage around that side of the map, and potentially looking for a few more picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be up to GAM to just try to get as strong as you possibly can and have a proper setup to try to deny this from BLG. When you are playing a comp like this, Corky Varus, you're so reliant on your poke. We talked about it during the draft. If you are a poke comp and you're playing into Ocean Soul, things are tough. So we'll see if they can find a way to make it happen. But you're looking at the map right now, and there's just not really any wards in the area for GAM. You can see that Elio is trying to get over there and trying to reestablish some vision control. Bin here getting chased down by Kiaya. The rest of the team is coming in. We'll see if they can find him. Remember, he has no flash. The equalizer is there to slow, and in comes Levi. Public execution going to be used, and he is just trying to waste their time as BLG on the other side of the map are looking for a play. They do get the shutdown, but again, it costs them the equalizer. That should be up, though, before the Dragon does spawn here, as BLG looking to pressure some towers.
Good news is that the wave was quite far away, but Emo needs to be very careful. He's going to respect the collapse from Beishuan, and this tower is going to fall. I would say that the risk of using those ultimates is that will they be available for the next Dragon's fight? 1 minute and 20 seconds. I imagine that the equalizer will be up, but it's going to be close on the Maokai ultimate for sure. Kiaya will secure his second. I mean, actually, he's still sitting on a decent amount of gold. He'll have to go back to base and spend what he can. The tower is still standing, as BLG have done a great job of keeping all of these outer towers alive. But this Dragon, 1 minute away. This is going to be what I imagine the big deciding fight. If GAM can potentially find a turnaround fight, that's their avenue for a comeback. Or BLG, it could be the final nail in the coffin for securing game 1.
Absolutely agree. When you're 5K up here, if you grab Soul on top of that, it just feels like an insurmountable advantage. So GAM may get just that one more shot here to try to make something happen. Yeah, does go back to base, spends up that gold like you talked about, and does get the Seekers. So it is going to be something very important for this next fight. But it is going to be problematic that you can see the third item is now done for Elk. He has the LDR. You can see both a Banshee's Veil as well as the Blighting Jewel, the components being built up for both of those there for Knight. So he's quite strong here as well. And BLG looking to try to regain control over mid lane.
Find ourselves in a tense situation. GAM recognize that they need to gain some space, but their vision coverage is very limited. And Elk is doing a good job of controlling that mid wave. On
they are very stacked as On's going to go in, and Bin is here to support. On in a lot of trouble, but he is going to survive as he flashes out, and the Nautilus falls on the other side. Kiaya running for the hills here. He's going to have to flash out that public execution, but Kiaya does barely survive the 4th shot. Goes into the stasis, but he has got nowhere to go, and Beishuan finds another stun there onto the Nautilus looking for him. They do knock down a 3rd member from GAM, and it feels like just like that, the fight is already done. BLG crush it. They take 3. They're going to take the Soul to boot.
It feels like that it's too much of a wallet difference at this point. It was a straight up front to back, and that Maokai just melted. The fact that On was also able to get out of that situation, and then the rest of BLG chased down GAM. A very awkward situation for GAM to find themselves in. They did not get the optimal setup, and they end up falling short.
Yeah, not going to be able to fight their way in. They're trying to get through these chokes, trying to stay together so they don't get picked off. But the problem is you're just setting up these great angles for BLG to attack.
So let's Look at our MasterCard price this moment as it's Levi that gets engaged on initially, and that's who BLG focus. They don't overcomplicate the fight. They just turn their attention to the front line. Once he's gone, they then look for the chase by removing the Corki. The collapse becomes even easier with a really nice Talia wall coming through from Knight. It once again splits up GAM and makes the fight easier.
Oh, we're back to live. Elio tries to flash out, hooks to the wall, but he's just dead. And Beishuan wants even more. Knight's positioning has been a thing of beauty. Every ult that you're talking about, Betty, seems to be perfectly placed. And now Kiaya in a world of hurt down here. Bin with the double buffs, with the Ocean Soul. He does not care about your poke any longer.
I mean, it really has been a beautiful game from Knight, kind of the silent carry in a sense, but we've seen it in every single play. His use of the Talia wall has just been flawless.
Yeah, and GAM now trying to see, can they find a way in to try to seal away this Baron? Teleport coming out there from Kiaya, but here comes Knight one more time. Beishuan and Bin trying to push their way in. Artemis is left out to the wolves, and he's going to get bit in half as Beishuan pushing back the jungler. He's 3 levels up. Emo's dead as well, as they're just trying to look to try to end the game right here, right now. They get a third, and they are on the march now. The wave is going to be coming in. They're not heading to the Baron, so they just want to try to close it out.
BLG with ruthless execution on the team fights. There is little room for GAM to react. They execute, they destroy, and they capitalize. BLG setting their sights on the Nexus.
It's Levi and Elio versus the entire team, but with the Ocean Soul, they don't have the damage to stop them. We'll see if they can clear out the wave, find a miracle play, but I don't think it's going to happen. Elio falling as well as Elk goes dominating. It's 20-8. It's a 10,000 gold lead. It's 29 minutes into the game. And BLG just padding the stats, trying to get more kills here on the doors to the fountain as Artemis is going to respawn just to die one last time. It's an ace again for BLG as Emo's now respawning. They want another kill. Mercy, cries GAM as BLG takes game number 1.
A convincing performance from BLG. The early game looked a little shaky. I loved the confidence from the GAM bot lane. The solo kill from Kiaya. Things were looking good, but it only took a single fight from BLG to close the gold gap and swing the momentum massively in their favor.
That's scary stuff, man. We have seen these kind of series so many times in the past where some of these underdog teams come out, they show their prowess, their individual skill in the lanes, but then when it becomes time to moving around the map, to setting up objectives, to moving as a unit, BLG definitely looked like they were on another level in this first game.
Yeah, they certainly did, and BLG kind of meeting the expectations put upon them. Coming in as heavy favorites, dominating game 1. We'll see if GAM can bounce back.
We will see BLG claim the first win of the series. Dracos, what you got back at the desk?
I'm going to be honest, mixed feelings, because for the first 5 minutes of that game, I was like, there's no way both series are
It's
like
happening
this.
again.
It's happening again. But BLG very quickly reminded us that not all teams are created equal, and not all teams fight as well as other teams. Those guys were monsters.
I was sweating, honestly, right? Because, like, Artemis was kind of the major upgrade I thought this roster made that GAM has been fielding. Their bot lane had a really great start to the game, right? But then we had the fateful dragon fight where everything changed for BLG, and I think the big thing for me going into this was that the Rumble ult was down, right? Like, it had actually been used on Bin in the bot lane. So when this starts up, it's a really good example of why BLG wanted this Poppy Talia combo so badly.
Yeah, and also just on top of the fact that Talia was able to make it there first, I think GAM just needs to be able to anticipate the play that he was going to be there first at all times. Like, he gets 2 crazy flicks. That was a great flick to be able to get Emo as well. So I thought it was a really good play overall from BLG. You mentioned it, that was really kind of broke open. But also they just kept pounding the mid lane. It kept happening again and again. Like the Talia ulti, whenever it was up, guess who was getting sacrificed? It was Artemis.
Yeah, well, the thing for me is just Knight is a demon. And sometimes you forget, right? Because oftentimes we hold Knight to such a high standard that if he's not in contention for best mid laner in the world, people are like, that's not enough for him. Yeah. But you forget just how incredible this player can be in the clutch. And that was the first of many team fights. That single moment, it never felt like GAM had a chance to get back into the game. Even as we look at the game-winning fights, even as we look at the mid game, their consistency here was incredible. Now, the lane phase is still shaky. There's still things you can throw criticism at, but across the board, the coordination here in these fights was excellent.
Yeah, as we see this game-winning fight come through, right? Like, they immediately get on to Artemis. At this point, they're so far ahead that it's going to be really difficult for Bin to not just be able to go in and get on these carries, but you really see how they wanted to play this composition out, especially when ahead.
Yeah, because the fact that if you look at this composition and you're Artemis and you have such a great lead, it's like maybe I've circumvented the entire problem. Like there's no threats from the Talia and even like Bin getting solo killed early, like maybe I'm fine. No, all of that was thrown to the wayside. You're right, the lead happened, and so when he gets crushed like that and there's really nothing to stop that from happening, and this is just one of many plays that showed that he's getting like destroyed by the Talia or the ulti coming in from the top lane. It's just it's rough to look back at.
And I do definitely want to highlight the massive gold shift that did happen, right? Because it's important to remember that GAM were actually up, I believe, 2.4k gold, right? So it's just this entire section of the game, and in particular, look at what happens with these two top laners, right? This is where Bin really, really pulls ahead, even though it actually starts with him getting killed in the bot lane.
And unfortunately, I don't think we're showing the correct gold graph currently.
No.
We got a little preview of
you
what's
did it
to
correctly.
come,
It just wasn't showing.
perhaps for AL and T1.
Yeah.
But the big thing to highlight is this was not a game that started off super incredibly for BLG, but they found that single angle. It just continued to snowball. And I think the moment where we kind of came back to earth, other than the dragon moment, was when we were reminded not to test the Gigabin in our HyperX replay, because this is a guy who, is gold even a concept that he cares about? I think not. He's just outplaying like a madman.
Yeah, this 2v2 was pretty incredible because at first it looked like he was just dead. The shield does eat it. He plays back. Like when he walks up first for the wave, then Ilio's like, okay, this should be a good dive for us. I'm going to take turret aggro. Now, Bin ultis, not just to take this shot, but the next turret shot that comes through, so he couldn't even flash, so he dies right then and there.
Yeah, and going into this, Elio had actually been the huge playmaker for them, right? So being able to keep it within turret range was massive. Bin turns it around 2 for 0.
The W shield and the Eclipse shield. You're like, okay, my support's down. Maybe I can still kill him. Couldn't get the job done.
There's nothing that feels worse than seeing an enemy Ambessa come back to lane with Eclipse. You're like, ah, yes, I no longer get to deal damage. That appears to be the case. Here now we have the correct PGB powered by AWS. And still pretty impressive stuff across the board from BLG. When we look ahead to Game 2, how worried are you about that early game that we saw? Is this something that you think GAM can exploit and potentially bring home a game? What are you focusing on when it comes to that Game 2? What are you guys keeping track of?
I'm a little more saddened because like I feel like that's the sucker punch you go for. Like you think you're coming in as the heavy favorites, and then once again BLG we're at the sleep at the wheel last MSI as well, and then they cleaned it up later on. I feel like they're going to be a lot more safer, and I'm going to be looking at GAM a little bit, and I'm just going to have one request. Be more careful on the mid wave, please. I'm begging, GAM. Just be a lot more careful on the mid wave. So that's going to be my message for them going into this one.
Hopefully there's less Talia in this game. Thank you, Fearless. But the mid wave it's a scary place, dark and full of terrors, most certainly. Emily, what are you focused on?
For BLG, I mean, we kind of talked about how shaky at times this bot lane in Elk particular has had a very up and down split. So I really want them to start off a little bit better, let's just say.
How much of that is individual performance versus like draft? I know we did throw some criticism. We were a little bit skeptical about the Jhin Alistair lane into the Varus Nautilus.
I was very skeptical about it.
It seems like rightfully so.
I feel like that skepticism was paid off. But I think the big thing they did want in this draft is the Talia Poppy. I think tunneling on certain things in draft has been a BLG special a little bit. So the big important thing going in for GAM is that they are on blue side, so I'm curious to see what they end up on, because I actually thought their drafting in this first game was very solid.
Yep. Adaptations in draft, it sounds like, for the side of BLG, and maybe being a little bit more careful around the mid wave for the side of GAM. There's a lot of dangerous players who can show up there. You got to be careful about the risks you take. For now, though, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, Game 2 coming up. We'll see if GAM can bounce back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay, okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful, I'ma let them know I got the gold, I'm in control, I break the mold, I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to fall so I could fly. Had to fail so I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Feeling the burn deep in my chest. It's starting my turn. I'ma give it my best. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. I'll carry the fire. I'm bringing the heat.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Welcome back here for BLG versus GAM, game number 2. We have some news as Eris is going to be subbing in for GAM in the mid lane.
Eris, the fabled 7-man roster of GAM. I'm excited to see what he can do. Having prepared this team coming into this tournament, Eris is a player that they played a lot with throughout spring and throughout winter as well. And he's just a resource-intensive player. And that style just wasn't as effective compared to what they found when playing with Emo. Now, he is known as more of a carry player. When you give him the resources, he's the type of guy that knows how to use those leads, how to have an impact in the game. And so coming into game 2, it seems that they want to try and put more emphasis on that mid lane matchup because...
No pressure, it's just Knight.
Let's be honest.
It's fine.
When you leave Knight to just do his thing, it does seem that that's a bit of a problem. And that's one of the things about Knight is, regardless of the struggles of BLG, I do think that he has just continued to be a standout player. While his playoffs definitely left something to be desired, when I think about his performance throughout the year, I still think he's been one of the stars of the team. And I've been impressed with what he's been able to demonstrate. And again, he comes into MSI and he has a performance like that. Those Talia walls were just fantastic at every single opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to see a game like game number 1 and be like, oh, yeah, you got that guy. You know, the guy who had 4K gold lead. You know, the guy who had the perfect Talia walls every single time instead of every single team fight perfectly. Yep, that's your man.
That's your man.
Go get him.
Got him, right?
Go get him, Tiger.
Hey, you're the carry, right?
Oh, also, you didn't even get to warm up because you weren't starting the series, so.
Well, I have confidence.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they already have Emo's arm, and they're beating us with it apparently. So, I mean, you're gonna have to make a sub, right?
Well, let's see what he's prepared for us. We're getting ready for the draft in Game 2. Of course, we are playing Fearless. If you have just joined us, that means that anything that was picked in Game 1 will not be available for the rest of the series. And as we move deeper into the pool, we have to think about things that rise in priority. Things like Varus, still high in priority. The Gwen was banned away. Kalista was banned away. We saw a lot of the globals taken away from GAM as well.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what I was really curious about. You know, is BLG going to maintain the same bans here? You know, they prioritized Tilly on blue side with the first pick, and they triple banned globals away. So it's really interesting to see if that is going to be their strategy throughout this entire series. You know, just deny the globals from GAM, don't allow them to kind of have that additional power to play the map and to really be out there. Or was that something that was more catered towards Emo? We are about to find out here as we head on into Champ Select, powered by Omen HyperX. It is Game 2 here between GAM and BLG. GAM, of course, now on the blue side and with their subbed in mid laner.
So far, the bans have remained the same. Nocturne coming through from BLG, the Kalista on the side of GAM. Ooh, they're banning the TF themselves. So that does raise questions as to what their priority pick is going to be. I mean, they have a lot of options still available to them. If they want to play it safe, things like the Varus, very safe top side of the map. They could also prioritize something like a Wukong for Levi, maybe even the Xin Zhao. Pantheon, of course, another very present, powerful champion on the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the two most played for Eris during the season were the Ryze as well as the Ahri. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, A, is the Ryze left up as one of those kind of semi-global champions? And B, you know, even if that is taken away, would they want to go towards something like the Vi Ahri, which is still up and available here in game number 2? So the shoe is kind of on the other foot, as it just seems that these are the blue side bans that both of these teams feel that are not worth the first pick, but also cannot be given over to the red side.
I am surprised to see the Pantheon ban come through from GAM. I thought that would be something that they would love to get their hands on. I'm curious as to what the first pick is going to be. BLG now have plenty of time to think about how they're going to round out their bans. They have chosen to remove the Gwen away from Kiaya. We talked about Gwen being a contested pick coming into this series. Both top laners love it. And Aurora very much targeted towards that mid lane matchup. Emo played a lot of it. Eris, I mean, they want to still show that respect against the potential pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, but no games played on it so far this split. So it's interesting, you know.
I mean, it might be that the curveball, BLG prepared so much with the expectation playing into Emo, now playing into Eris, and a quantity that they don't know as well.
Well, here we go. I talked about, you know, two most played were the Ryze as well as the Ahri. I called out the Ahri Vi, so it looks like that's probably what we are going to be heading towards here for GAM, giving themselves some playmaking there in the mid lane. And if you are expecting, it could just be a slam down of the Annie, which people do quite like into that Ahri.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I like about it the most. Knight is daring you to pick Ahri into him. Not only is he known worldwide for his Ahri, but also Annie was a champion that he made a name for himself on back in 2023 at MSI. It was something that he was bringing out throughout 2023 and is one of his comfort picks, and as you rightly said, is very good into the Ahri matchup. So he's basically daring Eris to say, go on then, show me what you got, because I'm a big fan of this matchup.
All right, well, it looks like the gauntlet has been thrown down, and I think the challenge about to be answered, as it looks like the Ahri is going to get locked in. So Eris will be going with it regardless of the fact that he's almost being like pre-counterpicked here by Knight. I mean, you know, very similar roles that I think both of these champions play on both sides. We have mid jungle for both sides. It is playmaking, it is engage, it is a powerful 2v2 for both of these teams. That being said, I do think that the Annie Wukong kind of is easier to get value out of and is easier to pilot in these team fights.
I think the big value as well is you're taking the Wukong away from Levi. It's one of his staples, one of his go-tos, and by denying that and also giving yourself just strong team fighting prowess, I really like the approach that BLG have taken in the draft. Right now there's a bit of a cheeky Mel hover, but of course there's a lot of flexibility. I would love to see a Jack slam for Bin, especially after he gets solo killed into then finding that 2 versus 1 outplay. Just ride off that confidence, believe in yourself in the same way that we're used to from him. But instead, we're going to play it safe. We're going to get the support lock in to match the Rakan. The Rel going to come through from On, another engaged support. So Beishuan and On I'm expecting to see some of the synergy that we saw from them in Game 1 with so many fantastic engages being set up by the Alistar from ARC.
And I really feel like the Rel here on 3 is kind of a bit of an adaptation because of Fearless, but because with Rakan taken away and the Alistar as well as the Nautilus already taken away by the first game's Fearless, if you double ban, say, Leona Rel, then all of a sudden you're really getting into a much lower tier of engage supports. So I don't think that On was willing to allow that to happen. So as a result, they're going to earlier pick their engage support. But this series, especially if GAM is able to get a win, is going to get into kind of that weird territory where supports cannot just pick the default meta engage champs. They are very quickly going to be pushed out of it in Game 3, Game 4, and beyond.
Yeah, and I imagine Nico is going to rise in priority as the series goes on. But Xayah, I feel like, will be the follow-up ban coming through from BLG to deny that Xayah-Rakan pairing. On the side of GAM, though, do they really want to limit the mid lane, the AD carry pool? Yeah, they will. Okay, they're going to ban the Xayah themselves.
It's really interesting because I was going to say, you know, one of the things that they could be worried about is the actual Xayah pick on 4 for Elk, right? Because they are also showcasing a hard dive comp that Xayah answers well. So, you know, it is one of the advantages here of being on red side is that you can essentially like triple ban almost through the AD carry, use your 2 bans, then you take away another on that 4th pick. And you can really limit the champion pool here for Artemis, who had an incredible start to the last game alongside Elio, was able to get that double kill in the 2v3, was really playing well. And it is going to be even more bans thrown down towards that bot lane. Kallista's gone, Xayah's gone, as is the Zeri and the MF and the Jhin and the Varus, all from that previous game.
The AD carry pool, of course, still a very deep one.
Yeah, when you're thinking about safe ones, I'm thinking about things like Ezreal still up and available.
Very true.
So I do wonder if that could be a target for GAM if they are concerned about that. Instead, they are looking more for the offensive option with that Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
But Ezreal feels like a real possibility here for Elk.
It's also just one of his go-to champions as well.
It fits, and I'm one of the best in the world at it. It seems like a good pick.
Yep. I very much align. And I think that this is like, so far, I really like what BLG have done with their draft. And they're also going to get counterpick at the very end as well. They read the Ahri.
That's not fair.
With the with the Annie. They got themselves the Wukong to set up for some really nice team fighting, and they've got so many options with how they play the fights. GAM now, they're going to have to blind pick top. I wonder if Renekton will be something they consider, maybe even the Gnar. Tristana, relatively safe, solid scaling, front to back, good AD carry. But when you think about Tristana, Rakan as a bot lane, not a huge amount of playmaking potential, but I guess Tristana very good at being independent and free farming to potentially open up Elio to roam with Levi and look for plays on the map.
Yeah, it would have to be, you know, Elk overextending a bit, you know, gets engaged on by Elio, Artemis jumps on his head. But I do like the Buster Shot as the disengage, specifically against Wukong. If you can catch Wukong, you know, as he's going forward, knock him back, that can be quite powerful. Sion, great blind pick here, but there are concerns about the way this draft has gone because yes, the Annie was picked before the Ahri, but it was basically a pre-counter pick. You got to pick jungle after the enemy picked jungle, you got to pick support after they picked support, you got to pick top lane after they picked top lane. It's like they kind of got everything they wanted. It almost feels like BLG is playing blind pick here and getting to see their opponent's draft.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of hovers coming through from BLG.
A lot of buffs recently.
The buffed Aatrox on the top side of the map. And I think it's a good matchup into the Sion as well. I mean, BLG just have really solid mid-game spike. Like, that first item comes through. BLG's comp is a really scary composition to play against. I think that GAM's composition wants to do a few too many things. You've got solid dive coming through from the Ahri plus the Vi. Rakan follow-up seems good on paper, but you've also kind of got this front-to-back element with both the Sion and the Tristana. And so I think that how they execute the fights is going to be a little challenging, especially when you think about, okay, the Vi is going to dive in onto the backline of the Ezreal, but Ezreal can create a lot of space, then the team fight becomes very broken up, and then how much security does the Tristana suddenly have? And so, again, I really like BLG's approach to this draft.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting that you touched on the kind of AD carry dichotomy there, because that's where my mind was going too, is often when you're playing a comp like this, where you're playing Tristana in this comp, you have 4 members who want to kind of dive, right? So they all go and they fully dive. What happens there is you're kind of left behind, and now you have a Wukong and an Annie running at you, and that can be an incredibly difficult situation. If you have no peel, you're often going to die. Ezreal survives in those situations much better, I think, and Wukong, I think, can be also more effective, potentially just as the counter engage. Ahri and Vi can't really play peel. They kind of have to dive and be the ones to kill off this Ezreal, or no one else is really going to be able to do it. So will be an interesting game here. BLG definitely looking really strong from the draft and from the gameplay in game number 1, but we'll see if Eris can try to mix things up.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes will be on Eris coming into this game. The roster change coming through from the mid lane. GAM's no stranger to making these change up when they feel like they need to. GAM moving over to the blue side. Let's see what early game action they can make happen. Already skirmishes. We saw Knight getting a bit of damage onto Elio. We're seeing the same thing happen in the jungle matchup too. Beishwan going to force Levi back early.
Elio being safe is going to respect the potential of that continued invade, but while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI. All you need to do to be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score some sweet in-game loot.
Who doesn't like loot?
I guess it depends what the loot is, you know?
Honestly?
What if it's like a bag of coal?
Then is that really considered loot?
I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, I could
Mr. I like loot.
I'll find a use for it. Yeah, I'll take some coal. I'll do it.
Maybe light up the barbecue, you know, grill some dogs.
Now it's what?
Some hot dogs. Some hot dogs.
That's what you meant. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Like, all right. Well, we can see the runes. Nothing too crazy standing out. I was going to be interested to see if Ben would have been playing Conqueror or not in that top lane, but Grasp is just so strong in the early laning phases that most people are going for it, even in some of these tank matchups where you're going to get a lot of value out of Conqueror later on. And you can see it is just a split map, exactly.
Yeah. So the wards from GAM spotted out the deep invade that came through from BLG. BLG was fishing for an early pick, an unsuspecting GAM, but GAM wisely respect it, and they don't fall for the trap, meaning that the split map will isolate this bot side of the map of GAM. And I think that BLG is very happy about this. It means that Beishwan can look to put a lot of pressure on this bot lane 2 versus 2. It provides a lot of safety for Elkin on, and also some much needed revenge after what happened in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Elio is going to get pushed back here. There's the flash in from Ana. It's a level 1 support, and he's got nowhere to go, and Elk snipes him for first blood.
I mean, that was just exquisite from On. He flash engages, ticks over to level 2 at just the right time, and he catches Elio completely off guard. Now Levi looking for a response.
Yeah, this kind of has to work here for GAM, but Kiaya is getting incredibly low. Will he just get knocked down by Ben? Ben trying to take him out in that 1v2. Will he be able to do it? Ben now trying to kite back, waiting for the Qs. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. GAM get their response kill. So that is a pretty big one because it was just the support that died in bot lane, but still, I mean, the kill went to Elk, and as a result, Artemis was kind of starved under that tower.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that's a misplay from Ben. He needed to show a little bit more respect on the top side of the map when you know that the split map is coming. But On, he's looking for another play mid.
He is indeed, and there's the flash stun. The Q, the crash down, does not connect. The CC not chained perfectly. Eris just enough time to flash out to safety.
I mean, On continuing to have impact, a player that I think overall did have a solid year. Some comments around inconsistency have risen, but overall, I think that he's had a very solid year. And now coming into this series, he continues to find plays on the Alistar. His engages were spectacular. And now already early on in game 2, he's finding some great plays across the map.
Absolutely is, and On definitely threatening in his positioning here. They do have a ward in Pixel that will be able to spot Beishwan if he wants to head down towards that bot lane. You can see the XP advantage there showing itself for Artemis as, yes, he missed a lot of farm, but because his support died, well, it gets some solo XP down on that bot side. So silver linings, I guess, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold this for a little bit, as On's just going to use the crash down to tank up the minion wave and try to keep it on their side.
TP's going back into the mid lane as the junglers now return to their rightful sides of the jungle. Respawn of the Raptors going to come through. Kind of look across the CS, things relatively even. The gold difference is nothing too significant. Jungle lead in favor of Levi as the AD carry for Elk, and that's really just represented in the kills that they were able to find for themselves. Too chaotic so far. Dragon going to be available on the map in about 30 seconds. And in game 1, we didn't really see a huge priority on the Dragon. Grubs really does seem to be the name of the game for many pro teams. We'll see if that early swap does in fact come through. Something that you want to try and leverage on the Sion specifically is trying to go for those early swaps, because Sion loves being in the 2 versus 1. But I use love in quotation marks in the sense that he's a champion that just does very well in that situation.
You can tell you're not a top laner by that comment.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
He's playing against Nico Varus, no problem.
He's such a big fan of
just
playing
stand
2
in your
versus 1.
tower, play for experience. Loves it, trust me.
Loves it. And Aatrox really doesn't love that. So I am expecting an early swap to come through from GAM. In the meantime, Levi covering his bot side of the map.
He's going to spot On here, and On still has no flash, but should be able to just walk it out. You know, Artemis and Ilio not in position to really follow up there. We'll see. GAM just kind of fishing around this bottom side. We'll see if Levi wants to be starting up this dragon. Is On going to threaten with a Hex Flash there. Beishwan does arrive to try to back up the rest of the team, and they are looking here. The charm does connect onto Knight, and there is the Q to follow. Knight gets 6, but it just doesn't matter. It's too little. It's too late. They get the kill on the LPL mid laner.
Nicely done. We wanted to see some mid lane investment from GAM, and the first gank pays off super effectively. They knew that Knight had burnt that flash earlier on when they tried to make that mid lane play, and they were able to find magic, and they're able to get themselves another kill. So GAM off to another small early game lead here in game 2.
Yeah, and it's going to feel really nice that he also used Tibbers there, right? Like, he spent the ulti, didn't really get anything for it, and Ahri did not use ultimate, you know, got 6, I believe, off of the kill or off of the minions as that kill was happening. So there is a chance that they could just look for a rinse and repeat play, as Levi's also closing in on level 6.
Certainly is. Dragon looking to be secured by BLG as the swap is coming through now from GAM. The rotation into the mid lane from Elio, working with Levi, something that we continue to see, this combination of the jungle plus support. Artemis, I think he was able to sidestep the vision there. Oh, doesn't matter. He's just going to make his presence known as the Scion looking to TP towards the bot side of the map. Dragon secured. Grubs still a minute and a bit more away.
Yeah, Levi heading up towards that top side. They were going to try to see, does Bin overstay his welcome? This time he does not, as he's going to be backing off pretty early. Levi may spot him, but is not going to actually catch him on the end of that recall, and Artemis is just going to be able to farm a couple plates as On is heading up towards that top side. So we'll likely see Bin back up there as well, but Knight and Beishwan looking to put pressure onto Eris. Not able to get too much, but a little chunk of damage isn't too bad.
Levi looking to steal away some camps as Beishwan making his way up towards the top side of the map. Levi going to respect this, knowing that the possibility of a collapse is very real. Beishwan will spot GAM as they exit towards the bot side of their jungle. The red buff going to be started off. Levi doesn't really get to steal much away, even though he spent a lot of time on the top side of the map. He's looking to steal away these Raptors. Knight is here.
Yeah,
Ulti,
Knight.
4 seconds.
Well, they're definitely thinking about it. And On now has his flash back, but it feels like it's just a couple seconds too late. If they had that Tibbers earlier, might have gone for the play here.
Very much agree. But the swap has come through, and the problem now for Levi is he kind of wants to clear his bot side camps, which is very far away from the Grubs, which means that BLG are going to be set up for success. And when we think about how BLG made this road here, I mean, they started their playoffs in pretty dominant fashion, getting back-to-back 3-0s. It wasn't until that they actually ran into AL that they suffered their first major defeat, going the full 5 games, and then going up against IG in the lower bracket semi-final to then rematch AL where they fell short once again. And I think it's easy to remember that while they did have a difficult regular season, BLG really did step up in the playoffs, and they were able to showcase a lot of improvements after so many of the struggles that they ran into with the jungle changes, the coaching staff struggles. They were able to find their footing and make their way back here to MSI.
Absolutely, and it also speaks to the incredibly high standards that are set for a team like BLG. When you talk about expectations, that people are saying, they're not looking as strong, they're not as consistent. Well, they got second in the LPL, and they kind of, crushed in playoffs for a lot of it, except against AL. So BLG definitely still a team to be reckoned with, and we'll see, if they can reclaim some of that form they've had in the past to really challenge the likes of Gen G and T1 and the LCK teams that are going to be waiting for them in the group stage.
You're completely right that it's very much expectations, and it's all about perspective, right? Like making the finals of the LPL for many of the teams competing at MSI would be a massive achievement, but for BLG, and especially the way that they got there.
Getting a win over EU, over NA for EU, also a massive achievement.
Exactly, exactly that. And I think that for BLG, they just held to a very high standard, and it's understandable. Like World Finals last year, MSI Finals last year, like they are consistent finalists, and they are hungry for that title. Of course, there is still a long road to go. The Plains is the first step of them here at the international events. And right now, they find themselves 1K gold down. GAM did secure the Grubs. They've now swapped back towards the bot side of the map. Plate still very well defended by the BLG bot lane, but a slower early game.
Yeah, and it's all feeling like it's going to come down to the team fights. This game, again, is a lot slower than the last one. GAM did get out to a pretty nice early advantage in that one, but of course BLG kind of erased that advantage in the first major team fight. GAM again up over 1,000 gold. They do have some good scaling here. When you're looking at the Tristana, when you're looking up at Kiaya and the Scion as well. But there's a lot of power compositionally for BLG, and I feel like what they have drafted really does answer what GAM wants to do incredibly well.
I mean, and that's the beauty of League, right? Often you have these very clear expectations around how fights are going to go, but then it all comes down to execution in the moment. And I think what the scariest thing we saw in Game 1 was how BLG, they didn't even give GAM the chance to set up. It was like they attacked them in the setup, catching them completely off guard. And we'll see if GAM can find their footing in the fights. Continues to trade in the 1v1 against Kiaya. Kiaya's doing very good. The 1v1.
Both junglers are here, though. You can actually see the jungle pet moved into that. So Beishuan is here, as is Levi, and Bin is going to get the bad news. They go first, and they grab the kill.
A quick collapse from Levi. As you rightly identified, Azael, it was very much just a kind of test to see which jungler would punish first. And Levi, he didn't hesitate. Quick collapse, easy pick. Can find themselves their third kill of the game.
And honestly, I think it's probably good for BLG that Beishuan didn't go in, because Ilya was TPing up there with his Spellbook Summoner, so it would have been a 3v2. If he hard committed to that, right into this recon, you get double charmed up, you get CC'd, you're probably both going to go down. You can see, though, BLG, of course, trying to punish on that bottom side. Another plate will fall, but no one going to be in range to actually grab that gold, unfortunately, for GAM, so that will just kind of be lost.
You'll notice as well, Levi was actually given a lot of resources there. He was the one that grabbed the plate. He was the one that grabbed that extra farm in the lane. Trini Force completed for him as the second dragon has started off. It's going to be a very difficult one for GAM to really contest because of how much time Levi spent on the top side of the map. So BLG quickly stacking up these dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a 23, 24-minute soul, if I recall, in game number 1. And they are definitely on pace for that here again in game number 2. So GAM, yes, they are getting to a pretty strong point, but they're going to have to find their opportunity to try to stop this dragon stacking. And you can always try to say, okay, well, we're not going to fight a 3. We're just going to continue building our gold lead. We'll look towards 4. But then one fight goes wrong, you lose the soul, and often you do lose the game right after that, especially when it's a Mountain Soul and you're thinking about how these comps want to play. It's so much about the upfront damage, right? It's about being able to get those 100-0 plays with the Vi and the Ahri. Well, Mountain Soul makes that a lot more difficult.
Certainly does. You'll also notice the early Merc treads on Eris. It's just kind of a necessity in this matchup. There's very little that you can do. You just need that CC reduction against the Annie, especially when it's paired up with something like the Rel. And of course, it means that you don't either get the Ionian boots or Sork boots, depending on your preference. So we'll see how much that actually ends up affecting him. Right now, the Vi is looking incredibly strong. Levi really set up for success. The player that, I mean, so many should know based on his international appearances now at this point. We'll see how much of an impact he's able to have on this game. It's BLG's good vision coverage on the bot side of the map means that they have full information as to where he is right now. Those 3 wards littered throughout the jungle, cleanly tracking what he is up to, as our observers are highlighting for us now. And this is sort of one of the big things that so many top teams around the world remain very good at. Keeping good information, very clear, making sure that you see what the enemy team is up to. GAM setting their sights on this top tower. TP's going to come through from Bin.
Yep, Ben going to be arriving up here, just trying to protect this as much as he possibly can. Is on around here with Elk, but Eris does have the backup of Levi in the area, and they are trying to look to threaten this dive here. Elio looks, but cannot actually hit there. Will have to back off, very likely, as Beishuan and On now are going to be in the area. On spotted on the ward is Artemis trying to get that tower down. Can't quite finish it off. Levi's going to go in. Here's Beishuan to get the bad news, as On is trying to turn this fight around. Bin now on the backside, going to get buster shot out by Artemis. Artemis trying to get the work done as the TP's going to be coming in as well. GAM is fully committing to this. Eris in trouble on the side, though, as he's going to get the charm down on the Knight, but Knight gets a stun of his own, and he's chasing after Eris. Eris has to flash, as Elk is now flanking them on the Ezreal. He goes in and he gets the shutdown. Flashes out to safety as well. Another TP coming in, but now Kiaya wants nothing to do with this. He's going to hold out to safety, and it's Artemis that's kind of lagging behind here. Kiaya stopping to try to peel, make sure they cannot catch up to that Tristana, but that means the mid lane tier 1 is going to be completely exposed.
The response from BLG meant that GAM had few options. It felt like GAM was just kind of trickling in one by one, whereas BLG was already a unit much faster than GAM was ready for. They still hold on to the gold lead, but it is only just by 500 gold after BLG secure themselves another tower, or sorry, their first tower of the game and the first tower of the game. The idea was promising from GAM. They wanted to threaten the dive. They were sending their sights on the top tower, and BLG was just covering for the possibility of a dive. But then, when BLG recognized that GAM was ready to fight, BLG are no strangers to a fight. So the moment that GAM tested them, BLG responded in kind. The double TPs came through from both mid laners, and Ari TPing in that situation is just way more favorable for the Annie. It's so much easier for her to drop her combo. Eris was forced out of the fight immediately. But reminder that Levi still gets the Herald.
Oh, they want this dive. There's Tibbers coming down. The CC chain is going to be enough. Eris going to get smote down by Beishuan. We'll be able to limp out to safety.
Very nice dive comes through from BLG. They'll now get themselves the gold lead. Set their sights on this bot tower. And again, we're seeing On hovering around here. A little late to the party, but it doesn't matter because the clean play still comes through. Tower secured on the top side of the map, so at the very least GAM will find a cross map. And credit to GAM, keeping things competitive. 3-3 in kills, the gold very even. Knight's back also going to be interrupted.
You can also see the feats of strength are going to come down to one more objective. Yep. Both teams on 2 out of 3 of the objectives. We had the feat of warfare there for GAM. First tower went the way of BLG. So these two teams, it's going to be down to this next dragon fight. You have to feel like that is in 40 seconds.
Double Trinity for Spike coming through from BLG. We talked about it in the draft. This Spike is where I feel this composition gets super scary. And it's going to be on this next dragon. 30 seconds away. Of course, GAM sitting on items of their own, but we'll see how they fare against this setup from BLG. Their team fight setup, I mean, just look at them anyway. You can see all the vision coverage that comes through. There's one potential very deep ward coming through all the way on the bot side of the map. GAM are setting their sights on the mid lane to try and gain control. They have the Rift Tower drop. I like this, giving them access into the river.
Yep, going to be able to get this to crash. You can see Eris marking Beishuan on the side, but Knight has a good position here, looking for a potential flank. Ultimate's ready for pretty much everyone. Knight's going to be up in a couple seconds as Kiaya fishing will hit some damage down here on to On. But it's going to be about the engage. And if GAM will allow BLG to get in here, they're going to go, and they're looking for the engage. It's Eris that's caught, it's Eris that's killed by Knight, but in the back line, it's Levi trying to turn things around, trying to beat down Knight, but he can't do it. Elio just trying to peel off Beishuan as Knight finally gets killed by Kiaya, but he's knocked down as well. Levi on the run, the bot lane is scattered. GAM are running for the hills, but BLG do not want to let them get away here. They're trying to find one more bit of CC. The Vault Breaker will get Levi out to safety as GAM's bot lane immediately runs mid, trying to take a tower here, but that means it is going to be feats of strength going to BLG with this dragon as well as the soul point.
On is just exceptional. The small positioning mistake from Eris immediately capitalized on by On. Eris doesn't get a chance. Look, he's just stepped up one step too far. On realizes it, brings him back into the team. Quick snap engage. If Eris had been allowed to live a little bit longer, look at how much work Kiai actually does in the fight. He gets so much damage down. Levi wants to re-engage with him, but Artemis and Elio are just forced out of the fight, so they can't really contribute much more, and BLG is able to clean up.
Yeah, great fight there by BLG. I mean, you called it out. The engage was picture perfect. I also loved how they synced up that engage with the True Shot Barrage, so that even tanked onto Eris right as he goes forward. So the True Shot Barrage hits, the perfect engage from On, and Knight just kind of knocks down Eris. Would have been a completely different fight, like you say, had he not gotten caught there. But that's the beauty of BLG. That's the strength of their team fighting, is you don't always get a second chance. You make that one mistake, and sometimes the fight is over. Sometimes the game is over.
And I mean, again, I just want to sing On's praises. Like, he's having a fantastic series so far. His engages, both on the Alistar and on the Rel, have been nothing short of spectacular. We'll see if he can continue to find these engages as Knight finds himself on the top side of the map. GAM looking for the cross map, have committed 4 members towards this tower. BLG want to try and defend.
Yeah, On threatening with the Hex Flash there, but Kiaya is stepping forward. He does pick up the tower aggro. Has to be a little bit careful. He's just tanking that tower. The tower's not getting knocked down. The target is not being focused. We can see TP coming in here from Knight. Is he going to arrive in time? Beishuan going to get knocked down. On's in trouble next, but Kiaya has fallen as well. And Knight arrives just to get knocked down. It's a good fight for GAM. They are chasing after them. The resets are coming through. Levi kills Bin. They knock down 3 for only the cost of the Scion.
It's a fantastic fight for GAM. BLG tried to defend a tower that they had no business defending. Rather than go for the cross map, they took the fight to GAM and they paid the price. Kiaya loses his life, but as you said, Azael, 3 kills secured for GAM.
Such an interesting fight, because I thought it was looking kind of rough at the start there for GAM.
Oh, yeah.
As Kiaya picked up the tower, I think, earlier than he meant, maybe with the Sunfire Cape.
We look back at this engage. Kiaya gets an aggro that you're talking about on, then gets an ulti onto 2 members. The crash down comes through, but this time around, Eris is left completely untouched. He gets given a lot of space as well. They focus their targets well, taking out Beishuan first, knowing that he's the biggest threat, and the moment the Knight arrives, one shot.
Yeah.
Does not get a chance to move.
And that was just beautiful from Ilio. Notice how he waited to use his ult so it'd still be there as Knight arrived, and then he just stood there with his ult active on the ward that's getting TP'd to, so there's no chance for Knight to do anything. He's instantly charmed, he's knocked up, he's burst down. Beautiful team fighting from GAM there. And just like that, they're up again 1,000 gold, and they're looking towards Otacon. This can be a dangerous prospect. We've seen this go wrong so many times for teams, as BLG looking to approach, and we'll spot it now.
Tension continues to mount as Beishuan trying to find an angle in. Elio acting as the gatekeeper for now.
It is getting low. It's going to be a smite fight potentially. We'll see if Beishuan can get in. He can't. It is down to 2K, and they're trying to turn on to Beishuan. They get the kill on to Beishuan. Eris is the one who picked it up. Kiaya trying to tank through this, but the junglers are dead on both sides, and now it's just a total flip, and it's going to be grabbed here, and it looks like it went to BLG. They steal it away, and it's Knight who gets the last hit.
Nothing short of a scrap as it turns into a front-to-back between the two teams. I thought that with Beishuan getting one shot at the start, it was going to be a guaranteed fight for GAM, but BLG did not hesitate. They did not slow down. They respond with aggression of their own, and they pick up 2 kills for themselves, taking out both Levi and Kiaya. With them gone, the front line disappears, and GAM is forced to retreat.
Yeah, it is tough. You know, you have to wonder, could they have played that different? You know, maybe sacrifice Kiaya to try to buy some time, but now Artemis, beautiful buffer on the rocket jump there. We'll be able to get him out to safety. Because Levi turned, they wanted to commit to killing Beishuan, they wanted to go for that, but the problem was Levi died just as fast as Beishuan, so then they were kind of up the creek without a paddle, and no real way to secure that.
Yeah, I mean, this Annie is getting scary. Just the teamfight value that Annie can provide, even just stunning up 2 members can be so difficult to deal with, and as we look back at the fight, you'll see Beishuan's approach is very difficult. Elk does a good job of trying to chip away at the HP. Beishuan immediately gets targeted, and then he drops right from the start. But now a lot of resources were used, and then the 2-man stun comes through from Knight. Then the knock-up as well means that the re-engage from GAM, once they take out that initial front line, they're just kind of, they run out of fuel. They run out of options to continue the fight, and then BLG capitalize.
Yep, able to take the fight down. Well played by BLG, and now 20 seconds until what could be the end of the road here for GAM. You really do not want to give over that soul. You can hear Ghost being popped there by Elio as he had spellbooked over to it. Now swapping back to another summoner. Kiaya taking some damage, is going to get Shattering Struck and stunned up, but will be okay. Still losing about 30% of your health before that fight. Not what you want to have happen. Oh, he's actually going to look for the engage. He's looking for a Knight here. Elk just shifts out of the way, though, and Kiaya is now the one in trouble. Eris trying to get some damage down on Beishuan. He can't actually connect much. Elio's got to run, so does Kiaya, and GAM are getting crushed. On flashes in, Artemis flashes out. Artemis trying to turn the damage around. As Artemis gets a kill, he gets a shutdown. It's Bin now trying to take the damage in the front line. It's going to be another kill for Artemis as he jumps forward. He's looking for Elk, but he can't close the gap. BLG turn on him. It's a double for Bin. It's Kiaya knocked down. It's the ace and the triple for Bin, and it's going to be Mountain Soul as well.
It's chaos in the mid lane, but BLG fight their way through it, securing an ace and walking away with 3 members alive. They will get themselves the soul, they'll get themselves a tower, and they're looking to get themselves game 2 in this series.
It's a good try there from GAM. They tried to get very aggressive, but the amount of damage they took early on in that fight really did feel like it kind of swung it. Elio and Kiaya ate so much free damage early on. You know, even with Artemis and Eris finding angles to try to get in, just try to play it aggressive, it was very tough.
I mean, we're going to check out the MasterCard priceless moment of the game, because it was a situation where as Kiaya goes in, Artemis is going out. He is afraid of the engage that comes through. And you'll notice here, look, Artemis, he's going to jump backwards as the engage comes through from Kiaya. He's afraid of the engage from On, and now they're separated. Elio tries to follow up on the engage from Kiaya, and this front to back doesn't look particularly promising. Then this knockback that comes through from Levi 3 members get tied up thanks to the ultimate that comes through onto the back line, but then the damage is just too much. Eris is going to take one step too far, end up in the meat grinder of BLG, and while Artemis tries to clean it up, he just doesn't quite have the damage as Bin is just ripping GAM apart.
Yeah, didn't have that as we saw in our priceless moment of the game powered by MasterCard. Now, Artemis tried to go big, tried to find that opportunity to get in on Elk, but Elk still had his flash, and Artemis had to spend his flash to avoid the engage from On, so he didn't have that to actually follow. Even though he goes in with a rocket jump, it was a good angle, was very, very tough, and Bin was just kind of life drain tanking everything that he was throwing at him, where Kiaya had taken so much damage. You can see how much of that gold is from kills here from Bin. 1,731 gold.
We now turn our attention to what will be the Baron. BLG, after that last fight, the goal difference doesn't look insane, but they're in such a good position with the soul secured. Good vision coverage on the top side of the map. TPs are available for both solo laners. I think they could afford to split them up and start getting some control. You can see both the top and bot waves in somewhat awkward positions as BLG are just kind of grouping up in the mid lane. GAM wanting to try and challenge this wave, don't want to concede full control over that Baron. The push comes through, and now BLG will set their sights towards the Baron area.
Yeah, and there's going to be chances for GAM. You know, generally when you give up Soul, you're kind of hoping that you can keep things close enough that you can have a shot at Elder to try to steal that away, but BLG not going to give you the time to sit back and wait for that to spawn. They are pushing the pace. They are already here on to Baron. And look at the positioning from Knight and on opposite sides. They could look for the snap engage. Knight going to get spotted, but Levi's already in trouble. And Levi's going to get jumped on by Beishuan. Here comes Bin. And there goes Levi. He is down already. Eris trying to get one back, is able to do so as they trade the junglers back and forth. Kiaya is in the middle of everyone, but he is not going to be living for long. Elk is on a rampage, and GAM is on the run, trying to get out of here. But Bin connects. It's going to be a rocket jump back from Artemis here as Knight is just pushing forward, going to get knocked up. They're trying to make the turn happen. Do they have the damage to do it? It does not look like it. There's a great buster shot from Artemis, but it is not going to be enough. He doesn't have another rocket jump. He doesn't have another reset, and he doesn't have a way out. Eris now next to fall. He is running, and he has got nowhere to go. Elk goes unstoppable. BLG take another big win.
From Baron to bot lane, BLG hunt down the kills as they look to finish GAM off. A nice snap engage once again around the Baron as they see the face check come through from Levi, and Knight says, all right, it doesn't matter who the target is. I believe that we can one-shot whoever face checks me. Especially when they're expecting Kiaya to be that main force heading towards the Baron. They get that initial kill, and it's promising from GAM as they actually get the kill back onto Beishuan themselves. The problem is in the extended fight, Kiaya is just left isolated, and BLG, without any hesitation, turn their attention back towards the Baron.
They are on the Baron, and now GAM have got to try to do it all over again. Kiaya is body, has his TP, and he is coming, but it feels like it's too little. It feels like it's too late. Levi not even there yet, and the Baron is already gone, and now all GAM can do is just try to run. On goes for the crash down, looking for Eris. He is going to be able to land the charm as Kiaya trying to create some space for the rest of his team to get out, but Elk is going in. Elk is going aggressive as always onto Eris. He's going to be able to ult over the wall to safety. Barely surviving the true shot barrage. GAM to get out, but BLG got what they came for. That is the Baron.
Now with the Baron, they can work towards the sieging of these tier 3 towers. Beishuan hovering around mid lane to kind of keep the wave pushed in. He doesn't want to clear out the whole wave yet, because if he just pushes in this mid wave, then everything's going to be desynced. We'll regroup with his team. Now they're looking to play through these 2 lanes, so they get full coverage around that topside jungle. They send Bin towards the mid lane. The rest of them head towards top, and now these 2 waves looking to try and crash at similar times. This tier 2 tower going to be a difficult one to defend for GAM.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially when they saw 2 members from GAM mid lane very recently. It looks like GAM are sending 3 towards Bin. I think they're trying to see, is there an opportunity here for a pick? But Bin is playing respectfully. He is just going to back it up while the rest of his team pushes in here, and Kiaya is getting hammered by Elk right now. This inhibitor tower is going to be under fire now. BLG 4 members strong through this top lane. Bin escorting in that Baron up minion wave mid lane as well. And the siege is going to begin in earnest.
GAM may look for a pick onto Bin, the isolated member, perhaps if they can find that kill, leverage the numbers advantage, but BLG, their siege is relentless. The first tower will fall, and now they've gained access into the base. The inhibitor soon to follow.
and it's perfectly synced up. The mid lane wave is there right as the top lane inhibitor does fall, and they are going to be moving over and knocking down this one. If GAM's not going to fight for the tower, they're not going to fight for the inhibitor, so it is just one of these options. They sit back, they turtle up, they try to defend the Nexus. That is going to be the call here, and they're going to be looking towards Elder to try to steal away that Elder, try to steal away this game. It's spawning in 10 seconds, and that is going to be target for both of these two teams.
5-0-9 scoreline for Elk, 1-1-14 for On. The spot lane has been on fire in this game too. Another ultimate will come across, only connect onto Kiaya. He's going to miss a couple Qs, but the amount of damage that Elk has been doing in this game has been monstrous.
Absolutely has, and Knight just completed the Shadow Flame. They took that late base though, so this gives GAM the opportunity to start this one up. The question is, can they actually finish it in time? Eris on the side, going to be able to try to look for a chunk on a base one, can't actually connect with the charm, unfortunately. Kiaya is just getting crushed. There's the flash forward by Elio, but there's no one there to follow it up. GAM spend everything to go into the back line there. They lose two, and it feels like they don't even dent the health bars, and now Gigabin wants to get involved in the action. Levi popping his ult over onto him, but Artemis just can't move the health bars. Levi trying to survive. Artemis is down. Eris trying to get one back, but he can't even get that. BLG will not allow him to get a kill. It's a double on the other side there from Elf as Bin catches up and does what he does. He knocks him down. BLG are going to be moving for the Nexus here, taking this second game. It's 22-11, a 10,000 gold lead as BLG are making no doubt about it. A clean ace at the Elder Dragon is what will spend the end of this one. BLG are going to be taking us all the way to match point.
Some impressive team fighting coming through from BLG. The gold stayed relatively even throughout this game, but when it came to the team fights, BLG just got the better of their opposition. On with some incredible engages throughout this game. It felt like Elk was just untouchable, and then to round things out, just Bin on the Aatrox. I mean, he was just a literal
Classic
demon
Bin.
in the fights.
He was looking so damn good. BLG looking in form in the first two games here. They're poised to try to sweep out their opponents in this first series, move on to face G2. That would be their next opponent here. But of course, GAM not out of it just yet. But being down 2 games against BLG is incredibly difficult. They would have to reverse sweep from here. We're going to be heading to the break, though, and on the other side, we'll see if GAM Esports can fight off that 3-0 sweep from BLG.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back, hold me back. Yeah. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hey, hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't. Yeah, yeah. Hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Welcome back to MSI as we see BLG moving up to 2-0 against GAM in what was an incredibly dominant game and a super dominant final team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here is you can already see they're so far ahead. Even when Kiahe is trying to go in, tank the damage, he's not able to tank damage. On the backside of this fight, you're about to see champions just absolutely get destroyed.
The passive auto coming in from Bin. Just like that. Actually, I am not dead. You are. He was just a raid bot this game, and they really couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice fat Aatrox angle in that draft, you know? It was we were just sitting there being like, if you don't pick Aatrox.
There was a moment. There were some other hovers. We don't have to talk about the other hovers. There's that brief moment before Aatrox had one or two items where we thought, you know, maybe it was a good Aatrox angle, but maybe it's not the perfect Aatrox angle. That was short-lived. Even from 14 minutes, as we take a look back at some of the most important fights this game, we can see BLG taking control very early on.
Yeah, because it was a slower paced game, and technically the goal lead was there for GAM, and this fight was looking pretty decent. They had pushed Bin away, but the TPs come through. Guess who was on the flank, Emily?
Ezreal! You're not going to see it yet, but look at where Elk is on the minimap. He is just lying in wait to kill off Levi on the back half of this fight, and this is really when we've seen Elk's Ezreal in action before. That was kind of the first fight where he really started taking over the game.
And this was another instance where like GAM had positioning on the objective, but like Ares just stepped a little bit too far forward, and On has just been on point with his Rel or just any kind of engaged champion. So if he sees the angle, he is going to go for it. He's able to immediately go on arrest. He dies for it, and they're able to chase the rest of the kills. So like, even though in the early game it was looking pretty good for GAM, Levi was getting early kills, got one mid lane, and they got grubs. Like everything they had pushed through mid, everything was looking good. But then the game slowed down. Those two plays happened. Bin is going crazy.
Bin's going crazy, and suddenly flanking Ezreal is pumping out, well, Ezreal damage numbers. We take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS. We can see Ezreal in general statistically is going to do well in the damage department. Any poke champion will, but it's still nice to see, you know, a nice chunky number. And I think for BLG, while there's still moments in the early game that look a little bit shaky, overall it's clear that GAM have just not been able to keep up when it comes to the team fighting, when it comes to the execution.
I was curious just to see that small part from that team fight, right?
Yeah.
There's Elk right there.
That's so much damn. 1.9, the Annie full combo getting outweighed by the flanking Ezreal, which is a word I never expect to say ever again.
But we saw it in action.
But we did see flanking Ezreal. Don't try it in your solo queue. It probably won't work. But, you know, if you're Elk or do, who am I to judge? Good luck, I think is a good point. And I don't want to say good luck to GAM, although it does feel like a little bit of luck would go a long way because BLG are playing incredibly well, proficient in the team fights. It's match point now. It's not elimination. Of course, if they lose here, GAM will still get another chance tomorrow up against Furia, but I don't want to count them out. as we go into this game? What are we looking at? What do GAM need to do to bring this series back? What do they need to focus on to try to have an edge over BLG?
I'll start this off, if the camera can see it. Basically, 2 points that I have ready for me is like, this is kind of looking to the past. Thankfully, we have Fearless Draft, so we won't be able to see this situation again. We have Vi, Sion going up against Aatrox, but the main point away is just going to be, let's just focus on getting a better draft in that situation, where if I look at that and I'm like, oh, we're giving that look, that matchup, don't want to see it. Another one is just like, watch your positioning when it comes to objective setups.
So I just want to be clear, you really took the time to make Vi, Sion, and Aatrox the biggest parts. But I think the moral of the story is the really tiny part.
The tiny
that says,
part.
draft better and watch your positioning on
Watch your
objective
positioning,
setups.
please, because they have leads early.
Yeah.
It feels depressing when you see these games like pan out the way they are, and a week from now you'll look at this as like 2-0, perhaps 3-0, and you're going to be sad about it. But GAM have windows. They're putting themselves in good position. They need to be able to follow it through.
Yeah, and I think the follow-through, especially if you're going to have a rest coming in the mid lane, right? He is more of a carry player. If you do end up having that mid prio, play around it, right? Like this composition, like obviously we talked about the Aatrox pick, right? But like Vi Ahri combo, that's kind of what you really want to be playing around early. So, and then early Drake stacking, I think, has kind of killed them a bit in terms of there's been a team fight where BLG have been able to set up around Drake, they have the Drake stacking power, and they win it, and then they just kind of take over the game.
Yeah.
I think if you end up in that position where the enemy team has 3 Drakes and that team is BLG and you have to team fight them, that feels like a hard. And they've got Aatrox. Like, yeah, it's scary. It's a difficult thing. GAM have once again chosen blue side. I think not super surprising. That has been the priority for most teams in the tournament. I imagine that'll continue. Is there any specific pick or any specific player that they really need to focus on? You brought up draft better, but we didn't get to really get into the nitty-gritty of what you want to see more of, other than don't give Ben an Aatrox angle. Are we just looking at Kiaya and Levi to get back to the things we talked about at the start of the day? Are these the guys that need to set up?
On top of it, I'm also seeing no substitutions, so that just means we're going to be continuing to see Eris. Like, I did like the one aspect of Emo that I like is the playmaking nature that he had if he was on a like a Yone or something like that, because something I really wanted to be able to see was like when you had Prio like that, yeah, you can play around it, or also you can use your move to go up top side or bot lane. I like Azir a lot. If we can get to see Azir here, maybe we can see a more scaling element from GAM. That could do well for them. That's a pick that I really want to focus on a little bit more.
And then my really quick thing is, obviously there were a ton of 80 carry bans coming out, especially in the 4-5.
Yeah.
But I'd also similarly want to get Artemis on something that he would be able to carry in team fights.
But I think it's safe to say the odds are stacked. We've got a laundry list of things. But I think GAM is a team that every time we count them out domestically, internationally, they do manage to make something happen. Movistar Koi learned that the hard way last year. We'll see if BLG can learn the same lesson today. That's enough from us here at the desk. Casters standing by. My favorite 2-color casters. Well, a color caster play-by-play hybrid who's doing a hell of a good job.
You interviewed earlier today, too.
Take it away.
Thank you, thank you. I'm a bit of a mudblood, you know, half play-by-play, half color caster these days.
No, I'm impressed, man. You're doing a fantastic job, and I
Appreciate
think that BLG are doing a fantastic job of dissecting GAM in the team fights. It feels like that on with his engages, the positioning from Elk, and then Bin just, I mean, it feels like that's the Bin that we expected, like when it comes to international competition.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of these things where it's sometimes funny, right? I almost feel like it's similar with T1, where you're like, coming to international, you're like, they really struggled, guys. Like, trust me, they had a lot of troubles. It's not going to be smooth sailing. And they just like slam everyone. You're like, no, it seems like the same as last year. You know, and it's like, if you didn't watch any LPL, you're watching Ben, you're like, what are you talking about? Like, Ben inconsistent? What do you mean? He's 1v2ing them under the tower. He's unkillable on the Aatrox. Like, that's the Ben I know. These casters just making things up. What are these guys doing?
And the reason why I think it's important that we tell these stories is just because it then makes the bounce back that much more impressive.
I thought you were going to say to control the flow of misinformation. Because to me, that's also very important.
That is also very important. But we think back to Worlds last year and T1 coming into that tournament and how difficult their road was getting to it to then win Worlds was truly insane.
Interesting. They were really going to struggle, the world champions, weren't they? Yeah. But you tell me they didn't have smooth sailing this year either. That they had to swap out their 80 carry or something ridiculous.
In fact, I may very well say something like that.
I'm not going to listen to it. No, we'll swap out Gumayushi. What are you talking about? That guy's a multiple-time world champion.
Well, for BLG, they made roster changes in the jungle. They had coaching situations, I guess would be the best way to describe it. And they definitely had some inconsistencies in their individual performances, but they were able to find their footing. And right now, it feels like that they are firing on all cylinders. We're jumping into game 3. GAM will have to make the reverse sweep happen. Eris staying in for the roster of GAM. And as we see the bans remaining the same, Kalista, Twisted Fate on the side of GAM. Meanwhile, Nocturne, Gwen on the side of BLG.
Some familiar faces on the ban list for sure. I'm really interested to see if Leona priority will skyrocket. Sometimes in a series where teams are really dependent upon their support playing those engaged champs, you will see like first pick Leona and things like that in a series that has gone this way, because that is the last of kind of like the 5 major engaged supports that are those primo ones. Yep. But there is obviously other options. There's things like Renata, there's things like Nico, there's, you know, other styles of enchanters that you can play. And there is the Nico, which could be going mid, also could be going down in support. And we'll have to kind of wait and see.
I mean, there's also the rare situation where he goes top lane.
True.
Now, the response from BLG looks like that they want to get themselves jungle control early. I liked the Sejuani ban that came through GAM, knowing that we're kind of getting more limited in engaged supports. Removing one of Beishan's best engaged junglers, I think, makes a ton of sense. But he's just said, you know what? I'm going to play the Zin. And a champion that is just very good at going forward. And it's very easy for teams to follow up on that type of engage. And with the Caitlyn paired up alongside it, I mean, BLG going for a bit more lane dominance this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Caitlyn, very interesting here. You know, sometimes people do pair it with CC to try to, you know, follow up with the traps. So other times, people are going to go more just heavy for poke. Kate Lux, obviously a famous lane. Back in the day, it was even like Kate Syra and things like that. MF being considered on the other side and will, in fact, get locked in here. So MF going to be the answer. It could easily be MF Nico, which is definitely a strong 2v2. You know, you can set up for that Nico with your E. You know, you throw down the E on the MF, you get that slow, that sets up for the Tangle Barbs coming through. You know, you can land that root pretty easily, and it's very annoying 2v2 to play against.
Ooh, the Skarner Hover coming through for Levi. A pretty solid engaged jungler, something that dominated the meta for quite a while. But Jarvan, a lot more cut and dry. EQ, engage. Really good at just kind of locking down once those mobility options have come through. I personally don't love it into Caitlyn. I'm reminded it was the LTA finals where we actually saw this matchup, no? And I think that it's a situation where just because of the net, as long as you're quite reserved as the Caitlyn, you're already going to be playing at range. I think that engage is quite difficult. And you talked about the potential Lux. Yep. Karma is another one that fits the bill to just give you so much lane dominance in the bot lane 2 versus 2. A huge amount of range, a lot of poke, and a lot of control around these neutral objectives. I mean, how many times have we seen the 5 Caitlyn traps you're trying to approach? Then you've also got Karma just throwing mantra Qs at you. It's very difficult if you're second to the objective.
It really is quite difficult, and also, you know, the amount of shielding that can come out from a Mantra Shield when you're looking at the AoE damage over on the other side of Bullet Time as well as the Pop Blossom. If you can avoid that engage yourself as on and then have the Mantra Shields come out, sometimes that buys the time your team needs to survive the initial engage. And then, you know, let's be honest, Nico after the ult is used is not that useful in a team fight. So we'll see if they can actually lock this down as more bans are coming through. Both teams targeting the mid laners for now. So we got some cosplayers hanging out in the crowd. The Orianna and Ryze going to be getting banned out.
I'm curious as to what direction we go in. Trying to limit this mid lane pool. You talked about how Ares Ryze was something that we've known him play throughout spring, but it's actually GAM that's going to be taking that one away. Thinking about what champions could be good paired up alongside Jarvan, because he is that kind of facilitator, you want something that can provide you with that damage. With things like the Talia gone, potentially they're thinking about something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe even something like a Sylas could be a possibility. Maybe even the Hui if they want to go more towards that mage route. With the Akali being banned away, BLG also concerned about that potential assassin that is very good at taking down champions like Caitlyn and can skirmish quite well against things like the Zin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Akali being targeted as well. So now a lot of the most played champions here for Eris are all gone. In fact, the top 5 and 6 out of the top 7 that he actually has played are all banned away because Ryze is banned out. Ahri was already played. Akali just got banned. Corki we saw played earlier. Tristana was played earlier. The Talia was played earlier. So he has a number of different champions that he has played one time throughout the split, but it's obviously a lot more difficult now to predict, you know, exactly where he's going to go.
I will say, I'm surprised to see an Aurora blind pick, only in the sense that I think that she's a champion that can be quite easily outranged, and the Azir hover, I think, was exactly what I was thinking about, whereas in lane, she is such an effective bully. She can offer a huge amount of teamfight value and potential burst, but if you just choose to blind pick it, there are a lot of matchups that can potentially bully it.
Yorick blind to me is like a cardinal sin of League of Legends. Like, I love this champion. I play it a lot, but there are so many matchups that are so unplayable. Even if you don't want to get spicy, like Aurelia is always, to me, the worst possible matchup you can play in, but people don't generally want to play it in competitive. But even if you just want to play something standard, Cho'Gath Ultimate one-shots the Maiden at level 6 and gives you a fee stack. It basically means you can't use your ultimate as Yorick if you don't just want to give over free fee stacks for a lot of levels. You can kind of sustain off the ghouls. It's very, very difficult. Yeah. Ben may not want to go towards it, but I mean, I know he has played a decent amount of Yorick, so it's interesting to see like where he takes us, because he should know some of these counter matchups.
It's unrealistic, but I have to give a shout out to my good friend and colleague Gultborg, who dies by the Shyvana matchup in this because of how your Q interacts with the ghouls and how you can just reset a bunch. Yeah, but it also like resets the Q and stuff. But it's in any case, it looks like we're heading towards Renekton for Bin, one of his tried and true staples throughout his many years competing in pro play. I mean, it is relatively safe on the top side of the map, but it seems that GAM have gone for a little bit more reserved in the mid lane matchup, going for that scaling control mage in the form of the Victor.
I mean, every time you talk about spicy counter picks in top lane, top laners are just like, best I can do is Renekton.
Yeah, you are not wrong.
But it is interesting. You know, Renekton obviously still not bad in this matchup whatsoever. You know, mainly you don't want to have a champion that's just going to get locked in the cage. That's the biggest thing you want to avoid, and obviously you can slice and dice out of that. You're not going to be too bad. But that being said, it's a matchup I don't mind on the Yorick side either. You can definitely poke him down and try to take priority in the side lanes, and that is really just so important for Yorick. And I also feel like when you have Yorick in the game, even more important to be able to secure the grubs.
Would you agree that at a certain point it feels like Yorick does just kind of win on the sides?
I think you will if you're ahead, but if you fall behind, you're kind of like never going to win. Exactly. Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. But yeah, absolutely, Yorick definitely scales well. Has gotten a couple nerfs though in a row. He's been nerfed, I think, 3 patches now in a row, or at least 3 of the last couple patches, including a base armor nerf this most recent patch, Q damage nerf the patch before. They reworked kind of how some of the ghouls work, so they were kind of like weaker earlier, but if you go the attack speed build like Triforce, then they kind of scale a little bit better. So they have made a number of changes, but it's just interesting because Yorick is very game warping, I feel, for both teams. It's not just about playing around him, but about how you play against him, because sometimes ganks can be so effective literally just to kill the Maiden. Like if your jungler comes top and you just kill the Maiden, well, now all of a sudden you have no pressure for over 2 minutes in the side lane.
Very much agree. Let's see how things pan out in the early game. Ooh, Knight.
Knight is going to get found out, and he is going to get rooted up. We'll see if they can force the flash. He's just going to use the W, levels that up, and now BLG have the extra member. Elio going to have to pop the heal and get them back, but minions have spawned. Both mid laners will have to base very late. Neither of them going to be interrupted again. And nice sidesteps there from the GAM bot lane, but they will eat some of this poke, and they're going to get chased out. This is going to get really rough now for them potentially, as a headshot is even ready.
BLG is looking to split the map once again, and I think it's going to work.
Oh no.
Artemis,
oh, no.
Wait a minute.
I think that was a bit of a misclick there, as he stopped auto attack that. Now he is low. He is still staying around because they don't want to actually give this over.
Test this. I think this is a huge time waster. There's no way you're going to be able to fight for this. He's not going to start on the top side of it. Now he'll start off on his wolves, but Beishwan going to get a nice advantage. The bot lane going to be late to lane as well. Elk and On going to be able to do a bit of chip damage.
I mean, Artemis is screwed. Like, look at his health, and he already used his potion, right? You're showing up to lane, having missed all 3 of the melee minions of experience, and look on the other side, Elk got all of that experience. So you're now 3 minions of experience behind. You're down 200, 300 health almost, or whatever, and you have no potion. So if On is on point with his Qs, if he hits those, it is going to be so tough now, I think, for this GAM bot lane, and they're going to try to go back and push Beishwan off, but we saw how this worked last time.
Yes, we did. I mean, I feel like there needs to be some recollection of what happened in Game 2. GAM did not prepare for the potential split map. They got punished by the Caitlyn Karma.
They're still level 1. Like, what can you do here?
And the wave is in such an awkward spot as well. Elk managing it perfectly to deny as much farm as possible.
I just don't really get why they're trying to actually contest here, because they're missing experience on the other side. Now you can just get dove, as Bin is just going to look for the solo kill here on Kiaya on the top lane. And meanwhile, GAM's bot lane, it's a level 3 and a level 3 against 2 level 1s here. GAM is in so much trouble. Beishuan chasing after him, grabs first blood as On walks it out. Now they're looking for the redive here. In goes Beishuan. Elk tanks it up. It's a 2-for-0 on the bot side. 3 minutes in. 0 CS for Artemis. 0 CS, level 1, got about 1 minute of experience.
He's
cooked.
Disastrous for GAM. This is a worst case scenario for any bot lane player. As with 0 farm, 0 experience, all of that gold disappearing to the tower.
I just don't understand why they contested the jungle so hard. Like, you could just play the wave, get level 2, and then probably defend the dive. But
yeah, I mean, the very least attempts to try and thin out the wave as much as possible to make the dive harder. Maybe if you can get the level 2. Exactly. But Levi, I mean, he's able to clear out the full top side. He's gotten level 4, but now it becomes a question of salvation. I mean, you highlighted it right. The interesting thing as well was because On was working so much with Beishuan, you highlighted the double level 3. Elk is able to set up all these traps. He also has both the E and the Q. On manages the tower aggro, and he does it so that Beishuan doesn't end up getting the aggro even after getting the kill. Elk then connects the EQ combo, secures the additional kill as well, and they get the plate to boot.
I mean, it's just perfect. Even On, if you notice, stepped a slight bit forward to get in range of the heal on Beishuan before stepping out of that tower range, not having to even use his flash. Like, this is all perfectly calculated. You can see they have done it a million times before, and they know exactly how to play those limits. And now, Levi, you basically have no choice. You have to go bot and see if you can get a kill there, but you haven't even forced a flash on the other side. So On and Elk are going to be difficult to take down.
Beishuan, look as well, he's back on the second spawn of the Raptors. He's looking to steal those away. Levi is spending so much time here, but it's an extremely difficult play.
We'll see, there's the flash forward, the flash response, as Levi does look for the flash flag and drag after Ilio did hit that tangle bars, but because it's not through a minion, does not last as long.
Exactly.
And so it gives On the time to just flash right out, and now that is time wasted there. Beishuan's going to be down on the spot side, will catch Levi, and Levi now has no flag. You can see he did spend that spell. GAM's bot lane, again, going to try to help out in the jungle, but here comes BLG, and mid lane Prio is also going the way of BLG. Now they're looking to try to chase after Beishuan. We'll see if they can find and engage. Ilio in a lot of trouble, does have to flash out. Artemis trying to get some damage down on the Beishuan, but it's Levi now who is in trouble. Levi flag and drag over the wall. Will he be able to survive? He gets trapped up, and he gets hit by the headshot, and another one, 2 to the head, knock Levi down. It's another kill for Elk, and it is BLG running away with the most one-sided game of the series.
Exquisite execution from Elk. Utilizing the trap over the wall, relying on the roots that comes from the Karma to guarantee that headshot. Connects the E as well to get another headshot. Just beautifully done. And this is just systematic destruction. GAM's response to the split map from BLG has been disastrous. And we see Elio, I mean, he's just so squishy. Level 3 gets chunked out immediately. And again, you'll see here, the root still goes through, the trap drops, gets the headshot, connects the E, second headshot. Beautifully done.
I mean, what more can you ask? It's just perfectly played right there, just nailing it. Now Bin level 6 looking for the kill on a Kiaya. Kiaya incredibly low. Bin trying to work his way out of this cage. Kiaya going back forward. Should have mana for a Q, but Bin is about to have his Q. He's going to flash forward. The Q heal does come through. The ulti from Kiaya trying to finish him off. The Maiden, though, doesn't quite have the damage, and now Bin's cooldowns are coming back up. He's going to flash in, slice, dice, stun, and he knocks him down with the Ruthless Predator. That's what Bin is, and he is king of the top lane in this series.
A slight overstep from Kiaya is quickly punished. And what was a disastrous bot side of the map is now extending to the top side. Bin finds himself with a 650 gold lead, and things are falling apart everywhere as BLG find themselves with a 3K gold lead only 7 minutes in.
Eris is just like, hey guys, I'm up 4 CS, how's it going?
Well, the gold difference is a nice summary for Azazel. It is not looking good.
Woo. It's tough.
Now the swap will come through from BLG. The grubs are spawning in about 40 seconds, and BLG do not want to ease up on the pressure. They will not go easy on GAM. GAM has put up a decent fight in the first 2 games, but here in Game 3, BLG have shown 0 remorse. The Caitlyn 3-0-1, a 1.3k gold lead already.
I mean, you just look at the itemization, and it is so sad when you're in these kind of situations where it's just like, what can you do? You can't compete. Like, there's no winning situation from that spot. And this is the BLG jungler timeline. A lot of questions about Beishuan, coming into MSI. Of course, he's going to have to answer more than just a win against GAM, but he has been good, very good, I would say, in this series. As Kiaya having no fun whatsoever. Another trap lands as the CC just feels endless. Going to get chunked down incredibly low, and we can see Beishuan up on that top side. He has filled, to me, more of like the Shun role than the Wei role. He has been kind of more that facilitative jungler, playing for the lanes, and has been quite good at it. Helped the team to get here, and Artemis now in trouble. Gonna have to flash out, as almost gets knocked down there by Knight. They try to move the MF mid lane, try to find somewhere where he could safely farm. Nothing doing.
Yeah, I feel like the Beishuan has fit into the mold that BLG needs, and this game is a great example of that. He's played towards the lanes very well, and this is very reminiscent of the BLG that we saw last year, that very bot-centric BLG, really good at setting up their bot lane for success. When you give them that gold lead, they utilize it incredibly well. You just leave Knight to play his lane and he will find advantages, and GAM is just on damage control. Their lane assignments are kind of all over the place as they try and match BLG where they can, but BLG are even punishing that. Finding the flash in the mid lane onto Artemis, the fact that top lane continues to be bullied, it only goes from worse to worse.
Yeah, it is very, very tough now for GAM, and if Kiaya falls too far behind, York doesn't really have a fallback plan, right? Like, whether you're winning, whether you're losing, you're kind of running down the side lane. Like, that's kind of what the champion does, how it functions. Eris in the side lane now might get some bad news. Has been posturing very aggressively. Someone behind him, yes, of course. Knight is there. The BLG soul laners looking to group up, and Eris knows he is dead, so he's just going to knock down the wave, accept his fate. Knight is on the board in game 3.
A nice little window that Knight was able to find to roam towards the bot side of the map and pick up a quick kill. 6-0 now the scoreline in favor of BLG as they continue to grow the gold lead. TP back into mid. The timing is just perfect. It's like the pieces are just fitting into the puzzle one by one. The BLG are not struggling to find those pieces whatsoever. We expect the bot lane to swap back towards their respective lane as the dragon spawns in 55 seconds. And I mean, like, it is just textbook League of Legends at this point when you have this kind of lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so difficult to really be able to deal with them when you don't have side lane prio, when your bot lane is so far behind. You really are looking for some sort of a fallback plan, and it's got to be, playmaking. It's got to be some sort of an outplay in the side lanes, but it's going to be really, really hard. We'll see if they can find a way in, and we know GAM really hasn't had much emphasis on the Dragons throughout the series. There's been BLG stacking them every single game. And when GAM was ahead in the last 2 games, they didn't even contest early Dragons. So I definitely do not expect them to try to contest from behind.
GAM aren't the strongest when it comes to early game objective control. And I mean, the reality of their situation is that they are relying on BLG making some egregious mistakes, whether it be positioning in the team fights or overextending in side lanes. There's a possibility that with this kind of a lead that BLG get a little overconfident. They go for plays that they shouldn't really be going for, but with the goal lead that they have, they feel that they can make it. But as of right now, it's been flawless play, and BLG are not leaving any of these windows open.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to depend on mistakes from BLG, at this point, they're going to have to be some bigger mistakes. They're going to have to, like, sub-Vedius in on Nocturne or something like that, I mean,
their chances would only go up if they did that. I'll tell you that right now.
All right, well, we'll see how their chances are going to be here as they're going to let the bullet time rip, trying to clear out the wave, and he is just gone. It's a magic trick. Now you see him, now you don't. Ilio going to get chased down as well. Is still barely alive. The last auto will finish him, as even on grabbing a kill there. That was a fast one.
Yes, it certainly was. That really is the wallet difference that you are seeing. The Sundered Sky being completed. I mean, at the very least, Artemis got the wave. I guess if you're looking for bright
stuff, we take those.
Because, I mean, right now, that's kind of all you can hope for, trying to find the small semblances of good news in what is a very difficult situation. Yaya has the maiden back out. Level down against Bin. A 1.1k gold difference between the two top laners.
Yeah, we can see Eris TPing back towards mid lane as Ilio was just cloned up, holding that wave for him. So going to be able to keep his farm going well. Yes, he did get picked off in the side lane well, but honestly his 1v1 was going completely fine there against Knight. But Knight now is going to be out on the map, and Ilio just finds out the bad news. That is not your jungle, my friend. BLG has laid their claim on it. Going to take the Raptors, going to take the support, and going to continue farming away on these camps. And You know it when you're playing jungle and you lose control over one side, it gets so difficult. Elk just shoving up this wave now. Beishuan is behind Artemis, and Artemis knows this is going to be tough. Levi is moving down here, but I don't know if he can actually get there in time to really do anything. There's 3 members, and it's going to be Bin fighting on the top side. We can see the dive going off on the bot side. The first kill is already there. Kiaya trying to run. Levi came in, but he couldn't do anything. Now he's going to get trapped up. Kiaya will be able to survive. Loses the Maiden, though, in the process, and Eris is going to move down here. They're going to look to try to make a fight happen. It's a triple knockup for Levi. The Chaos Storm comes through. They do get 1 kill. In comes Elio. They're trying to get another, but they just don't have the damage to knock down Beishuan. He is healing up. He's getting shielded, and he's going to re-engage with the Sundered Sky. Trying to go for more here. He will have to try to kite it out, though. Eris looking here with the laser, does connect, gets the shutdown. GAM getting their first kills in this game.
At the very least, GAM get on the board. And I like the proactivity, but BLG's back on the map, and Knight secures himself another kill. That's 3 for him. 2-12 is the scoreline. And GAM, I admire that they have not given up. They still look for those plays. Levi finds a beautiful engage with Eris in a good position. But as you rightly identified, it's just a matter of gold. They don't quite have the damage. If the gold was a little bit closer, that play would have been massive. But the amount of healing that was coming out from Beishuan was just disgusting.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. You know, when these kind of drain tanky bruisers get ahead, it is so hard to be able to actually knock them down. You know, you're losing on the bot side, you're trying to make a play happen there. And I think it was a pretty good play to look for, as Artemis, of course, will survive that ultimate, but does get pushed back, and this tower is not long for the world. You can see the top lane tier 1 low as well. The bot lane tier 1 has already been claimed, and that is a lot of plates going the way of BLG. 1,123 gold, and they're looking like they're 6,000 now ahead. They just crested.
14.5 minutes in. GAM, I still have confidence that they're going to be looking for plays where they can. The biggest issue that they have is their windows of opportunity to actually make these plays happen, because BLG will just, they're suffocating the vision. They're clearing out what little GAM is able to get. And while there are pockets of vision, as our observers are highlighting for us now, it only gets harder for them as the game continues, because BLG will quickly move deep into their territory. They will force them to have to ward their own side of the map just so they can gain access to the jungle, and that means it becomes that much harder to contest things like this Rift Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, objective bounties have already spawned here 15 minutes in. That really does tell the tale. We'll see if they can find anything. But it's not looking like it, as the Feats obviously have long since gone over there to BLG. They're going to be able to grab the Rift Herald as well, which could be problematic. Levi going in, as Elk is going to be able to 90 caliber net over the wall. There's the root coming through, and now Beishuan does arrive. That's an easy kill there onto Levi. Tried to look for an angle, but Elk doesn't really have to use much of anything.
The chain CC with this Karma Caitlyn is just brutal. The Jarvan barely getting an opportunity to move. Kiaya forced to retreat.
Yeah, Kiaya going to run for it, drops the cage defensively, but will be knocked up and will be tethered. Nice little CC chain there, as On is going to take up the tower for Beishuan. Beishuan trying to knock him down. Kiaya flashes to the side, tries to get the heal from the shovel, but it's not enough. Does fall, gets one back at the very least, but they lost the tower at the same time. And now Elio trying to make something happen here with Pop Blossom. Will he be able to get a kill? Does get the 600 gold shutdown, and now Bin popping the ulti, forces the flash out there from Elio. Eris has arrived, but so has Knight. BLG want to keep the pressure on.
Now the good news for GAM is it's plays like this that help them get back into the game. The problem is that even though BLG is being hyper aggressive, the gold lead has only gone up for BLG. So even though they get a big shutdown kill onto Beishuan, it really doesn't translate into much, as they lose the top tower, the bot tower falls, the mid tower falls, the dragon is spawning in 25 seconds, Beishuan is already back out onto the map, and Eris... Okay, Knight decided, you know what?
Knight has a mage eyes.
Drake. Knight always has a mage eyes.
Where'd he get that?
He's looking to stack that up quick. Right now, it's really been the Elk Beishuan On show. I mean, On is 1-1-11 right now. Oh dear. Eris, I think you might be in danger.
Yeah, Eris is in a lot of trouble. Ilio there trying to peel, does miss on the Tangle Barbs. As Knight getting the damage down, goes between worlds, and is going to hit him with the 2-volt Hex. Elio, though, surviving for now. Levi does arrive. There's the smite coming through. Levi doesn't have his flash. It's almost up. We'll see if he wants to commit to it. Doesn't look like it, as he just can't close the gap to finish anyone off.
BLG's still fine with this play, though, because it leaves the dragon completely exposed. This will put them on soul point. And, I mean, BLG, I think this is their 11th Dragon in a row. Like, it's just been Soul 3 times back-to-back, right?
That's tough.
And BLG with just nothing but a masterclass in terms of objective control. They hold on to a 7K gold lead.
Yeah.
And GAM is just fishing for any opportunity where they can. They responded to the aggression on the top side well. They stopped BLG from getting another kill, but that's kind of the best of their options right now, just kind of stopping BLG from getting more. Unfortunately, BLG still finds a way to get something on the map.
Absolutely. I mean, Elk now individually up over 3,000 gold. His call is long since cashed out. And they're going to look for one of these side lane tier 2s. A big prize to take, as Beishwan will just ride this one in for the crash. And that tower is going to be gone for sure. Now it's 8,000 gold in the lead, and he's just going to ride into the next tower as well. Will he go towards mid lane? Sees a lot of GAM members. He's just going to drive for the tier 2 there. Gets that incredibly low. Does get knocked back towards the GAM side, and there's some slows coming through from Artemis, but it's just not even going to matter as Levi's going in for Elk. Nice flash out there from Elk. Does get him to safety from the flag and drag. Kiaya in the area, has the maiden back once again, and Eris arrives with the teleport. You can see Bin in the bot lane has TP'd in as well as Beishwan trying to look for something here. Beishwan is just going aggressive. Elk knocks down Artemis. Bin is chasing after Eris with Knight. Eris is in a world of hurt, and he gets knocked down as Knight goes on a rampage. Kiaya trying to get back into the base, but he's got nowhere to go. He's rooted up, and he's knocked down as well. It's Elio and Levi against the world. BLG not afraid of this whatsoever. They're chasing into the base. It is 19 minutes, and nowhere is safe on the map for GAM.
BLG dominate GAM as they just take control over everything. GAM is left wanting as Levi has to witness the destruction of his base. They will leave the inhibitor up. It is still very early into the game. Simply as a warning. That is a message being sent to GAM that BLG will allow their inhibitor to stay up. They will walk away with the red buff. But my goodness, Beishwan, yes, he's going in super deep, but he is surviving way longer than he has any right to.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to commit way too much, even if you can kill.
Yeah. I mean, we look back at this fight, and the engage onto Elk is a nice idea. You're forced to flash out from him, but it's at this point where, I mean, what do? The TP comes through from one side, Eris is TPing him from another. They're being collapsed on two sides, and then Beitron says, I'll make the decision for you. I will engage onto your AD carry. He gets shut down by Elk. Beitron says, no, I'm not going out, I'm going back in. Look at the healing that comes through from the Sundered Sky and the passive healing that he gets. And it just turns into pick after pick after pick. BLG just picking apart GAM.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. I mean, even if you find a good play at this point, no play looks like a good play when you're down 8,000 gold this early, and now it's nearly 11,000 gold as one combo. Two basic abilities there from Knight. Take more than half of Levi's health, and they are onto the Otacon right on spawn. We've seen this one before. GAM going to teleport down. They are going to look to try to make a stand at this objective, see if they can get some kills, see if they can get an objective bounty, but it is getting incredibly low. As Ilio going to go in, finds a multi-man engage. Into the backline goes Levi. There's the ulti coming down. The bullet time does get the kill onto Elk. Artemis trying to get the damage rolling, but it's Knight now going forward, looking for Artemis. Gets the 2-volt hex and knocks him down. It's Bin, meanwhile, kills another one. We've seen this one before. Eris is going to run for the hills, as is Elio, but On is chasing him, trying to juke with the clone. It just doesn't even matter. BLG winning another fight.
It looked quite promising for GAM. I thought that there was actually an opportunity for them to go even in the fight, but unfortunately, again, it's simply a matter of finances. They don't quite have the resources. Knight is still so destructive in the backside as well, with 24 stacks on the Medjais. We look back at this play, and it's BLG just starting off the Otacon. They are not afraid of anything. A nice engage comes through from Elio, and they shut down the Elk almost immediately. And that's why you think, oh, this actually looks quite promising. Beishwan then takes a lot of damage himself. But the AoE ultimate that comes through from Knight is huge. Bin on the front line soaks up a huge amount of damage. And then in combination with Knight and Bin, along with the support from On, it's just a very one-sided fight in favor of BLG.
Yeah, he's looking happy now. He can sense it. They are getting incredibly close to closing this series out, to sweeping GAM down to the lower bracket. Of course, in the play-in stage here, it is 2 wins and you move on, 2 losses and you are out. So neither team would move on or be eliminated from this one. But of course, BLG with an incredible start.
And that's important to note, just because that it's not all doom and gloom for GAM. They will have an opportunity to play up against Furia, which I'm expecting to be a very interesting matchup, especially with what Furia showed us today, and GAM showing us some great moments in this series against BLG. Right now, though,
oh my God.
Okay, there's stack number 25 for Knight.
That wasn't a range minion, I swear. There was someone playing that character.
Yes, that was. I mean, it was on the support, but my goodness.
Yeah, Knight showing what you can do when you get ahead. He's going between the worlds, looking for Artemis. The barrier almost gets one shot through it, but Knight is in trouble, and Knight is going to lose some stacks here. Some pages getting torn out of the book. But I don't think Kiaya can get anything more. Knight feeling himself, wanted to just one-shot him under the tower in front of his team. Couldn't make it happen.
That was way too cocky for him, Knight. I mean, oh my goodness. And I think the downside for him is we're going to get a MasterCard priceless moment of the game. We're going to see the one-shot again, and we're also going to see his overextension. Good news for GAM is, hey, they'll get a bit of gold back, but it's still an 11K gold difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a mountain to climb for them. And it is now Soul added in there, as it is an Infernal Soul, so maybe that's what he needed. You just blame the jungler for not getting the Soul earlier.
You're quite right.
Otherwise, he would have been able to get this kill. So we can watch this one more time. That is, of course, Elio, not Eris. But that is 2 basic abilities and a dead Nico.
Yeah, that was Thor cosplay. That was a lot of lightning coming down from the skies. Beishwan to clear out some vision. Baron is not alive yet. So BLG are just going to have to chill until that objective spawns, but you can imagine that they will just kick that one off immediately.
It's grim as Baron spawning into a game like this. You don't have a very long lifespan.
It's quite true. Baron excited to witness the rift. Beautiful spirit blossom. And it will not be long for this world.
No, and Kiaya might not be as well, as he loses almost all of his health there. As the ace in the hole going to get blocked by Eris and Ilio, excuse me, as he is always cosplaying there.
Beishwan,
yeah.
You need to chill out. Baron is still 35 seconds away. If BLG make a mistake here, I mean...
They might only be 10K down if they make a mistake here.
That's quite right. I mean, the worst case scenario for BLG is 2 members die, GAM have 5 members, and then they can contest the Baron. But even in 3 versus 5, I feel like BLG could still win.
Yeah, so definitely scary. Oh, and look at Knight. He's sitting on that blast cone. If he finds an angle, we know he wants to go for it.
I mean, he's got to fill the pages of the book back up.
He's got stories to tell, that one's for sure, as Levi going to get knocked out of his flag and drag, already down nearly 3 levels, as there is going to be an engage here coming through. Kiaya trying to find some sort of an angle, but there's no angle to be had. He's just going to be going back to the Fountain. Knight, though, does get CC'd up, gets hit by the Tangle Barb, but they can't finish him off just yet. Eris, though, does finally get the kill. Beishwan on the other side with Bin and Elk. They're in the base. They're killing everybody. Eris is going to have to try to flash out of there and run. He's the last surviving member trying to battle here against On, but On is too strong. Mantra Tether healing up, setting him up for Bin to knock him down. BLG marching on the Nexus. GAM made him work for it in the first couple games, but they made no doubt about it in this third one. BLG came out with a vengeance. 25 minutes in, 15K gold up. BLG will sweep the series.
A convincing game to round the series out. BLG looking dominant in this best of 5. They will be going up against G2 tomorrow. But my word, of course, while there still may be some question marks, I mean, I feel like...
It's also some exclamation points.
There are definitely some exclamation points. BLG looked fantastic in today's series.
It's going to be a scary prospect for G2. Of course, they're going to be the ones awaiting the winner of this. So it is going to be G2 versus BLG in that winner's bracket. Winner will advance to the main stage. And of course, in the loser's bracket, it will be GAM versus Furia. You touched on that earlier. I think pre-tournament expectations were that GAM would be favored there.
Yeah.
But with Furia really showing up and playing so damn well, nearly taking down G2 in a series that went all 5 games, I think you really have to reevaluate how you're looking at this team and how close the series could be.
I completely agree. I'm really excited to see that best of 5 play out tomorrow. Of course, the loser of that series will be eliminated. The winner will have an opportunity to play against the loser of G2 versus BLG for that final main stage spot.
Maybe we get a Furia G2 rematch. Who knows?
We could very well get that. The answers will be given to us tomorrow, and you can see a look at the bracket for the playing stage on your screen right now.
Yeah, of
So
course.
as we were saying, G2 versus BLG will be the second best of 5 tomorrow, with Furia and GAM kicking off the day. The winner of Furia GAM will go up against the loser of G2 BLG, whereas the winner of G2 BLG will join the other teams in the MSI main stage. So a lot of awesome League of Legends still to be had. I mean, MSI, it's just many days in a row of awesome League of Legends, I feel.
I mean, I just love the new format. Double elimination, full fearless, all best of fives. Teams will have no excuses. You're going to have the opportunity to prove how good you are, that you can compete with the best, or that you can't. You really do get the games you need to showcase your talents, and I do think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch it, playing out. We have 5 best of fives here just in play-ins. The old format only had 3 total. And that's not even to mention, we have, I think it's something like 16 total best of fives throughout the tournament. So more than 5 years of what we got, in the old MSI format. So it's going to be really, really exciting in these coming days to see how they're going to be able to do it. But look at Beishuan really standing out, I think, as a massive part of this final win.
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of round out that I think that in each game, I think we saw different members stand out from the side of BLG. And I think that you can credit a lot of their individuals for their performance throughout the series. But for me, On was just fantastic, and he was a pleasure to watch.
Absolutely was. We are joining Lore and Bin for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on defeating GAM. And Wendy, of course, thank you so much for being with me on stage. First question I want to reference an interview that you had with the Chinese media, Tuan. You said, the old Bin is gone. I don't want to be funny anymore. So who are you now?
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。那第一个问题要问到的是，在最近的媒体采访当中，突然的采访当中，你有提到说自己不会再嘻嘻哈哈了，以前那个搞笑的边将一去不复返了。所以现在的你是怎样的呢？
我觉得现在我会严肃一些吧，不管是对待比赛还是采访，就是想呈现一个最认真、最严肃的状态。
So. From now, I'm going to be more serious for the in-game and also for all the interviews. The serious beam mode is on.
All right, the serious mode is on. And I feel like you always want to be the best. You have a couple enemies to take down on this new revenge arc because Genji, they stole MSI from you in Chengdu last year. T1, World's Finals. Anyone's Legend, won LPL. Who is your biggest enemy right now?
那我们也知道，你们永远都想做到最好，但是在你们的路上，可能也有一些对手需要你们完成复仇。那其实这次来到 MSI 的舞台当中 ，GNG 是你们曾经在去年 MSI 落败的对手。那 T1 是去年的世界赛的舞台，那同时还有 AL 是在 LPL 的决赛上。所以说，谁会是你们最大的对手呢？
觉得。我们自己的话，是我们自己才是我们最大的对手吧。其他他们这些战队，我觉得只要我们能拿出最好的状态打他们，我们都有很大的机会会赢。
I believe this BLG ourselves is our biggest rival because if we were able to have a really good momentum to put it to all the ends, facing against any opponents, we still got the potential to get the victory.
I see. And on this quest to fight against yourself, first you're gonna have to fight G2 tomorrow in the winner's bracket. You kicked them out of Worlds last time you faced off against them. So what is it gonna come down to tomorrow?
那在你们不断去成长、去进步的过程当中，你们接下来将面对到的下一个对手是 G2。在去年的世界赛上，你们淘汰掉了他们。那在明天胜者组的比赛当中，再次和他们相见，你觉得会是怎样的一个展开呢？
其实我们去年2年很多次会遇到 G2， 然后每次都是在生死局遇到他们。这次不是生死局，所以我把他们淘汰了，我心里会好受一点吧。
I feels like in the past 2 years we always face off against G2 in the elimination match, the death match. So this time tomorrow, if we face against G2, it's not the elimination one. So I feel just more comfortable, a little bit better if we just take down G2, right?
Confidence and more comfortable. Bin, it wouldn't be a Bin interview if I was not asking you for a message for your English fans. Is there anything you want to tell them today?
当然了，当斌哥站到我们的采访席当中，大家都想听一下你来说几句英语。那现在是你的时间了。
Yes, I can speak English. Thank you. Now we'll see you tomorrow.
Bin, Sheshe, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Ben, we certainly will see him tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
True.
Yep.
For us, it'll be a pleasure. For G2, it might be a nightmare. I guess we're going to have to find out. But on the tails of that wonderful interview, our Oppo Player of the Series, a lot of eligible players, but very conveniently for all parties involved. Lore picked an interview. We picked a Player of the Series. It's the same person. It's been, look, there were some rocky moments, but overall, this man was a powerhouse today.
I love how we're just showing a cutoff of both sides. I mean, like in this case, it was the 1v2 that he had. Then there was the Gigaman Aatrox game. And of course the Renekton game. Overall, he just was a star.
Yeah, and I mean, we had talked about how it's been kind of an up and down split for him. This matchup, he absolutely showed up versus Kiayo, which I think is a strong point of GAM, right? So it was a really great start to this tournament for Ben.
And I love that in the interview you talked about like the greatest villains, the greatest enemy is themselves, because they know.
Absolutely.
Just last year, finals at MSI, finals at Worlds, and they're struggling right now, and they know that it's just themselves, right? That they're their own worst enemies. Like I think, as he said it, they're hitting on all cylinders. They can be back in that final stage one more time.
I wish he had said another team for the quote, for the line, but I think it's so apt. While this game 3 was super, super dominant, even as early as game 1, right, we saw a lot of those little fumbles. And if you're showing that weakness against GAM, a team with definitely lower expectations overall, that's going to be a concerning point as we go further on into the tournament, and something that G2, who are also struggling a little bit, certainly more than BLG did today, may look to exploit.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Ben in that I think their biggest rival is themselves. And I think this is a nice start. I also like how he was like, you know what? We're taking this super seriously. Like, we're going to go in. We're going to try to perform as well as we can. So the big thing to me coming out of today that they should have absolute confidence on is how on point they were together in their team fights, which I think has been against LPL teams some of their pain points throughout the split. Today, even when they did fall behind early in some skirmishes or maybe some rough lanes, specifically that bot lane in game 1, I thought they were on the same page with how they wanted to play out their compositions and their 5v5s.
And another really big note for them is, especially in that last game, like Knight had a huge advantage and he was moving a lot. And I love it when Knight, their engine as a team, if he finds advantages through mid, that he's like going mid lane, finding a pick there, of course TPing back so he doesn't lose a minion wave, goes top lane, finds a play there. Like he is somebody that if he's in that moment, he is going to snowball. So need to see more of that.
Look, I love when we see Knight start to take over the map. The same is true for Ben, although I think top laners get less of a chance than mid laners do normally. I do also want to talk about this first series. The upset that almost was, Silver scrapes out of nowhere. I don't think anyone outside of Furia or the OG CBLOL fans, now LTA South, expected this kind of performance today.
Yeah, and they were, again, speaking of team fights and being on point and being on the same page, this Furia team really, really showed up when it mattered there. And that was a huge difference maker. Even going from their finals against Pain, which was a 3-0, I thought they looked way better today against G2 than they did even in that 3-0 stomp.
Yeah, they had deficits during that time. You fast forward to right now and you see why their confidence is there and why Thinkard, their coach, and all of their players talk up like how different their scrims are to their stage games. Like, this is a really good element of Furia, and if they're going up against GAM, Brazil versus GAM, like the hype that he had, right? The hype that Tatu has, because he could have made history. But going up against GAM, this reminds me of last MSI. You don't want to make the same mistake Loud did, where they were really confident after their last series, go up against GAM, lose 2-1, really hurt for them.
Yeah, that's the big thing I'm going to be looking out for is how they approach, especially some of their drafts. I still think their drafts are really, really fun.
Yeah.
They have the potential to pull out a lot of creative picks, as do GAM, right? So I'm looking for some really, really fun, fearless drafts from both teams. And then, like you said, they're out for revenge. GAM was the team that unexpectedly eliminated Loud, so for their region, that I think is, they're really, really going to want to beat GAM.
And also to show that you can be the new face of your region, that you can be the team that you know, bucks the trend, that can rise above, that can take these best of fives in these clutch moments. Such an opportunity for Furia. Also a lot of pressure, obviously, as we look at that as an elimination match. Upper bracket G2 versus BLG will be pretty hype as well. But the other thing I need to touch on is, look, it's pretty obvious. Isaac talked about how many best of fives we're getting. The other thing I think we need to talk about is fearless champions. Last year, MSI 2024, we saw 30 champs on day one. We're already 58. With one of our series going 3-0. And the champ pools are only going to get deeper. Both drafts, Vi, Ari, the standards, there was still so much overlap between both of our series. And once the other junglers get here, like we haven't even seen Canyon on stage yet. We haven't seen Tarzan. That guy's going to play Zed. That number, we're going to beat 100 very quickly in this tournament.
It will happen. It feels like with the creative players that we do have, we didn't even need Fearless for them to bring something out, like find an excuse to bring it out. In the hands, you've already mentioned Tarzan, just like players that are like real carry threats to their team. So I am expecting to see some good stuff.
We got Fearless, we got Best of 5. It's a dream format. Thank you, Papa Rito. That brings us to tomorrow. We're going to kick off with the losing team of today's games facing off in the first series. So GAM versus Furia. That's our first elimination game of the event. So whoever loses there will be out. The winner will advance then to play the loser of G2 and BLG. If you're familiar with GSL, old school StarCraft days is a GSL bracket. So 2 wins and you're out.
Yep.
2 losses. You're also out, just you're going home instead of going on to the next stage of the tournament. Of course, don't forget to head on over to lolesports.com to submit your pick'ems, powered by AWS. I don't know. So far, I thought this would be the easiest plans, predictions, pick'ems for pick'ems ever. I'm not convinced anymore after today.
This was day one?
Yeah.
This was day one.
Hey, I was right for one of mine. And I was absolutely horrifically wrong for another.
Yeah, focus on that part. Focus on that part.
You need to be 100% or it doesn't count.
But I also forgot to lock in my pick-ins, but I know that Liam, our stats guy, is definitely tracking them.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, if you didn't lock them in, I don't know if they count, but as long as someone is keeping score somewhere.
He will keep us on this.
No,
that's what I thought.
We're all terrible.
I'm a non-biased host. I'm a non-biased third party. I put all the EU teams.
Of course.
Anyway, that's it for us here. Wonderful broadcast. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see if tomorrow can deliver as much hype as day one of MSI 2025. We'll be back tomorrow with game 1 at 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And in the meantime, enjoy yourself. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayu's got the kill on his Q-Mon and now broken blades in the middle of everybody. A double kill back over to Nila. G2 have lost 2. LeBron trying to retreat now. Caps caught out. Shot down. Triple kill. Ego is behind enemy lines. Now getting jumped on by Skewmon. But Ego is not down. The healing from the Aatrox. And Furia is furious in the face of G2 Esports.
Experience, guys. Walk as well afterwards. Walk as well. We kill that ball. We kill that ball.
As the Realm Warp gets to its back to safety, but Broken Blade already has the stasis ready to go.
Nice. You guys can win? Yeah, go bots. Just careful right spread. Nice. Huge. Good job.
They try to go in for the ultimate there from the Nautilus as Caps goes in for the engage, but he only engages onto Jojo. Tatu's here on the front line. He's about to be taken out. Caps barely giving himself alive as Giga's about to die here too.
Just fight here. Fight here. I'll be out this guy.
Fury's on Fury again and trying to escape. G2 have found a massive fight.
I think we can end. We can end, yeah. We can end. Nice.
Gigo's still frontlining as the rest of Fury runs away. Pop Blossom finds 2. A lot of damage onto Ayu, but he ain't dead yet. 1 dead on G2. 2 dead on G2. 3 dead on G2. Hot Sama versus the world. And the world means Brazil. Skewmon chasing after Ayu, who immediately flashes out of the Cataclysm. Broken Blade, nicely placed ulti, knocks Toots right back into the waiting arms of G2, and Ayu is not going to escape. G2 on the game-ending push now. They've made their way to the Nexus turrets. Furia, only 3 men standing, can do nothing to resist the onslaught.
GG. We made it, guys.
On flashes forward. There's the flash from Beishuan, sending Kiyoya into the wall. He's overheated and he is shut down. And now Emo's in trouble as well. Just like that. BLG roar to life. Here comes Knight one more time. Beishuan and Bin trying to push their way in. Artemis is left out to the wolves, and he's going to get bit in half as Beishuan pushing back the jungler. He's 3 levels up. Emo's dead as well, as they're just trying to look to try to end the game right here, right now. And GAM are getting crushed. On flashes in, Artemis flashes out. Artemis trying to turn the damage around. As Artemis gets a kill, he gets the shutdown. It's Bin now trying to take the damage in the front line. It's going to be another kill for Artemis as he jumps forward. He's looking for help, but he can't close the gap. BLG turn on him. It's a double for Bin. It's Kiaya knocked down. It's the ace. Beishuan trying to look for something here. Beishuan is just going aggressive. Elk knocks down Artemis. Bin is chasing after Eris with Knight. Eris is in a world of hurt, and he gets knocked down as Knight goes on a rampage. Kiaya trying to get back into the base, but he's got nowhere to go. He's rooted up, and he's knocked down as well. It's Elio and Levi against the world. BLG marching on the Nexus. GAM made him work for it in the first couple games, but they made no doubt about it in this third one. BLG came out with a vengeance.